Linchia. The homeroom teacher's voice was cold, emotionless, almost robotic. Genetic potential, 5%. Mental strength, 59. Physical fitness, 50. Evaluation, failed. You don't qualify for admission into a public martial arts university. The numbers on the holographic screen pierced through my last shred of hope like a blade. The passing threshold was 7%, and I hadn't even come close. There are two paths, the homeroom teacher said, shoving a document toward me. You can either pay your way into a private university or accept the government allocation. Take some time to think about it, they added. I walked out of the office, my fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Having traveled to this interstellar era dominated by martial artists, I thought I could make a mark, carve a legacy. But reality hit hard. Mediocre talent, failed final exams, shattered dreams. In this world, failure in the martial arts entrance exams meant saying goodbye to martial arts forever. Unless you could afford private tuition. But my family couldn't even scrape together a spare credit to save our lives. Chia, my father said, his voice rough and grating, like sandpaper. We just don't have the money. There are still 3 younger siblings to take care of. But they go to school for free, I protested. Government jobs aren't bad at all, my mother interrupted. Both your second and fourth brothers accepted assignments like that. The government even provided them wives. Now they each have 3 kids, and their childbirth subsidies are worth more than their salaries. Life's steady. I gritted my teeth. Their so-called steady lives. Just endless days of operating machines on farmland, harvesting crops over and over again. That was the fate of ordinary people. Farming, marrying, having kids, collecting subsidies, raising their children, and repeating the same cycle. Cogwheels in a perpetual motion machine, turning until the day they die. My parents themselves had birthed 10 children and were still going. I'm the 7th, Lin Xia. What's next? When the 11th is born, they'll name him Lin 11. No. As someone who had experienced the modern world before this, I couldn't accept that. In this golden era of martial arts, I wanted to see the world with my own eyes. I wanted to get into a martial arts university. I wanted to become a martial artist. Because becoming a martial artist meant you could join the interstellar exploration teams. 500 years ago, the first pioneers ventured into the Taurus 075 5-star system. Even the weakest among them later became legendary figures, founders of prominent families, their names etched into history. Even if I had to borrow money, I was going to try. The empire encouraged students who didn't make the cut to take out loans for private universities. The registration fee alone was 100,000 credits, and the annual tuition was the same. Admittedly, private universities only had a 10% success rate of producing martial artists, but that was better than the government-assigned job program's 0.79% chance. The cost? Anywhere from 500,000 to 1,000,000 credits in debt. Look at Lao Wu next door, my father argued. He went through private school, came out with that Gale kick, and still didn't make it as a martial artist. Now he's delivering packages for Hummingbird Express. The empire's basic law states that an adult's right to choose is sacred and inviolable. Once the exams are over, child subsidies stop, and so does parental responsibility. At most, my parents could only offer me advice. The reason? I need to think about it some more, I sighed. My parents were right. Being a semi-warrior isn't much better than being an average person, and sometimes it's even worse. Graduates from private schools don't get government placements and can only end up working as security guards for corporations, delivery drivers, or couriers. The night grew late. I stared out the window at the virtual nightscape. Should I accept fate or take a gamble, even if it means a mountain of debt? Suddenly, boom, a thunderous voice exploded in my mind. Host has reached the age of 18. Fertility enhancement system activated. Binding successful. The more offspring, the stronger the bloodline. The quantity and quality of offspring directly increase the host's power. I sat up abruptly. A system? After being single for 18 years, my golden sheet finally arrived? After a whole night of research, I fully understood. Having children makes you stronger. The stronger your partner, the stronger the children. And the stronger the children, the more power I gain in return. The more children, the greater the amplification. This system seemed perfectly tailored for this era that encourages reproduction. Clenching my fists, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. My dreams were filled with women and children surrounding me, calling me husband and dad. Breakfast, the next morning. Have you made up your mind? My father's raspy voice broke the silence. He was already preparing to deliver the reluctant, "I'll support your choice." Empire law forbids parents from stopping adult children from making their own decisions, unless you're a warrior. "I'll accept the placement," I calmly announced. My mother's head snapped up, her eyes brimming with surprise and joy. "Really? You've made your decision?" The tension in my father's face eased instantly. "Good. That's more like it. A stable government job is the way to go. The sooner you apply, the better the companion you'll be matched with," my mom urged. I opened the terminal on my wrist. Confirm acceptance of post-graduation settlement. Confirm. Position matching in progress. Placement assigned. Grain District 16, Farm 939, Administrator. Responsibilities: operate semi-automated agricultural systems, maintain machinery, and ensure food production. Farm worker. Same as my second and fourth brothers. A farm job is perfect. Holidays are better, and you'll have plenty of time with family and kids, my mom said, clearly pleased. I wasn't really concerned about the job, though. What I cared about was companion matching in progress. Please choose one of the 3 candidates below. A holographic screen displayed the profiles of 3 women. A. Li, 20 years old, high school graduate, gentle personality, no debts. B. Wang Fong, 20 years old, high school graduate, lively and cheerful, no debts. C. Bai Mushi, 28 years old, private martial arts academy, incomplete graduate, semi-warrior, 900K in debt, partner assumes 450K. My parents leaned in to look. Li and Wang Fong are both good choices. They're 20, prime age for having children, my mom exclaimed. I reached my finger toward the selection screen and slid toward the 3rd match. "Are you insane?" My mother screamed. "A debt of 900,000. You earn 3,000 a month. Even if you don't eat or drink, it'll take 30 years to pay off. She's 28. That's 8 fewer childbearing years compared to the first 2. My father roared. "And she's a prospective martial artist. You can't control someone like her. Women like this are what society calls nightmares on the marriage market. They're ambitious, restless, and will drain you dry to fund their cultivation. In the end, you'll lose both your money and your peace. You're better off marrying a 20-year-old and living a stable life." I gripped my communicator tightly. The system requires a strong genetic foundation. A child from a prospective martial artist would give me an undeniable genetic advantage over offspring from an average person. But 900,000 in debt loomed over me like a mountain. And once the partner is chosen, unless one becomes a martial artist, the match is binding for life. I stared at Bai Mushi's photo. It absolutely wasn't because she was stunningly beautiful. Definitely not. I pushed the door open. The tidal wave of my parents yelling engulfed me, but I simply threw out one sentence. "Let me meet her first." And without looking back, I walked out of the house. Grain District Administrative Building, 13th floor. A cold, metallic conference room. 1 table, 2 chairs. Even the air reeked of bureaucracy. The door clicked open. The moment I looked up, my pupils contracted slightly. Bai Mushi, far more devastating in person than in the photo. A white t-shirt perfectly accentuated her curves. Her athletic shorts revealed a pair of legs that could make any man lose his composure. Snow white, long, flawlessly straight, and exuding the strength that only a prospective martial artist's physique could have. Her face was as pure as jade, with features so flawlessly delicate that they seemed unreal. At 28, her age felt like a joke. She looked younger than my 18-year-old classmates. The gene optimization of prospective martial artists is truly terrifying, I thought to myself. Bai Mushi was sizing me up as well. A youthful face, sharp eyes. That cold, appraising gaze, like evaluating a product, made her feel sick, but she had no other choice. The crushing weight of 900,000 in debt loomed over her. Scorn from her family, ostracism from society, the looming threat of forced labor. Agreeing to the match was her last lifeline. Silence settled in the room, thick and oppressive. The 900,000 debt must be shared. Bai Mushi's voice was as cold as ice. "I only have one condition. I continue cultivating after marriage." Her 9th matchmaking attempt. She was done wasting words. I raised an eyebrow. Continue paying 100,000 a year for private martial arts school? I earn 3,000 a month. Are you joking? Have 3 children. The government subsidy will be 54,000 per year. Baimushi didn't even blink. I'll cover 30,000. You just need to add 16,000. I nearly choked on my own saliva. This woman was dead set on cultivating. Baimushi stood up. If you disagree, that's fine. Who said I disagree? Baimushi froze, then slowly sat back down. It says here on your resume that you have a strong desire to have children. Is that serious? Baimushi's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, but she gritted her teeth and said, yes. She was all in. For the path of martial arts, she'd do whatever it took. Good. I tapped the table. That's exactly what I want. I fixed my gaze on Baimushi. I love kids. The more, the better. Can you handle that? Baimushi's face was so red it looked like blood might start dripping off her cheeks, but she stubbornly lifted her chin. If you give me enough resources, having kids won't be a problem. How many do you want? I raised one finger. 10. I shook my head. A whole soccer team. My voice was eerily calm. As many as you can possibly have. The temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet. Baimushi's pupils dilated sharply. Her refined face went from a deep blush to ghostly pale, and then back to a feverish red. As many as possible? Those words hit her pride like a sledgehammer. She had encountered greedy men, shameless men, but she had never seen someone so calm, so matter-of-fact about treating a woman like a pure childbearing machine. Her dignity as an aspiring martial artist was roaring in protest. Every cell in her body screamed defiance. But strangely enough, her rational mind stayed analytical. The more kids born, the more stipends she'd receive. The more stipends, the better her training resources. This seemingly insane man might actually be her most suitable partner. A completely transactional exchange. He wanted kids, she wanted resources. Fine. Baimushi's voice regained its coolness. But I have conditions. Speak. First, all childbearing stipends will be allocated at my discretion for training purposes. Your salary, after deducting necessary expenses, must also support my needs. Agreed. The speed of my response caught Baimushi off guard. Second, my training schedule is off limits. No interference. Agreed. The house has 2 rooms. I'll set one up as your training studio. Third, Baimushi took a deep breath. Until we actually become husband and wife, you can't touch me. I smirked. Miss Bai, this isn't about falling in love. It's about following through on an agreement. And that agreement is to have kids. Standing, I loomed over her. We're starting tonight. The sooner you're pregnant, the sooner the stipends come in. Am I wrong? Every word was like a blade, slicing away the last shreds of Baimushi's fantasies. What else was there to hope for? This was nothing but a deal, cold, direct, efficient. I extended my hand toward her. Baimushi stared at the well-defined fingers, silent for a full 10 seconds. Deal. Their hands clasped briefly, then let go. Everything felt almost unreal. The electronic agreement was signed, identity details synchronized, and the system confirmed everything in an instant. Relationship established. Housing allocated. Grain Zone 16, Sunflower Courtyard, Building B, Unit 1314. Best wishes for you both to make great contributions to the Empire's prosperity. Returning home, my mother grabbed my arm. Are you out of your mind? 90,000 in debt. You're jumping into a fire pit. She's willing to have kids right away. I cut to the point. Highly motivated to start a family. Hearing there'd be no wedding ceremony. Just having kids immediately and keeping everything simple, my parents' expressions softened ever so slightly. At least she seemed practical. My mom whispered, son, 90,000 isn't a trivial number. She's not that young anymore. She must get started right away. Try to have a few more kids to get the subsidies. I nodded absent-mindedly, my thoughts already straying to something else. This woman's obsession with martial arts is so intense. If she truly manages to become a warrior, how would things turn out then? I introduced Baimushi to my parents and made the decision to move into the new home right then and there. No wedding ceremony, keeping it plain and simple. As for my parents, Baimushi's voice was calm. They gave up on me long ago when I chose martial arts. And now, choosing a farm administrator as a partner? No need for them to meet you. I secretly let out a breath of relief. The less hassle, the better. Now with the system in place, the goal was clear: complete the prosperity through many children task. The more, the better. The next day, we had a small family dinner. My parents' smiles were stiff, while my younger siblings eyed their unexpected sister-in-law with curiosity. After the meal, the two of us headed straight for the assigned government home. Grain Zone 16, Sunflower Courtyard, Building B, Unit 1314. A two-bedroom, one living room apartment, 50 square meters, standard layout. Public rental housing, 800 credit points a month. Mushi chose the smaller bedroom. Keep the larger one for other uses. I knew she planned to turn it into a training room and didn't object. Night fell. The apartment had only one double bed. Mushi emerged from the bathroom in silk nightwear, damp hair clinging to her forehead. She froze when she saw me sitting by the bed. Under the warm light, her cheeks were tinged with red. At 28, an aspiring warrior, for the first time, she revealed a hint of girlish shyness. I. Her voice was barely audible. I looked at her. This decisive and composed woman at the negotiation table now seemed like a startled rabbit in this moment. The unattainable goddess of my past life had, by way of debts and her training needs, become my partner in this life. A transaction where both parties needed something, and the terms aligned perfectly. It's late. Let's sleep. I suppressed the thoughts stirring in my chest. She responded softly. We lay down, leaving space between us. I could hear her breathing and heartbeat. The silence stretched, and I could feel her. The stiffness in the air was palpable, and my palms were slightly sweaty. The agreement takes effect tonight. I need a child, and she needs resources. We should get some rest. We have to report to the farm tomorrow. I tried to ease the tension. Mushi didn't respond. Her body grew even more rigid. After a long silence, her trembling voice broke the darkness. Linchia, didn't you say it starts tonight? I turned my head sharply. In the dim light, she was looking at me, her eyes shimmering with shyness, unease, and a trace of bold determination. She bit her lower lip, as if summoning all her courage to say those words. My heart skipped a beat. Mushi's cheeks instantly flushed, the redness spreading to her ears. Her soft fragrance mixed with the tension in the air. The woman had already taken the lead. How could a man back down now? I turned toward her and gently grasped her slightly trembling, cool hand. Mushi, I said, my voice dry. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows in the dim light. Moments later, Mushi curled up under the blanket with her back to me. I was about to say something when a sudden burst of information exploded in my head. Newbie benefit activated. Host, Linchia. Gene potential, 5.15%. Physical strength, 51. Mental power, 59. Psionics, 9. Technique, 128th edition of Morning Calisthenics. Partner, Mushi, Affinity 50. Offspring, none. What's the newbie benefit? I thought, my heart pounding with excitement. Newbie benefits include 1. Gene potential plus 1%. 2. Partner Mushi has a 100% conception rate within the next 10 attempts, first time only. A surge of warmth spread through my entire body. I felt every cell cheering, and the fatigue from earlier dissipated in an instant. I glanced at the attribute panel again. Gene potential, 6.15%. Physical strength, 55 plus. Mental power, 62 plus. Psionics, 10 plus. My gene potential had really increased. In this martial era, gene potential determined everything. Ordinary people have between 1% to 5%. Reaching 7% qualifies you as a martial aspirant, while breaking through 10% means becoming a true martial artist. It's a leap in the level of life itself, marking the difference between ordinary and elite status in society. And now, I was one step closer to that threshold. The plus symbols next to physical strength and mental power indicated further growth potential. As for psionics, I frowned. This had never been mentioned in school. It might be a hidden attribute or a power introduced at higher levels of mastery. But my instincts told me it was significant. My body was changing, getting stronger. Every cell buzzed with vitality, yearning to break loose. The urge to test my new abilities was overwhelming, but it was the middle of the night, and the testing centers were long closed. I forced myself to suppress the excitement. Excitement filled the air as my gaze shifted toward Mushi beside me. She remained with her back turned, breathing softly and steadily, as if sound asleep. Guaranteed success within 10 tries. Since the system had given such assurance, what was there to hesitate about? This was Mushi's wish, after all. I reached out and gently wrapped an arm around her. Her body stiffened, and her breathing immediately faltered. "What are you doing, Mushi?" I kept my voice low, firm with a tone that brooked no refusal. Mushi flinched slightly. The night stretched on endlessly. The simulated nightscape outside blinked coldly, the shifting lights casting a suggestive atmosphere. Several scenes skipped here. Gradually, the artificial night beyond the window seemed to grow weary, the glow waning. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, Mushi's eyes suddenly snapped open. Her usually icy and detached gaze now shimmered like rippling water, with a sultry warmth barely concealed. Her cheeks remained flushed a vivid red, adding to her radiant allure. "Huh?" I froze in surprise. In the next instant, Mushi's lips curled into a faint smile as she propped herself up with one arm and flipped the positions between us in an instant. The roles were reversed. Mushi, me. A newfound determination sparkled in her eyes. And in an instant, I suddenly remembered. She was a nearly certified martial artist. My recently boosted stats were at best hovering around 60, while a near-certified martial artist rated between 70 and 100. The gap was glaring. I sighed in resignation. Just moments ago, I'd been strategizing about the remaining 6 tries, planning to spread it over a few more days. But now, Mushi's eyes burned fiercely with battle spirit, her stance exuding unchallenged dominance. Blood surged hot through me, and my lower back began to ache. Was I about to be drained dry? The joy of this moment almost felt too overwhelming to process. The night grew even longer. "Let's call it a day," she said softly, her tone carrying a mix of compassion and a hint of smugness from her endurance advantage. Still gasping for air, I stole a glance at the system interface. Partner Mushi, pregnancy progress, 9 out of 10. Only one step left. Just one final push. Thinking of the perks the activated system would bring, a new surge of energy erupted from somewhere deep within me. I took a long, steady breath, my gaze sharp. No way. One more time. Mushi's peach blossom eyes immediately widened in disbelief. She could clearly see that I was barely holding up. "You little pup, are you sure you're up for this?" Her voice carried both concern and a flicker of anticipation. "Maybe we should stop here for tonight. Tomorrow, I'll make you some restorative soup to help you recover." The words restorative soup barely left her lips before her cheeks turned scarlet. When had Mushi ever even thought about making soup for a man? Still, now as a married woman, perhaps making soup wasn't such a big deal. Though I may have been a bit of a skinny pup, my efforts tonight had made a real impression on her. That relentless determination to see things through, it unexpectedly stirred a sense of admiration within her. Maybe she hadn't chosen the wrong person after all. Mushi was lost in her own thoughts when, before she realized it, I had already flipped positions, retaking the momentum. "You're still going?" she gasped. Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Congratulations, host. Your partner Mushi is now pregnant. Reward unlocked. Random access to practice a cultivation technique. Access granted. The 128th Imperial Broadcast Gymnastics Cultivation Technique. The 128th Imperial Broadcast Gymnastics Level 1, 0 out of 10. The system notification exploded in my mind. I froze. Practice access? What's that? The system immediately explained, and suddenly, everything clicked. Unlocking access meant that I could now clearly see my cultivation progress. Previously, practicing the 128th Imperial Broadcast Gymnastics felt like I was fumbling in the dark, not knowing what was correct or if there were any results. Now, the system clearly displayed the 128th Imperial Broadcast Gymnastics Level 1, 0 tenths. I just had to practice it 10 more times, and I'd level up automatically. My eyes widened, and a storm surged in my heart. 10 times. This foundational technique, promoted by the Empire for over 1,000 years and refined through 128 iterations, had been a bottleneck for me for an entire decade. I'd practiced diligently for 10 years, but never managed to break, through level 1. 10 years stuck in place. And now only 10 practices to advance. The system was revolutionary. If it had shown up just a year ago, no, even 6 months ago, my college entrance exam results would have been completely different, and I could have easily gotten into a prestigious martial arts university. Thinking of this, I couldn't care less about being exhausted. I leaped up suddenly, landing firmly on my feet. Baimushi was about to applaud me for my amazing perseverance, only to see me performing the 128th Imperial Broadcast Gymnastics right there in the bedroom. She was stunned. What was this man doing? Completely exhausted, every movement I made was sloppy and off-standard, looking painful to watch. Baimushi frowned deeply. Broadcast gymnastics? Who even practices this relic after graduating and working? During her 8 years in college, Baimushi had done plenty of part-time tutoring in martial arts. Forget wealthy families. Even middle-class families had long ditched this outdated method. It simply wasn't efficient. Take the middle-class favorite, Golden Bull Martial Bureau's 8 Treasures technique, for example. With a coach, you could boost practice efficiency by 10%. Long-term, the progress was worlds apart. Besides, I was clearly on the verge of collapsing and had practically zero cultivation effect left in me. Could I really make it through another set tonight? However, I entered a state of pure focus, relying on sheer willpower to complete the entire sequence of broadcast gymnastics despite my body faltering. The final move done, I nearly collapsed, drenched in sweat. I immediately opened the system panel. The 128th Imperial Broadcast Gymnastics Level 1, 1/10. It worked. It actually counted as valid practice. Ecstasy swept over me. My body felt like it was breaking apart, and yet my spirit was soaring. But that adrenaline rush didn't last long. I'd reached my physical limit. As soon as I relaxed, a tidal wave of exhaustion overcame me. Thunk. Without time to explain, darkness enveloped me as I collapsed onto the bed, snoring thunderously. Hey, Lin Xie, you haven't showered yet. You reek. Baimushi complained, but her slender fingers nonetheless brushed aside the sweat-drenched strands of hair on my forehead, tenderly. Her gaze was layered with complex emotions. Sigh. She let out a long breath as she looked at my sleeping face. This man, I really can't figure him out. After a while, she murmured with a sigh. Looks like I'm really making soup tomorrow. The next day, the rich aroma of food gently dragged me out of slumber. The smell was assertive, invading my nostrils and provoking my grumbling stomach. Groggy, I blinked my eyes open, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling of our new home. A dull headache and the aching soreness deep in my muscles served as a raw reminder of the craziness from the night before. You're awake. The voice came cool and detached, yet just a touch tender. White Muxi. No, I mean Baimushi, emerged from the kitchen, holding a clay pot in her hands. She wore a simple cotton dress, her long hair loosely tied back, showing off her smooth forehead and delicate profile. The soft morning light bathed her figure in a warm glow. Today, there was less of her sharp fierceness and more of a gentle domesticity. Her focused, earnest demeanor made her even harder to look away from. I struggled to sit up, as the aroma intensified and hit me like a freight train. Baimushi placed the clay pot down and poured a bowl of soup for herself, not even glancing at me. If you're up, come over and eat. Last night really took a toll on you. Just a few casual words, but they made my face flush. The wild chaos of last night came rushing back vividly. Scratching the back of my head awkwardly, I threw off the blanket and got out of bed. My legs immediately buckled, nearly giving out beneath me. A sharp ache radiated from my lower back. Hiss. The difference in physical stamina between a near warrior and an ordinary person really isn't something to scoff at. Baimushi's lips curved into a subtle, fleeting smile, disappearing too fast for me to catch. Go take a shower already. She wrinkled her nose. You reek. Embarrassed, I gave myself a quick sniff. The mix of sweat and other scents wasn't exactly pleasant. On it, before she could say another word, I bolted for the bathroom. The hot water washed over me, soothing my exhaustion as my thoughts settled. The small relocation unit might not be much, but it had all the essentials. And most vital of all, I no longer had to fight for the bathroom with my parents and my 3 younger siblings like at home. Not long after, I walked out wrapped in a towel, hair still damp as I towel-dried it. Between last night's session and my improved physique, my body had noticeably trimmed up. My abdomen, now flatter, even showed faint outlines of abs. Baimushi looked up instinctively. Her gaze landed squarely on those abs. Her breath hitched. Her face flushed an instant red, like a fire had been lit on her cheeks. She quickly averted her eyes, her heart pounding and the heat spreading all the way to her ears. This guy, his physique is not bad. Utterly oblivious to her reaction, I walked straight over and sat down. I took a sip of the soup. Delicious. A warm sensation instantly spread through my entire body, as if it were soothing all my tired limbs. Wow, this is really good. Baimushi's eyes held a flicker of joy. It's Gaian broth, made with lower-level alien beast bones and herbs. It helps with recovery and stamina. So, if you ever go crazy like last night again, drink more of it. Her voice trailed off as her face went pink again. Thank you, Mushi, I said, looking at her seriously. Thanks for what? She avoided my gaze. We're partners. All of this, it's expected. Warmth filled my chest as I lowered my head to take a sip of the soup. One bowl later, and the exhaustion from the day seemed to melt away. I glanced over at Baimushi. She was sipping her soup in small, delicate motions, a blush still lingering on her face. Is there something on my face? Baimushi shifted uncomfortably under my stare. You're beautiful. 3 simple words, direct and honest. Her cheeks turned crimson in an instant, as red and ripe as a freshly picked apple. You're such a sweet talker, she scolded, feigning annoyance, though the delight in her eyes gave her away. Trying to mask her shyness, she straightened her face. Hurry up and eat. It's your first day at work. Don't be late. What about you? I asked casually. Baimushi paused, hesitant for a moment, then said softly, I might be pregnant. My hand stopped mid-motion. Really? She nodded lightly. The morning terminal suggested I go for a checkup. I've already scheduled a visit to the medical center tomorrow. I couldn't hide the grin spreading across my face as excitement bubbled up. It looks like my efforts last night paid off. I teased with a triumphant smirk. You. Baimushi's eyes widened, her face a mix of embarrassment and frustration. She grabbed a napkin and tossed it in my direction. Stop talking nonsense. The sight of her playful indignation stirred a warmth in my chest again. All right, let's eat, I conceded, raising both hands in mock surrender. My grin, however, remained firmly in place. Baimushi let out an exasperated hum, lowering her gaze back to her soup. The slight upward curve of her lips, despite her efforts to suppress it, betrayed her happiness. After all, such early signs of pregnancy meant the maternity stipend and cultivation plan could start sooner than we'd anticipated. At the dining table, a quiet sense of joy and anticipation hung in the air between us. Putting on my deep blue work uniform, I prepared to leave. Baimushi stepped close to adjust the collar of my jacket. Be careful on your way. You too. Make sure to rest well. Our smiles met, soft and comforting, as warmth quietly flowed between us. Heading out the door, I opened my system interface. Host, Lin Chia. Genetic potential, 6.15%. Physical fitness, 56+. Mental strength, 62+. Soul energy, 10+. Cultivation technique, broadcast calisthenics, set number 128. Level 1, 1/10. Partner, Baimushi, favorability, 60, +10. Offspring, 1, in development. Wow. Her favorability just increased by 10 points. Plus, my physical fitness went up by 1 too. I was in high spirits, my steps full of energy. At the metro station, a small group of people was waiting for the express train. Heisey, I called out, recognizing a familiar face in the crowd. The stout young man looked up suddenly. Lin Chia, what are you doing here? It was Wang Hao, one of my high school classmates. With only a 3% genetic potential, he'd abandoned his martial arts aspirations earlier than most in our group. I'm in Food Division 16, Farm 952, Wang Hao said after catching up with me briefly. Farm 939, I replied with a small smile. Not too far, huh? Wang Hao lowered his voice. I really didn't expect you to accept the placement too. I thought you were going to take a shot at getting into a private university. Tuition's too expensive. True. Wang Hao nodded. My parents also say that getting a job earlier, having kids sooner, and claiming subsidies is the way to go. He gave me a once-over. Wait a minute. This station is in front of Xiangyang Garden. That community is reserved for married citizens only. You got matched already? That fast. Just moved in yesterday. Wow. Wang Hao was stunned. Man, you're something else. Just then, my terminal lit up with a new message. By Mushi, beginner authorization for 8 treasure technique has been sent. I noticed you were still doing basic calisthenics last night. This is way more efficient. I'll teach you how to use it when you're back tonight. The 8 treasure technique. An upgraded training method that's 10% more efficient than basic calisthenics. In the Empire, copyrights on training techniques are tightly regulated. Unauthorized distribution or practice of them carries severe consequences. A beginner-level set of 8 treasure technique only costs 1,000 credits, not too pricey. But hiring someone to teach you is the real expense. Lessons start at 500 credits per session. Baimushi not only bought this technique for me, but also offered to teach me herself. People in the warrior program are extraordinary. Wang Hao, ever sharp-eyed, caught a glimpse of Baimushi's profile picture. The woman in the photo had features as delicate as a painting and skin that seemed luminous. Her phoenix-shaped eyes combined a cool elegance with fierce confidence. Even as just a small profile image, her stunning beauty couldn't be concealed. Wow. Wang Hao stared, slack-jawed. He grabbed my arm. This is your partner. Yeah. I nodded calmly. Are you kidding me? Wang Hao cursed, his tone dripping with jealousy. The envy was written all over his face as his thoughts screamed. That has to be some kind of catfish photo. There's no way someone that gorgeous exists in real life. And if she did, why on earth would she match with me? A humble farm administrator? Dragging his gaze away, he glanced at his own matched partner, someone plain but decent-looking. Her delicate features were fine enough, but compared to Baimushi, it was like comparing a random passerby to a goddess. Why him? Beep. Next stop. Please mind your safety. The levitating train began to slow and then came to a smooth stop. I patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Let's go. The two of us boarded the next train. There weren't many people in the carriage, so I found a seat by the window while Wang Hao sank into the one across from me. The whole ride, Wang Hao seemed lost in thought. He opened his terminal and stared at his match's photo again. A girl with an average appearance, a few freckles, and a warm but simple smile. Then he couldn't help but think of Baimushi's face once more. The comparison churned his insides with frustration. It's got to be fake. No way it's real. Or maybe there's something seriously wrong with her. The train glided smoothly along its path. Outside the windows, towering skyscrapers began to give way to vast farmland. Enormous sections of fields stretched endlessly, all carefully managed with artificial lighting and precise controls, growing crops in abundance. Autonomous farming machinery stood still in the field, waiting for operation. Wang Hao was still hesitating, occasionally sneaking glances at me. This guy being good-looking was bad enough, but his luck was otherworldly? Seriously, where's the justice in that? That woman must have something off. Bad personality? Hidden health issues? Otherwise, how did it end up with me? Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt a tinge of balance in his heart. I closed my eyes to rest, but in truth, I was studying the 8 treasures technique. This practice was indeed intricate, combining breathing techniques with delicate physical control. No wonder it wasn't widespread. Teachers at school found teaching even basic calisthenics a hassle. Imagine free lessons on this? Tonight, I've got to study it properly with my wife. Grain District 16, Station 950 has arrived. The two of us stood up. I'm heading to Farm 952. Wang Hao gestured in one direction. Which way is 939 on your side? This way. I pointed in the opposite direction. All right, keep in touch. Wang Hao waved dismissively and left without another word. Before long, I found the management office for Farm 939, a plain 3-story building. Lin Chia? Welcome. My name's Zhang. I'm the logistics supervisor. A slightly chubby man in his 40s greeted me warmly. Supervisor Zhang gave me an overview of the farm. It mainly grew high-energy nutrient grains and specialized cash crops. He familiarized me with the surroundings, provided tools, and helped activate my work badge. You'll be in charge of Zone C7, growing our golden ear number 1. Here's the operations manual and a map. Use today to get familiar. You'll officially start tomorrow. I took the data tablet and started scrolling through it. Farm management sounded simple, but was actually quite elaborate. Operating semi-automated farming machinery, seeders, fertilizing units, irrigation systems, harvesters. Key moments required manual adjustments. Monitoring crops, observing growth, recording data, and uploading it to the central database in real time. Maintaining equipment, inspecting pipelines, sensors, and ensuring proper lubrication and cleaning of the machinery. Reporting issues promptly if found. It required both physical effort and meticulous attention. Supervisor Zhang led me to Zone C7. Golden grains stretched endlessly before me, filling the air with a faint, sweet fragrance. This is golden ear number one of our primary grain crops. High energy conversion efficiency and pretty good taste too. Zhang gestured to the nearby farming equipment, the Tiller 3 all-purpose platform and the Harvest Giant V combine harvester. Tutorials are on your tablet. I listened carefully. Even though my main focus was on martial cultivation, since I'd accepted this job, I was determined to do it well. A stable income was necessary for my family and to support Mushi's training. Get familiar with things today. Reach out if you have any questions, Supervisor Zhang said, giving my shoulder a pat before departing. Left alone in Zone C7, I began studying diligently. Occasionally, other administrators passed by in patrol vehicles, only throwing curious glances my way out of interest. I was happy to keep to myself, focused on learning. I quickly realized that, despite advancements in agriculture in this era, it was still far from decision-making in personnel management. Workday is over. As I stretched and let out a long breath, I felt a mix of exhaustion and fulfillment. Time to go home. My wife should have dinner ready, and she needs to teach me the 8 treasures exercise. Thinking of Mushi, the corners of my lips lifted into a grin, and my steps grew lighter. Honey, I'm home. I pushed open the door to apartment 1314. The bedroom door creaked open. Mushi stepped out, dressed in a black, tight-fitting workout outfit that accentuated her curves. Strands of damp hair clung to her smooth forehead, beads of sweat still glistening, exuding a mesmerizing post-workout allure. Her cheeks carried a healthy flush, and she was breathing slightly heavily. As soon as the word honey left my mouth, I saw her freeze. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and her eyes darted sideways, trying to avoid my gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and answered, her voice barely above a whisper. Honey, you're home. It was the first time she had ever called me that. My chest warmed, and seeing her shy yet determined look, I couldn't help but find her utterly adorable. Apparently aware of my gaze, Mushi quickly changed the subject. Dinner's ready. It's still early, so I practiced for a bit. This future martial artist of a wife never seems to slack on training. I'm all sweaty. I'll hop in the shower first, she stammered, blushing fiercely before turning to rush off, practically fleeing to the bathroom. The moment she stepped into the bathroom, I followed right behind her. She instinctively looked back and exclaimed, "Ah." Trying to shut the door, she found it blocked by my presence. "What are you doing?" she yelped. Wrapping her in a back hug, I leaned down to whisper, my warm breath brushing her ear. "Let's shower together, save water." "No, An hour later, Mushi walked out of the bathroom, her cheeks glowing with an unmistakable crimson hue. She wore a simple cotton loungewear set, and the faint scent of her freshly washed hair lingered in the air. Avoiding eye contact with me, she quickly sat down and began serving rice in silence. Her ears were so red they looked like they might start dripping blood. Her mind was still clouded with thoughts of what had just transpired in the bathroom. This man, the nerve he's got. Meanwhile, I sat down with a refreshed smile, stretching my legs confidently under the dining table. Watching her flustered, bashful demeanor only lifted my mood further. "So, how was your first day at the new job?" Mushi broke the silence, trying hard to sound calm. "Not bad. The work isn't difficult, just tedious. The supervisor seems nice, and the coworkers are easy to get along with." I summarized, then shared some details about my day. Mushi listened intently, occasionally asking a question or two. Though martial arts were her priority, she clearly cared about her partner's daily life. After dinner, I suggested, "Honey, let's go for a walk." "A walk?" Seeing the hope in my eyes, she nodded. "Okay." Hand in hand, we stepped out of our apartment. The residential complex, Xiangyang Flower Garden, glowed warmly under the night sky. Neighbors strolled and chatted nearby, with an air of vibrant, ordinary life enveloping the place. Side by side, we walked in comfortable silence. There was no need for words. The peaceful atmosphere spoke for itself. Baimushi's tall and graceful figure was only half a head shorter than mine. Feeling the warmth of my hand wrapped around hers, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within her. Perhaps this kind of calm, everyday life wasn't so hard to embrace after all. Lin Chia? What a coincidence. Wang Hao walked over with a slightly chubby girl in his arms. When he noticed Baimushi, he was instantly frozen in place. His eyes opened wide, his mouth slightly agape, as if he'd seen a ghost. Earlier in the day, he'd only seen her profile picture and had convinced himself that it might have been deceivingly enhanced. But now, the real person stood right in front of him, even more stunning than the photos. Tall and slender, her simple yet casual outfit couldn't conceal her graceful curves. Her delicate facial features glowed softly under the streetlights, her fair skin luminous. Her cool, phoenix-shaped eyes now held a gentler warmth, clearly influenced by my presence, adding to her allure. She stood quietly by my side, her celestial air making her seem like a goddess. Wang Hao forgot to breathe. A goddess descended to earth. My heart gave a little jolt. The smile on my face froze in an instant. Chia, this is my partner, Zhang Qian. Wang Hao forced a smile, introducing the girl by his side. And Qian, this is my high school classmate Lin Chia, and a sister-in-law. His gaze drifted over by Mushi. Zhang Qian, a sweet, honest-looking girl, curiously looked me over. Her eyes lit up when she took in my tall and attractive appearance, her cheeks flushing red. Hello, Lin Chia. Hello, sister-in-law, she said politely. Baimushi gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. I responded with a polite smile. Hello. This is my partner, Baimushi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the air turned a little tense. We just had dinner and we're out for a casual walk, I offered, breaking the silence. Same here, Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly. Well, we won't keep you then. I took Baimushi's hand in mine. All right then, let's catch up another time. We brushed past each other. After walking some distance away, Zhang Qian tugged on Wang Hao's sleeve. Haoga, your classmate and his partner are so perfectly matched. He's handsome, and she's beautiful. They're so pleasing to look at together. Her tone was full of admiration. Wang Hao felt a pang of jealousy in his heart, but pulled Zhang Qian into a closer embrace. I like someone soft and cuddly like you. Feels so comfortable to hold. He pinched her waist playfully. Stop it. Zhang Qian blushed, gently hitting his chest with her small fists, though her eyes sparkled with affection. Seeing her happy smile, the bitterness in Wang Hao's chest slowly dissipated. So what if his partner's beautiful? At the end of the day, everyone still needs to live a regular life. A woman that proud and distant must be a lot of work to deal with. Not like Zhang Qian, who's understanding and down-to-earth, perfect for building a life with. Let's go check out that new dessert shop, Wang Hao said, wrapping an arm around Zhang Qian. I tightened my hold on by Mushi's hand. Mushi, you don't come out like this often, do you? Not really, she said softly. Most of my time was either spent training or worrying about tuition fees. Her tone was calm, but I could sense the difficulties she'd endured, bearing an enormous debt all on her own while chasing her dream of martial arts. You don't have to worry about that anymore, I said, my grip on her hand firm. As long as I'm here, you can focus solely on your training. Baimushi's body trembled slightly. The streetlights outlined my profile while my eyes glimmered with unwavering determination. The light of Anne. Her heart skipped a beat. She gently rested her head on my shoulder. The night breeze brushed past us, the atmosphere growing warmer with an ambiguous tenderness. I felt her soft touch and the faint aroma on my shoulder. I slowed my pace. The two of us quietly leaned into each other, the world fading away until only the sound of our breaths and heartbeats remained. Tired? A little, Baimushi said, her voice laced with laziness. Let's head back. In the training room, we stood facing each other. Baimushi, now dressed in her workout attire, looked focused. The foundation of the 8 treasures technique is solid. It's excellent for enhancing body coordination and power control. First, learn the movements. and then we'll go over the breathing techniques. She began demonstrating. Each motion was fluid and graceful, every transition brimming with strength and beauty. I observed carefully, doing my best to commit it all to memory. After completing the set, a light sheen of sweat appeared on by Mushi's forehead. "How much do you remember?" "Not sure," I admitted awkwardly. "Don't be nervous," she said with a reassuring smile. "I've got 5 years of teaching experience. I started teaching kids the 8 treasures technique back in my junior year of college when I became a quasi-martial artist. Getting you started will be no problem." I mimicked the movements clumsily, each step stiff and awkward. "Honey, how much did you charge kids back then?" "When I first started, 300 credit points an hour," Mushi said, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "But now, with more experience and reputation, it's gone up to 500. Wow, my eyes widened. "So, honey, tonight you're essentially giving me a free lesson worth 1,000 credits? Humph." She proudly tilted her chin up. "Exactly. But if you don't learn it properly, you'll owe me double." I saw the smile she couldn't quite hide in her eyes. "Yes, ma'am." I saluted dramatically. Mushi patiently corrected every movement, explaining the power techniques and breathing coordination in detail. Night crept on. Under the glow of the training room lights, our focused figures were reflected in the mirrors. I tried hard to replicate her moves, striving to perfect each motion. But as a beginner, my movements remained rigid and awkward, the essence escaping me no matter how much I tried. Mushi watched me, her serious effort betrayed by a trace of amusement in her gaze. "Take your time. This technique may look simple, but finding that sense of unified strength takes practice. Most people take 3 months to half a year to get the basics down. You're only on your first day, don't pressure yourself." What she didn't mention was that some prodigies could grasp the essence in a single week. Clearly, I wasn't one of them. But I was her man. Encouragement was key. I nodded and snuck a glance at my system interface. Under the Techniques tab, below Routine 128 of Morning Calisthenics, a new line appeared. 8 Treasures Technique, not yet mastered. Still not there. I sighed internally. The difficulty of the 8 Treasures Technique far exceeded my expectations. Mushi gave me a glance. "Digest what I've just taught and feel for any changes in your body. I'll train on my own for now." With that, she moved to the other side of the room, was filled with warmth. "Master the 8 Treasures Technique." Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, every punch slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. This was no beginner's skill. She was pushing hard to break into the martial artist realm. Reaching 10% of genetic potential was the critical threshold to step into that domain. I stared at her profile, focused and unyielding, and felt a tightness rise in my chest. Since mastering the 8 Treasures Technique wasn't happening anytime soon, I'd better focus on perfecting the skill I could advance in, the 128th edition of the Radio Calisthenics. At least the progress bar for the calisthenics was real and tangible. Every time I completed it, the system interface would update my progress. That visible sense of improvement was exactly what I needed right now. Taking a deep breath, I began the routine I had been practicing for a decade. The system upgrade was truly unique. It didn't matter if my movements were perfectly precise. As long as I finished the sequence, my strength would improve. Occasionally, Mushi would open her eyes and glance at me. Seeing me persevere with what she likely considered an inefficient exercise routine, her brows would furrow slightly, but she said nothing in the end. Time ticked away. Sweat soaked through my clothes, yet I refused to stop. 128th edition of Radio Calisthenics Level 1, 2 out of 10. 128th edition of Radio Calisthenics Level 1, 3 out of 10. After 2 hours of calisthenics, on top of earlier time spent attempting the 8 Treasures Technique, my body was reaching its limit. My movements became slower, my breathing heavier. Mushi had long since completed her own training. Watching me, teetering on the edge of collapse, but still gritting my teeth and pushing forward, a complicated expression flickered in her eyes. This man's talent may be average, but his resilience is. Finally, I finished the last cycle. My legs buckled. Mushi caught me instantly, her support firm yet kind. "That's enough. You're done for today." Her voice carried a trace of gentleness, so faint one might almost miss it. Leaning on her, I gulped for air, drained of the strength to even respond. She helped me into the bathroom and prepared hot water. I washed up out of habit, barely conscious, before collapsing onto the bed. Sleep claimed me almost instantly, my snores punctuating the quiet of the night. Baimushi shook her head. She softly tucked the blanket over me, her movements silent as she stepped away to freshen up. Lying in bed later, the steady rhythm of my snores filling the room, she found herself unable to drift off. Why is he so fixated on that inefficient radio calisthenics routine? Morning arrived. Pain slowly eked me awake, a dull, unique pressure on my stomach. Opening my eyes, I saw a small, delicate foot resting firmly on my abdomen. I stifled a laugh, gently shifting her leg aside with careful precision. Baimushi stirred, yawning as she woke. In the bathroom, we stood side by side, brushing our teeth together. Let's go to the community health center later for a checkup, Baimushi murmured, her words muffled by the foam in her mouth. Want me to come with you? I offered. No need. She shook her head after spitting out the foam, her hair swaying lightly. You've just started at the farm. Don't take any more time off for now. It's just a routine prenatal checkup, quick and simple. She clenched her small fist with a touch of pride. Besides, I'm almost a martial artist. I chuckled, tapping her on the nose. Of course. My wife is the strongest in the whole wide world. Ugh, such a smooth talker, she shot back, her cheeks tinting pink even as warmth gleamed in her eyes. Couldn't hide her smile. Today, Baimushi was dressed in a light-colored dress, her long hair draping over her shoulders. She seemed to have shed her usual aura of coolness, replacing it with a gentle warmth. After breakfast, I reminded her, let me know the result the moment you find out. Got it. Don't be late, she replied. Leaning forward, I kissed her lightly on the forehead before turning to leave. Watching my back as I walked away, a faint smile played on Baimushi's lips. Being cared for, it wasn't such a bad feeling. She gently touched her flat belly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. See, 7 District Farmland. I had just powered up the Tiller 3 model when my wrist terminal buzzed. It was Baimushi's voice message. Hubby, I'm pregnant. Her voice was filled with joy. A massive smile instantly spread across my face as I rushed to switch to a video call. Baimushi's soft, smiling face appeared on the screen. That's amazing. How are you feeling? I feel good. The doctor advised plenty of rest, a balanced diet, and prescribed some nutritional supplements. That's great. Make sure to rest well. No heavy lifting or tiring work. Got it. I'm not made of paper, she teased with mock annoyance, her tone dripping with sweetness. After hanging up, I couldn't calm down for a long time. I was going to be a dad. Taking in a deep breath, I returned my focus to learning how to operate the agricultural machinery. It wasn't peak farming season yet, as most crops were in their growth stage, so there wasn't too much to do. I made my rounds, checking the irrigation systems and sensors, and jotting down data. Once done with the routine tasks, I realized I had some extra time. How about practicing some calisthenics? The thought emerged, and I couldn't resist. This was my designated area, after all. Hardly anyone came around. Parking the equipment on the edge of the field, I found a flat patch of land and began practicing the 128th set of calisthenics. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze rustled through the golden waves of grain, creating a calming sound. An hour later, I wrapped up one session. 128th set of calisthenics. Level 1, 4 out of 10. Getting closer. After lunch, I found another moment in the afternoon to train again. Sweat trickled down my skin, but I was thoroughly enjoying myself. 128th set of calisthenics. Level 1, 5 out of 10. Halfway there. As the end of the day bell rang at work, I eagerly jumped onto the express train home. Waiting for me was a loving wife and a warm, hearty dinner. When I opened the door, Baimushi was in the kitchen wearing an apron, busy cooking. Wife, I'm home. I snuck up behind her and hugged her gently. Go wash up. Dinner's almost ready, she said, softly patting my hand, her voice as tender as ever. After dinner, Baimushi continued guiding me on the 8 treasures exercise, though she had cut the session down to an hour to accommodate her needs. You're more coordinated than yesterday. Keep it up, she encouraged me. But she could tell. I still had a long way to go before grasping the basics. Once she began her own meditative breathing exercises, I wasted no time diving right back into practicing my calisthenics. Gymnastics training. I'm not sure when I started dabbling in the 8 treasures technique, but the progress in my broadcast gymnastics is undeniable. Plus, the system promised that once I unlock more permissions, I'll be able to max out my training. Under the dim light, I repeated the familiar movements over and over again. Broadcast Gymnastics version 128, Level 1, 6 out of 10. Broadcast Gymnastics version 128, Level 1, 7 out of 10. Broadcast Gymnastics version 128, Level 1, 8 out of 10. 3 hours, 3 cycles. By the final round, I collapsed, breathless but determined. Just 2 more rounds. Tomorrow, I'll level up. Fueled by this thought, I mustered the strength to carry on. After freshening up, I fell into bed and drifted off instantly. White Mushi glanced at my profile and sighed softly. Ordinary people always choose the familiar path when faced with challenges. They stick to what they know, unable to tackle bigger barriers. In her eyes, my decision to abandon the 8 treasures technique and fixate on broadcast gymnastics was the textbook example of path dependency. But the ceiling for broadcast gymnastics was just too low. Even so, when she thought about how hard I worked for our family, working during the day and training late at night, her dissatisfaction faded away. Forget it. As long as he's happy, she whispered to herself, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. 6 a.m. sharp the next morning, I arrived at Sector C7. The Plower 3 engine hadn't even rumbled to life when a patrol car pulled up fast. Lin, Supervisor Zhang leaned out of the window. You familiar with the machinery now? All set and ready, I replied with a nod. Good. Any issues, come find me. Zhang looked around briefly before giving me a thumbs up. Young man, keep it up. The patrol car sped off, leaving me grinning slightly. With the inspection wrapped up, the rest of the time was mine to manage. 10 minutes later, I finished all the equipment checks and uploaded the data logs. And then, training time. The morning sun sliced through the haze, sharp as a blade. In the vast, open farmland, my body stretched taut like a bowstring. Sweat poured down. Amid the searing muscle pain, I could feel faint traces of a breakthrough stirring beneath the surface. An hour later, Broadcast Gymnastics version 128, Level 1, 9 out of 10. Just one more. 3 p.m. The scorching sun blazed overhead. As I completed the final movement, my knees buckled, nearly giving out beneath me. Boom. My mind erupted in shockwaves. Broadcast Gymnastics version 128, Level 1, 10 out of 10. Breakthrough. Level 2 unlocked. Genetic potential plus 0.2%. Electricity. No, it was something even fiercer than electricity surging through my entire body. The exhaustion lingering in my aching muscles vanished as though injected with a powerful stimulant, every fiber in my being roaring with vitality. But the strangest thing was, images suddenly flooded my mind. The essence of every movement, the secrets of where and how to exert energy, it all surged into my consciousness like innate instincts burned into my very soul. This is, to the air. Here's an English adaptation of your excerpt. I was utterly shocked to discover that my body had autonomously adjusted to the standard postures of Level 2 gymnastics. Smooth, accurate, packed with explosive power. No need for comprehension, no need to break through bottlenecks. Just practice, and automatic evolution happens. The system interface popped up. Host, Linchia. Gene potential, 6.35% plus 0.2%. Physical strength, 58 plus. Mental strength, 64 plus. Psi energy, 11 plus. Technique, 128th broadcast calisthenics. Level 2, 0/20ths. Advancing from Level 2 to Level 3 requires 20 practice sessions. At this rate, 3 days, and I'll make it. The 7% gene threshold to become a quasi-warrior. Here I come. After dinner. As usual, Mushi guided me through the 8 treasures exercise for an hour. I pretended to follow along, but the system still displayed, not initiated. Focus, Mushi frowned. Yes, teacher, I said with feigned seriousness. An hour later, Mushi began her meditation. Meanwhile, I started my real training. At the instant I moved into the first posture. Snap! Mushi's eyes flew open. This aura. She stared at me intently. My movements were smoother. My power was more precise. This was unmistakably the hallmark of level 2. Impossible. I've only been practicing for a few days. 2 hours later. Lin Chia. By Mushi walked over, her voice trembling. Have you mastered level 2 broadcast calisthenics? Maybe. I scratched my head. It just feels more natural now. And your gene potential? 6.35%. By Mushi took a sharp breath. Could this man really be a genius destined for broadcast calisthenics? 5 days later. Farm day off. I checked the system. Host, Lin Chia. Gene potential, 6.55%. Physical strength, 60 plus. Mental strength, 65 plus. Psi energy, 11 plus. Technique, 128th broadcast calisthenics. Level 3, 1/30th. Partner, by Mushi, favorability 65. Level 3. My physical strength had crossed the threshold of 60. I was just one step away from the 7% gene potential required to become a quasi-warrior. Wife, want to come with me to test my strength? I suggested over breakfast. Sure. Bai Mushi responded with a nod, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. At the community gym, the moment we entered the strength testing area, Lin Chia, a familiar voice called out. Zhang Wei, a high school classmate. Zhang Wei's eyes immediately locked onto Bai Mushi, filling with envy and disbelief. This is my partner, Bai Mushi, I introduced. Hi, Zhang Wei stammered. Why? How on earth did he manage to land someone like her? Here to test your strength? Zhang Wei asked, pretending to be casual. Let me know if you'd like additional tweaks. Song smirked. I just tested 385 kilograms. Up 8 kilograms from last month. He deliberately emphasized the number, sneaking a glance at Bai Mushi to catch her reaction. In high school, he had always been stronger than me, and now he wanted to assert it once more. Impressive, I responded flatly. And you? Zhang Wei asked, clearly knowing the answer already. Last time you tested, it was what? 320 kilograms back before the college entrance exams, right? Something like that. Huh. A whole year has passed. You must have improved by now. What? 350 kilograms or so. Zhang Wei intentionally shot a bit high, giving me face while slyly reinforcing the gap. I didn't respond, walking straight to the strength testing machine instead. Taking a deep breath, planting my feet, I drew my fist back slowly to my waist. Bai Mushi's pupils suddenly contracted. That stance. It was textbook perfect. Boom. A thunderous punch. The machine shook violently. The numbers started flashing wildly. 420. 435. 450. Finally locking at 468 kilograms. Silence. An absolute, dead silence. Zhang Wei's grin froze on his face. This is impossible. 468 kilograms? Do you know what that means? For most ordinary people, the limit is around 300 kilograms. The threshold for a qualified fighter is 500 kilograms. At 468 kilograms, I'm just a step away from that threshold. You must have cheated. Zhang Wei blurted out. Is the machine broken? He tried to reason. I stepped back. Go ahead, test it again. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, stepping forward once more, throwing his full strength into his punch. 387 kilograms. 2 more kilograms than just a moment ago. The machine was fine, which meant, not bad, I said, patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder. Keep at it. With that, I took Bai Mushi's hand and walked away. Behind me, Zhang Wei stood rooted to the spot, his face oscillating between pale and flushed. On the way home, 468 kilograms. Bai Mushi murmured to herself. Did you really get there just by practicing radio calisthenics? Absolutely, I replied. But how could that even? Maybe I'm just naturally suited to it, I said with a light chuckle. Some people mesh with advanced techniques. I mesh with the basics. Bai Mushi fell quiet. She was reminded of an old legend. It was said that in the early days of martial arts, a grandmaster once proclaimed, the simplest paths often hold the deepest truths. Could it be that he's one of those? Oh, right, I said suddenly. The affection meter's at 65 now. Isn't it time for a reward? Huh. Bai Mushi blinked, startled. Like, I leaned in close to her ear. Sleeping together tonight. Get lost. Bai Mushi's face flushed crimson as she quickened her pace. But the corner of her lips subtly curved upward in the faintest hint of a smile. This guy? It's getting more and more interesting. Zhang Wei's genetic potential is at 6.5%. He used to be in the top 10 in our class. I still remember the evaluation from our martial arts teacher clearly. If your performance in radio gymnastics doesn't reach level 5, don't even think about breaking through 7% genetic potential. The college entrance exam cutoff sits right at 7%. Zhang Wei barely missed it. I was even further behind. But now, things are different. I stared at my data panel. Genetic potential, 6.55%. The three of us walked over to the public strength testing machine. Want to go first? Zhang Wei offered. Sure. Wasting no time, I took a deep breath, planted my right foot firmly on the ground, engaged my core, and, like a bow being drawn, focused all my power along my spine, transferring it instantly to my fist. Boom. The impact shook the punching target. 602 kilograms. 602 kilograms. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy barely scraped 500 kilograms during our college entrance exams, and now, even he himself only averages about 650 kilograms. A flicker of surprise passed through Bai Mushi's cold, composed eyes. She knew I had been working hard, but at this speed of improvement. 600 kilograms of punching power meant, at the very least, the genetic potential hits 5.9% or higher. However, I frowned. Not enough. At 6.55% genetic potential, my theoretical limit should be closer to 700 kilograms. Scoring only 600 meant my strength application was still too unrefined. Zhang Wei couldn't hold back his curiosity. What's your genetic potential now? 6.5%, I said casually. What? Zhang Wei almost jumped on the spot. That's impossible. Back in high school, I barely hit 5%. Bai Mushi, though silent, was even more shaken. A genetic potential of 6.5%? That's higher than where she had been when she graduated high school. To support her path of cultivation, just how much pressure has this man been quietly enduring? As her cold gaze softened almost imperceptibly, I turned to her with a grin. Honey, your turn. Let me see what my soon-to-be martial artist wife's strength looks like. I'm at 9.5% right now. Hardly worth comparing, Bai Mushi replied calmly. Come on, just one go. I pressed, coaxing. Unable to resist my persistent nudging, Bai Mushi stepped up to the punching target. Her movements were fluid, seamless, with a swift shadow of her right fist. Bang! An explosion of force, 10 times more powerful than mine, echoed through the room. 972 kilograms. The entire strength testing zone fell utterly silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Every gaze locked on her in stunned awe. 972 kilograms. Almost a ton. She's definitely a quasi-martial artist. So powerful. The once dismissive glances I had received from strangers, they instantly transformed into envy and admiration. My heart raced uncontrollably. I knew my wife was strong, but never did I imagine this strong. Honey, you're amazing, I said, excitement rushing from my words. Bai Mushi's delicate face turned the faintest shade of pink as she grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the gym. Outside, I clenched my fist resolutely. Reaching level 5 in radio gymnastics could push someone to 7% genetic potential. Power. Reaching level 10 is said to directly break through 10%, becoming a martial artist. This kind of power, I will have it too. In the corner of the power training zone, Zhang Wei quietly listened to the surrounding conversations. That woman just hit over 900 kilograms with one punch. That's martial artist level. Is the guy next to her her partner? He doesn't look that strong. Strong woman, weak man, maybe he has other qualities. Zhang Wei froze. Lin Qia's partner? A martial artist to be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Back at home, Bai Mushi handed me a glass of water. After a brief moment of silence, she spoke. Qi, your genetic potential right now is beyond what mine was at your age. When she graduated from high school at 18, her genetic potential was only 6%. If I can break through to martial artist level, Bai Mushi's gaze held determination mixed with guilt. Our financial situation will be much better. Then, you should go to martial arts university, okay? I was a little shaken. Bai Mushi proactively offering to support me going to martial arts university. Her genuine sincerity warmed my heart. But I didn't answer right away. With my system's support, as long as the restrictions on cultivation techniques are unlocked, my progress bar automatically advances. In this situation, would martial arts university even be of value to me? Wife, what's life like at martial arts university? I asked gently. Baimushi was slightly taken aback and set down the cup of water. It's completely different from high school. Theoretical lessons only make up about 10%, while the other 90% is all about cultivation. There are facilities like gravity rooms, simulated battle rooms, and meditation spaces. Everything is state-of-the-art. Every week, there's a mentor QA session where you can ask about any cultivation issues. For example, with the Technique 8 Treasures exercise, Baimushi gave an example. Once you reach level 8, your foundation becomes solid, and your genetic potential is guaranteed to surpass 10%. Why must it be at school, though? I asked. Can't you just practice at home? It's not the same. Baimushi shook her head. First, the environment. When you're surrounded by people pushing themselves to their limits, that energy unlocks your own potential. Second, the nutrition program. The school provides meals customized to match your training intensity, maximizing recovery, minimizing damage, and unlocking potential. This kind of precise balance isn't something an individual can replicate. Third, and most importantly, the mentor guidance. Baimushi emphasized, you might go a month without issues, but when you hit a bottleneck, a single piece of advice from a mentor could save you countless hours of trial and error. Not to mention rankings and competitions. Her tone carried a hint of regret. Excelling in these can earn you rare resources, access to advanced techniques, or even individualized guidance from master-level mentors. Unfortunately, I've always been average in talent, staying in the lower middle ranks. My heart couldn't help but race. Rankings, competitions, rewards. With the system's support, cultivating under such conditions sounded. Speed is my weapon. I can easily outpace those so-called geniuses. More importantly, nearly all the techniques accessible to commoners come from martial arts universities. If I don't attend one, my life's training might be limited to basic calisthenics. And no matter how powerful the system, it still needs new techniques to unlock its potential. Those so-called geniuses, I thought to myself, let me see just how strong you really are. I glanced at Baimushi, a flicker of anticipation crossing my eyes. When you become a martial artist, we'll work hard together, I said, holding her hand. But for now, I'm going to push calisthenics to its absolute limit. Baimushi was startled for a moment, but then broke into a smile. This man, he always had a way of surprising her. All right, let's work hard together. We exchanged smiles. The setting sun cast its warm hues over the world, stretching our shadows long and thin across the ground. This path of martial arts was destined to be extraordinary. What kind of rewards come with ranking in the competitions? I asked casually, trying to sound indifferent. Baimushi began counting on her fingers. Credits, anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. For the top 10 in private martial arts academy classes, the prize money alone could cover tuition. There are also gene enhancement serums, technique authorizations, and even some classified secret skills. She paused for a moment, a trace of longing in her eyes. The top-tier rewards include opportunities to train in secret realms or even receive personal guidance from top experts. I was dumbstruck. Every single one of those rewards was exactly what I dreamed of. Interesting, I muttered, rubbing my chin. The scales in my mind began to tip. Passing up an opportunity like this would be foolish. Working on the farm might be stable, but the growth was just too slow. Martial Arts University might just be the springboard I need to take off. Baimushi noticed the glint in my eyes and responded with a gentle smile. When I break through and become a martial artist, we can properly plan a path forward. Hey, honey. I suddenly grinned mischievously. What if I break through before you do? Baimushi blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing. She was already at 9.5% gene potential, mere steps away from becoming a martial artist, whereas I was only at 6.55%, still grinding through beginner exercises. It had taken her 8 years at a private martial arts university to go from 6.5% to 9.5%. At my pace, breaking through within 20 years would already be considered impressive. Still, she leaned against my arm playfully, winking at me. Mom, my husband's the best. When you become a grandmaster, don't forget to take care of me. I laughed heartily, though in my heart, I silently vowed. I will. faster than you expect. Pulling her into my arms, I kissed her forehead softly. Don't worry, we're both going to become extraordinary martial artists. Mushi nestled against my chest, listening to the steady beat of my heart. She didn't really believe I could surpass her so quickly, but she loved the confidence I radiated. Who could ask for a better partner? Weekday morning. The express train platform. More and more commuters began bustling onto the station. High school classmates reappeared. Everyone was catching up on how they've been, with some sharing good news and others lamenting. I sat quietly, only half listening, my mind preoccupied with something entirely different. I had discovered a loophole in the system. It didn't matter whether my movements were precise or if I put in much effort. As long as I completed a full round of the broadcast workout, the progress bar would inch forward. Now, during the day, I could sneak in 2 half-hearted sessions, and at night, I could easily go through 10 to 20 rounds in bare minimum fashion. At home, a bizarre scene often unfolded. My movements became more expressive, swaying clumsily and lacking energy altogether. 7 Yi, Mushi frowned. Are you sure this is even effective? Wife, this is called training the essence, not the form. I said mysteriously. It's all about focusing on the intent, not the appearance. That's the secret. Mushi shook her head. All right, you keep working on your essence training. I'm heading to bed. Don't stay up too late. Breathing a sigh of relief, I continued my lazy-style workouts. The thrill of watching the progress bar kept me hooked. The next morning, what time did you sleep? Mushi asked curiously. Not too long after you did. I deflected with a chuckle. I glanced at the stats panel. Technique, 128th broadcast workout version, level 3, November 30th. 10 sessions in a single day, 2 during the day and 8 at night. At this pace, I'll hit level 4 by tomorrow night. That day, I squeezed in 4 more sessions during breaks in the farmlands. Technique, 128th broadcast workout version, level 3, 15/30. Still need 15 more sessions. Each session took 45 minutes. 15 more meant about 11 hours. If I started after getting home at 6 p.m. and pulled an all-nighter, I can reach level 4 tonight. Let's do this. I gritted my teeth. With a system this overpowered, I can't let it go to waste. Plenty of people out there would kill for an opportunity like this. 6 a.m. the next morning. Ding. The 128th broadcast workout version has been upgraded to level 4. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. A surge of warm energy coursed through my body, instantly brushing away most of the exhaustion from the sleepless night. I checked the panel. Gene potential, 6.75%. Physical strength, 63 plus. Mental energy, 67 plus. Spiritual energy, 12 plus. I did it. I couldn't contain my excitement. Just 0.25% more to 7%, and I'll officially become a quasi-warrior. 7 Yi. Mushi rubbed her sleepy eyes, waking up. Why are you up so early? The fresh morning air is energizing. I flashed her a wide, bright smile. At the express train station, I was struggling to stay awake, stifling yawns. Yo, Lin's 7 Yi. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei walked over, noticing my tired state and exchanging knowing grins. Hey, man, take it easy, all right? Remember, your health is the foundation of revolution. I was caught between laughing and crying by their teasing. I couldn't exactly say I'd been staying up all night practicing radio calisthenics, right? That'd be way too ridiculous. Work's been a bit hectic recently, I deflected casually. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei exchanged a knowing glance and snickered. The Hover Express roared into the station. Inside the cabin, the two of them were enthusiastically chatting about neighborhood gossip, but I was completely distracted. My mind was preoccupied with the changes happening in my body. Level 4. Power surged through my veins. My speed, endurance, and mental strength had all skyrocketed. The most important thing, though, was control. The challenging, advanced moves I used to struggle with now flowed like second nature. Every cell in my body was celebrating, every muscle brimming with explosive energy. My punching force should easily break 650 kilograms now. With 6.75% genetic potential unlocked, the theoretical limit would be 700 kilograms. I couldn't fully unleash it yet, but it was already leaps and bounds ahead of my previous 602 kilograms. Once I hit level 5 and break past 7%, I'll officially step into the ranks of a quasi-martial artist. Determination flickered in my eyes. The 950th station came into view. 939th Farm, Zone C, 7. I completed my routine inspection. Everything looked normal. Without hesitation, I launched into training. The exhaustion from pulling an all-nighter had long been wiped clean by my upgrade, and right now I felt like I was bursting with energy. At level 4, training had become significantly more efficient, and my energy expenditure had even decreased. By the end of the morning, I had managed to train twice more. Technique: Radio Calisthenics, 128 sequence, level 4, 3/40ths. The progress bar inched steadily forward. After lunch, Supervisor Zhang's patrol hover pulled up in front of me. "Lin Xie, we're conducting a growth data survey of the crops," he said, handing me a data pad. "Every zone needs detailed records, and it's got to be done within 3 days." I glanced at the tasks: plant height, leaf measurements, pest and disease tracking, soil moisture, nutrient content. It was a lot. "Understood, Supervisor Zhang," I nodded. "So much for my afternoon training plans." I piloted the Till Master 3 through Zone C, 7, observing, recording, and collecting samples. Tedious work, but it gave me a much deeper appreciation of the land. By the end of the workday, I had only finished a fifth of it. Back home, Baimushi had already prepared dinner. "Tired?" she asked, concerned. "Crop data survey. Lots to do," I replied. Baimushi's own job as a mommy role model had been settled. She was teaching martial arts fundamentals at the second public elementary school. For someone like her, a quasi-martial artist, teaching basic movements to first graders was a breeze. The position was flexible, and her pay wasn't any less than mine, a part of the Empire's policies to encourage childbirth. "Lin Xie," Baimushi suddenly said, watching me with sincere eyes. "Thank you." "For what?" I asked. "Thank you for choosing me." I took her hand in mine. "We're partners. Don't say things like that." "These as well. I should also thank you for being willing to have a child for me." The two of us exchanged a smile. At 9 p.m., Baimushi went to rest. I began my overtime, making up for the cultivation I missed during the day. In the stillness of the night, only my sweat and the progress bar bear witness to my perseverance. A week later, on day 7, I pulled another all-nighter. When the virtual morning light seeped into the room. Ding! Broadcast Calisthenics, set number 128, upgraded to level 5. Host genetic potential plus 0.25%. Boom. A surge of warmth flooded through me like a breached dam. Every cell roared with vitality. My body, mind, and senses all broke past their limits. All my fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. My eyes snapped open, sharp and gleaming like never before. Inside me, an invisible shackle shattered completely. Genetic potential, 7%. A quasi-warrior. I almost jumped out of bed. From this day on, Lin Xie officially stepped into the realm of quasi-warriors. 45 days later, life became both predictable and fulfilling, lazily cultivating at the farm during the day and enjoying Baimushi's tenderness at night. Baimushi had fully embraced her new role as an elementary martial arts teacher. Her belly showed a gentle curve, radiating a maternal glow that softened her strong, heroic charm. And today, I achieved my first max-level skill. Ding! Broadcast Calisthenics, set number 128, upgraded to level 10, max level. Congratulations to the host for reaching the max level. Host genetic potential plus 1%. Genetic potential, 9.5%. 9.5%. I'm only 0.5% short of stepping into the true warrior realm. The surging power coursed through me, like every cell contained explosive energy. Now, I could punch out 10 versions of the me from 2 months ago. Clenching my fist, a low rumble echoed in the air. But I decided not to test further. Staying low-key while developing is the golden rule. More astonishing, achieving max level in the calisthenics unlocked clarity in the previously incomprehensible bottlenecks of the 8 treasures technique. Every subtle movement, every flow of energy became crystal clear. 8 treasures technique, LV1. I've started, but when I checked its progress bar, there was nothing there. It was blank. Just as I thought. The rapid progress I achieved with broadcast calisthenics had been a system reward. The 8 treasures technique enjoyed no such privilege. Reaching beginner-level understanding was thanks to calisthenics hitting max level. Any further improvement would now require me to train the hard way, like anyone else. The expressway ends here. Sunlight streamed onto the bed. I gazed at Baimushi, still peacefully asleep. She had no idea that her husband's genetic potential had nearly caught up with hers. She only thought I might reach the 7% threshold in a few years. Is already impressive. My gaze landed on her slightly rounded belly, my eyes deepening. Baimushi opened her eyes and met my focused stare. What are you looking at? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled the blanket up. I didn't answer, my mind working at lightning speed. The 8 treasures technique couldn't be upgraded quickly. Practicing to break through a mere 10% threshold? According to Baimushi, it would take 3 to 5 years. Too slow. How could I obtain system rewards faster? The core of the system revolved around the principle. The more offspring, the better fortune. One at a time, the efficiency was way too low. I had to break through this deadlock. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance burst in my eyes. A wild but plausible idea was taking shape in my mind. An idea that could let me soar to the pinnacle. Of course, why didn't I think of this earlier? I shifted my gaze to Baimushi, who was standing on the balcony. In the morning sunlight, her profile looked flawless like jade. A watering can tilted gently in her hands, droplets shimmering as they fell onto an exotic plant's leaves. I moved forward and placed my arms around her waist from behind. Wife, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Baimushi set down the watering can, leaning back into my embrace. I want to go to the reproductive management center, I said. Baimushi abruptly turned around. Why would you go there? I read online that high-quality genes fetch a good price, I said, my lips curling into a subtle grin. A pre-warrior genetic profile earns 5,000 credits per session. Baimushi tapped her finger lightly on my forehead. What are you thinking? Normal people only get around 500 credits. For just a few hundred, is it worth it? But what if I qualify for 5,000? Her expression changed drastically. Your genetic potential has already reached 7%. I didn't reply, just smiled. She studied me for a long moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Men and their curiosity. Fine, let him go. An hour later, the reproductive management center towered like a giant white beast. Inside, the bright artificial light was harsh on the eyes, and the sterilized air had a sharp, invasive smell. A female staff member in a black skirt and heels approached with a professional smile. Sir, how may I assist you? I stated my purpose directly. Without breaking her practiced grin, she said, Please follow me. There's a private reception room on the 2nd floor. 2 hours later, I stepped confidently out of the building. My personal terminal pinged. 5,000 credits had been deposited. A pre-warrior's genetic material really is in high demand. Just as I spoke. Ding. The system has detected that your genetic material has been successfully matched and fertilization is complete. Reward. Unlock random cultivation technique permissions. Congratulations. Taurus official revision. 8 treasures technique has been unlocked. Boom. My mind erupted. The once obscure technique suddenly became crystal clear, every meridian and key point as vivid as a mirror reflection. The system panel updated. Cultivation techniques. Broadcast calisthenics. Set number 128, level 10. Max. 8 treasures technique. Level 1. 0/20th XP. I succeeded. In this era, where, among the female population, many missed the chance for a perfect partner match but still yearned for children. The galactic government offers incredibly generous incentives for childbirth, subsidies, housing, education, healthcare, enough for single mothers to live well above average. As for genes with the potential to become elite warriors, they're rare as a unicorn's horn. A genetic potential of 9.5%? That's top-tier material by any standard. And now, out of the blue, I find myself matched so quickly, leveling up 20 times from training? That's so much faster than doing simple stretches for exercise. How was it? Baimushi asked the moment she saw me. I flashed my wristband at her. 5,000 credit points. Baimushi's eyes widened in disbelief. But when she saw the official certification stamped with the evaluation, her whole body froze. 9.5%. This This can't be real. Her voice trembled with astonishment. Maybe you're my lucky star, I said, pulling her into my arms. Ever since meeting you, it feels like my brain's finally switched on. Baimashi bit her lip, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Shock, overwhelming joy, and disbelief danced across her expression. She suddenly grabbed my hand tightly. With 9.5% potential, and you're still working the fields? What a waste of talent. Sign up tomorrow. Tuition? Don't worry, I'll borrow every penny I need to get you in. Warmth flooded my heart. Our match 2 months ago was just mutually beneficial. She needed financial support for tuition, and I needed a partner. But now, hearing her reaction to my potential, her first instinct being to sacrifice it all to pave the way for me, even while sitting under the weight of nearly 1,000,000 credits in debt herself. I held the trembling Baimashi tightly, unable to stop the emotions bubbling up. Wife, just hearing this from you makes me feel complete. Idiot. Baimashi scolded, giving me a playful punch. With talent like yours, why didn't you mention it earlier? Private martial arts universities are expensive, sure, but once you're in, there are tons of opportunities to make money. And if worst comes to worst, she hesitated, her cheeks turning pink. I'll sell more of my genetic data if I have to. Her face grew redder, and she playfully hit me again before breaking away. She began quickly navigating her personal terminal. We don't have much time. The deadline for registration is 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. How much is the application fee? 10,000 credit points, Baimashi said, not even looking up. After the admissions test, universities will offer scholarships based on your results. With a 9.5% potential, you should be able to snag at least a half scholarship to one of the mid-level universities. What about one of the top 10 private universities? I asked. Baimashi shook her head. Those spots are reserved for geniuses who achieved warrior breakthroughs before college entrance exams. But don't public universities scoop up those geniuses before private ones get the chance? You're too naive. Baimashi smirked faintly, her gaze laced with clarity. The top private universities have resources that rival, and in certain specialties, may even surpass public institutions. For real prodigies, tuition is a non-factor. If someone cracks the warrior threshold in high school, you know there's significant backing behind them. They want the best mentors and the widest network. I froze, suddenly enlightened. That was a world I'd never stepped into. My high school, the best student there was merely an apprentice warrior. But those martial arts prodigies? They were probably all in the elite key high schools, the ones at the very top. Don't overthink it. Baimashi said firmly, her tone unwavering. The 100,000 registration fee. We'll figure it out together. But you still owe 900,000. Baimashi smiled. That's an interest-free loan. I've saved up 50,000, and it was meant for my tuition. Her 50,000 in tuition money. She was ready to bet it all on me. My blood coursed hot. Bet. With a 9.5% potential rating and the system, why the hell not? All right, I've got 10,000. I'll take out a consumer loan for the other 40,000. Baimashi immediately took action. Ding. You've received a transfer of 50,000 credit points. Quick, register now. I stared at the numbers on the screen, my heart pounding furiously. I took a deep breath and nodded sharply. Opening the terminal, I brought up the consumer loan interface. 50,000 credit limit. Withdraw it all. Then, I dove into the Galactic Education Department's registration system. Identity verification, gene assessment upload. No hesitation, no stopping. The payment page, 100,000 credit points. Balance, 10,000. Debt, 50,000. Ding. Registration successful. For large golden characters lit up on the holographic screen. I clenched my fists, my fighting spirit burning brightly. Babe, what kind of tests do they have for the selection process? Baimashi's fingers danced across her terminal screen. Her slender brows furrowed more and more as she read on. When I applied, it was pretty simple. Basic stats, punch strength, speed, reaction time. But now, her voice suddenly shot up, incredulous. They've switched it to combat. The first level of the dungeon. Actual combat against monsters, ranked by how fast you clear it. Baimashi pointed at the screen. The details for the later levels are classified. Are things this competitive now? Competitive? I grabbed her shoulder, fire blazing in my eyes. Bring it on. That unyielding, soaring energy of mine seemed to ignite Baimashi too. She stared into my determined gaze. In that moment, I was nothing short of dazzling. Right? Since you've registered, go all out. Mushi nodded firmly. The higher you rank, the better the school, the bigger the rewards. Without wasting another second, I dialed Manager Zhang's number. Shaolin, have you made up your mind? A sigh came through the other end of the line. I have. I want to give it one last shot. Good luck, then. The call ended. Manager Zhang shook his head and said to his colleague beside him, the kid from Farm 939, Shaolin, worked for 2 months and now wants to go take the exams for a private university. There's always one or two like that every year, thinking they can beat the odds. Young folks, they always believe they're different from everyone else. I had no clue about the chatter going around, nor did I care. My mind and energy were fully dedicated to practicing the art of 8 treasures. Babe, no need to help me. I'll manage on my own. I politely declined Mushi's offer. Seriously? Following the standard methods would be so exhausting. My self-developed, lazy man method was way more enjoyable. Just flail around randomly, and the progress bar still fills up. In fact, it doubles the speed. Inside the training room, my movements were absolutely wild and uncoordinated, resembling more of a chaotic dance than actual practice. Mushi stood nearby, her brows tightly furrowed. This was completely at odds with her martial arts principles. She contemplated stepping in to correct me, but ultimately swallowed her words. For the past 2 months, I'd been training chaotically like this, yet hadn't I raised my genetic potential to 9.5%? The world of geniuses. I just can't understand. She murmured helplessly before sitting down to watch. Compared to the 128th radio calisthenics routine, the energy consumption of the 8 treasures, art was leagues ahead. By the time dawn began to break, I had already practiced it 15 times. My limbs felt like they were made of lead, and sweat had soaked through my clothes entirely. Progress bar, 15/20ths. Just 5 more times. Let's do this. I gritted my teeth and pushed forward. Mushi opened the door and peeked in. Honey, you haven't slept yet? I was already in a semi-dazed state, mechanically repeating the movements over and over. It wasn't until an hour later that I finally noticed her. Still practicing, can't stop. I muttered, utterly drained. I was a mess. Sweat had pooled into a small puddle beneath me, and you could even spot noticeable salt particles forming. Yet, despite my exhaustion, the fire in my eyes burned with intensity. Mushi's heart ached as she looked at me in that state. She quickly prepared breakfast for me. Honey, keep it up, but don't forget to take care of yourself. She encouraged me with a playful yet worried wave of her fists. I'll head off to work now. I barely managed a sound in response. Hearing the door shut behind her, I resumed my training. After scarfing down breakfast and taking a short rest. Only 3 more. 3 hours later, when I was nearly on the verge of collapsing. Ding! 8 treasures has been upgraded to level 2. Genetic potential plus 0.2%. Current, 9.7%. Boom. A surge of energy more powerful than ever before erupted within me. The weakness in my limbs vanished, replaced instantly by explosive strength. My bones crackled like firecrackers, and my muscles and tendons became even tougher and more resilient. 9.7%, just 0.3% away from becoming a martial artist. So hungry. Just as I was lamenting, the door opened, and Mushi returned with groceries. She froze in her tracks, stunned by the powerful aura radiating from me. Babe, I'm starving. 20 minutes later, the first dish was served. I devoured it ravenously. When Mushi came out with a second plate, she was shocked to find the first plate spotless. Honey, your cooking is so good, I exclaimed between bites, my words almost muffled as I continued inhaling food. She immediately realized it's the sign of a breakthrough in training. Without hesitation, she cooked up enough food for 2 full meals. I ended up eating 4 times more than usual. With an appetite like mine, I devoured 4 large dishes and finally let out a satisfied burp. Eat your fill and go rest, Mushi said gently. That nap lasted until nightfall. By dinner time, my appetite was still double its usual size. Mushi watched quietly and recalled what the martial arts coach had said. When training enters a critical phase, the body will send signals, like a sudden increase in appetite. If you seize this opportunity, It's possible for a prospective martial artist to break through to the warrior stage within 1 to 2 years. She watched me gobbling down food and felt her heart race. Could it be that I might really become a warrior within 2 years? In the training room, energy surged around me. With my eyes shut tight, every muscle in my body was tensed like a drawn bowstring. The energy within me furiously charged at the invisible barrier. The final breakthrough was within reach. My wrist communicator buzzed incessantly, but I ignored it entirely. Boom. In my mind, it felt as though something had shattered. Ding. 8 treasures technique has advanced to level 3. Genetic potential increased by 0.2%. Current genetic potential 9.9%. 9.9%. I snapped my eyes open, a piercing brilliance flashing through my pupils. Just 0.1% more. I was one step away from reaching the warrior stage. A wave of hunger hit me like a rising tide. I strode out of the training room to find Bai Mushi had already prepared a table laden with delicious dishes. Eat slower, she said with a tender smile. As I wolfed down the food, I glanced at the notifications on my communicator. Taurus 0755 Galaxy Private Martial Arts University Entrance Exam Notification. Test Venue, Tiantai City Admissions Center. Reporting, August 21st to 30th. 9 days to get to the city. I quickly calculated in my mind. The evening breeze was gentle, and the lights in the residential complex were bright. Lin Chia? Long time no see. A familiar voice called out. It was Wang Hao. Quit the farm work. Getting ready for the private martial arts university exam, I said plainly. Wang Hao's expression shifted instantly. Zhang Qian gasped. That's amazing. A private martial arts university. As the two walked further away, Zhang Qian continued exclaiming, Your classmate must be loaded. Wang Hao sneered inwardly. Loaded? Huh. In a family with 7 kids, and parents who are just factory workers? The only explanation. He must have found himself a sugar mommy. His gaze lingered on Bai Mushi's figure, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. You thinking of enrolling in private martial arts university too? Zhang Qian asked, giving him a sidelong look. You gonna sponsor me? In your dreams. No way I'm spending my hard-earned money on you. Wang Hao gave a bitter smile. This is reality. Comparison stings. Seeing the opportunities others have, that unwillingness grows in your heart like wildfire. 2 days later, the communicator buzzed with an incoming video call. My mother's face appeared on the screen. I heard you're applying to a private university? Are you out of your mind? Her voice was sharp. My father pushed into view, shouting, Don't you dare ask us for tuition. We don't have a dime for you. My genetic potential has reached 9.9%, I interrupted. I'm about to become a warrior. Why can't I attend a private school? Silence on the other end of the video. 9.9%? No way. Stop lying and just refund the tuition. Beep. I hung up immediately. Bai Mushi whispered, How about meeting my parents? Is that okay? A spark of brilliance flickered in her eyes. You're different now. A prospective warrior with 9.9% genetic potential. No martial arts family would ignore such a son-in-law. I instantly understood. This wasn't just a visit. It was a bold declaration, letting her parents know that the daughter they once looked down on has found an extraordinary partner. All right, let's go. I firmly held her hand. The Jinghua Garden Villa district was serene, elegantly landscaped, and heavily guarded. Here, middle-class martial arts families clustered together, a stark contrast to my ordinary neighborhood. The Bai family's 3-story villa stood tall with a modern, sleek design that exuded sophistication. The grand entrance opened automatically. Standing at the doorway was Bai Zhenfeng, a refined man with a trace of aloofness. Mushi, you're back. His gaze scanned me, an assessing glint flashing through his eyes. Dad, Bai Mushi's tone was steady. This is my partner, Lin Chia. Hello, Uncle Bai. I greeted, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Come on in, Bai Zhenfeng said, turning back inside. Your uncle and cousin are here too. Bai Mushi frowned slightly. A surprise gathering? In the living room, 2 men were casually sipping tea, chatting. The older one, in his early 40s, had a steady demeanor and piercing eyes. Bai Mushi's uncle, Bai Zhenhai, the deputy chairman of the local martial arts association. The younger one, about 20, was handsome with a posture as straight as a pine tree. Bai Mushi's cousin, Bai Zichen, who had just been admitted to the Provincial Martial Arts University last year. Mushi, you're back? Bai Jinhai looked over, his gaze pausing briefly on me. So, this is your partner? Before I could answer, Bai Zichen had already stood up, a clear sneer in his eyes. Sis, I heard you found a regular guy with only 5% genetic potential? The air froze instantly. A slight smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Interesting. Seems like today's meeting won't be simple. In the living room, a sophisticated-looking middle-aged woman sat gracefully on the sofa, casting a cold glance at Bai Mushi. This was Bai Mushi's mother, Lu Yuqin. Mom, Bai Mushi greeted in her usual calm tone. Her mother gave a slight nod and shifted her attention back to their guests, a keen, no-nonsense middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Bai Jinfeng, and a smug young man about my age sitting beside him. Bai Jinfeng's younger brother, Bai Jinyun, and his son, Bai Mujia. When they saw Bai Mushi entering with me, surprise flickered in their eyes. Mushi, you're back? Bai Jinyun asked in a politely detached tone. Uncle. Mujia. Bai Mushi greeted calmly. I followed her lead and said, Hello, uncle. Hello, Mujia. Bai Jinfeng and his wife nodded faintly, their distant attitude palpable. Sis, why did you suddenly come back? Bai Mujia asked, his gaze scrutinizing me. Bai Jinfeng picked up his teacup and said, Jinyun and his family are here to discuss Mu Jia heading to Tiantai City for his exam. Bai Jinyun smiled and chimed in. Mu Jia has signed up for the private university selection test. We'll be sending him there the day after tomorrow. A strange glint appeared in Bai Mushi's eyes. What a coincidence. My partner, Lin Xia, has also registered for the test. We're planning to head there in the next couple of days as well. The air in the room turned freezing cold in an instant. All eyes locked onto me at once. A private martial arts university? Where could you possibly get the money for that? Lu Yuqin frowned. Although Bai Jinyun and his son said nothing, their skeptical stares said it all. A daughter who had been disregarded for so long. And now her partner? What kind of abilities could this man possibly have? Most likely, just another broke kid gambling with loans for a shot at luck. Bai Mushi's expression darkened. I, however, kept a light smile on my face as I pulled out a document from my bag, placing it gently on the coffee table. The official seals on the genetic potential evaluation report were hard to miss. Mom, Dad, Uncle, here's my latest assessment results, I said, my voice steady and filled with confidence that left no room for doubt. The room's focus shifted immediately to the report, as their eyes landed on those bolded figures. Genetic potential, 9.9%. Age, 19. The room fell into a dead silence. An eerie, oppressive quiet filled the entire living room. 9.9%. Peak quasi-warrior potential, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a full-fledged warrior. And I was only 19 years old. Even Bai Mulin, the most exceptional talent of the Bai family's younger generation, had only reached 8.5% at 19 years old during her college entrance exams. After 3 grueling years of training in a private university, she had just barely stepped into the warrior ranks. But me? A so-called abandoned, disregarded Lin Xia. I was practically a monster in their eyes. Bai Jinyun was the first to snap out of his shock. His cold demeanor immediately shifted into desperate flattery as he practically leapt over to my side in 3 big steps. Nephew, this kind of talent. You're like a dragon among men. When are you heading to Tiantai City? You should travel with Mujia. It'd be good to have company on the way. That won't be necessary, uncle, Bai Mushi said indifferently. Not necessary? It's no trouble at all. Bai Jinyun's tone brooked no argument. So, what's the plan, tomorrow or the day after? Big sis, you're back. A crisp, lively voice rang out from the staircase. Bounding down the stairs was a cheerful girl with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. It was Bai Mushi's youngest sister, Bai Mushua. She grabbed Bai Mushi's arm affectionately. Hi, brother-in-law. I'm Bai Mushua. Hello, Mushua. I offered her a warm smile. Compared to the indifference from the older family members, this younger sister seemed genuinely enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Bai Mujia's expression was a sight to behold. His face flickered through a range of emotions: shock, confusion, and burning jealousy. Was it really 9.9%? What a joke. That so-called martial arts genius from their district's top high school ranked first in the college entrance exam with only 9% genetic potential. His results already caused quite the uproar at his school. And yet here I am, just your seemingly ordinary brother-in-law, scoring nearly 1% higher than him. This isn't just exceptional. This is monstrous. By Mujia's worldview completely crumbled. He used to feel pretty smug about his 6.8% potential. But compared to me, Firefly's next to the brilliance of the moon, not worth mentioning. Bai Mushua leaned over the coffee table and gasped after seeing my numbers. Wow, 9.9%. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Yuqing glanced at the document, then at her unassuming daughter and her son-in-law, whom she had just met for the first time. Her heart churned with shock and disbelief. How on earth did her average-looking daughter end up married to someone so ridiculously exceptional? Bai Jinfeng recovered the quickest. He picked up his tea and said calmly, Jinyun is right. As a family, we should all go together. It'll be easier to look after one another along the way. Smiling, I nodded. Since both Dad and Uncle have said so, I'll happily oblige. We can set off tomorrow. I knew the Bai family wanted to strengthen ties with me. I didn't mind. It's always better to have more allies than enemies. Plus, since it's my wife's family, improving relations could only benefit Bai Mushi. And, well, travel and lodging costs saved. The expenses in Tiantai City are no joke. That night, the Bai family's private underground training room was far superior to any community gym. Fully equipped, it looked like it could cater to professionals. I was just about to start some casual training when two small heads peeked in through the door. Bai Mushue stood there with a 7 or 8-year-old boy in tow. Brother-in-law, this is little 13. Brother-in-law, Bai Muhua clung shyly to his sister, his large eyes full of awe. I sighed inwardly. There goes my plan to slack off. No way I could just wing it in front of kids without setting a bad example. Pulling myself together, I put on a serious face and began methodically demonstrating the 8 treasures technique. It was more draining this way, but every movement was precise and disciplined, exuding the air of a true master. The two little ones watched, completely spellbound. The next morning, the Bai parents' attitudes could not have been more different. They were so warm I almost couldn't handle it. Chia, feel free to let us know if you need anything while you're in Tiantai City. Mushi, take good care of Chia, and take care of yourself too. Lu Yuqing clung to Bai Mushi, chatting her ears off, as though her cold demeanor yesterday had been nothing but an illusion. Inside the hover car, Bai Mushi leaned close to my ear with a mischievous grin. My dad said he'd cover your 100K enrollment fee. Future tuition's on him too. I stared at her wide-eyed. See? Jackpot, right? Bai Mushi's smile was radiant. Hit the jackpot, all right. I nodded emphatically, gaining a deeper understanding of my new reality. Half an hour later, a luxurious 7-seater business hover car pulled up to the neighborhood entrance. Yi, Mushi, hurry up, get in the car. Straight to Tiantai City, Bai Jinyun said with a broad smile. Inside the car, when Bai Jinyun found out that I was from an ordinary working-class family, the shock was written all over his face and his son's as well. Brother-in-law, you're way better than those second-generation kids who rely on family resources. Bai Mujia exclaimed sincerely. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, who relies entirely on raw talent. I laughed out loud, silently remarking to myself, aren't you also one of those second-generation types, kid? Brother-in-law, what brand of nutritional solution do you usually use? Titan Strength or Stellar Fountain? Bai Mujia asked curiously. I was momentarily taken aback. Proper nutritional solutions? I've never used any. All my sustenance comes from Mushi's cooking. I use Heartfelt brand nutritional solution. I replied seriously, making it up on the spot. Mushi's face flushed red as she pinched me hard on the waist. Heartfelt brand. Bai Jinyun and his son exchanged puzzled glances. Is this some trendy new high-end brand? Why haven't we heard of it? 2 hours later, ahead of us loomed a majestic city composed of towering skyscrapers. The buildings gradually rose in height toward the center, forming a pyramid-like structure that pierced the clouds. Suspended highways crisscrossed the sky, weaving a massive glowing web. Neon signs twinkled like starlight. As I stared at the unending streams of traffic, I couldn't help but marvel. This is Tiantai City. The hovercar glided through the densely packed aerial lanes. Finally, we softly landed in front of the Tianyue International Hotel, located in the 4th or 5th outer loops of the city. We're here, Bai Jinyan said as he expertly parked the vehicle. The rooms are already booked. Let's settle in first, then head to the exam center in the afternoon. I gazed up at the 200-story skyscraper. Money really is amazing. The gilded lobby shimmered with opulence. Bai Jinyan swiftly handled check-in, 2 adjoining luxury suites. Let's have lunch first, Bai Jinyan suggested. We've got time to spare. At the revolving restaurant on the top floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, the vibrancy of the 4th and 5th rings spread out before us in full view. I suddenly thought, imagine the restaurants in the 2nd and 3rd rings, probably looking down on the rest of us from even higher skyscrapers. The table was filled with rare, exquisite dishes. Bai Jinyan constantly offered me food, and his words casually revealed his intentions to invest in a future powerhouse. Bai Mujia listened with humility, eagerly seeking advice. I made some offhand responses, yet he seemed deeply engrossed. After the meal, a private car took us directly to the Provincial Admissions and Examination Center. In front of the solemn cluster of buildings, a sea of people crowded the area. Examinees from all over had gathered on the plaza, the air thick with nervousness and excitement. My heart raced with anticipation. This is the first step on the path to becoming strong. Inside the registration hall, the process was efficient, verifying information and collecting the electronic admission ticket. Exam date: Imperial Calendar Year 40918, September 1st, 9 a.m. 5 days to go. I carefully stored away my admission ticket. Mujia, is that really you? Someone suddenly called out. A tall and handsome young man approached, dressed in branded casual wear, followed by a group of well-to-do, distinguished rich kids. Li Minggao, Bai Mujia greeted enthusiastically. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Mujia exclaimed with excitement, "They're heading to the Shinong Potion store. Brother-in-law, should we check it out too?" "Potions?" I asked, puzzled. Bai Mushi explained, "These second-generation rich always prepare various support potions. One's for restoring stamina, boosting explosive power, and healing injuries. With your level of ability, if you want to make it to the end, these are essential." Bai Mujia shook his head. "Sis, that's so outdated. Things are way more intense now." He started counting on his fingers. "Unless you just want to barely scrape by, even the first round requires potions. Energy drinks and nutrition fluids are the basics, but now you need antidotes, blood clot sprays, and more. Otherwise, one bite from a poisonous insect in the dungeons, and you're out." I stared in disbelief. Isn't this just whoever has the most money wins? Bai Mujia gave me a look like I was an alien. If you're broke, why even train in martial arts? At the end of the bustling commercial street, the holographic sign of Shinong Potions flickered with futuristic luminance. Inside, the air conditioning was cool, and the space smelled faintly of herbs and minerals. Rows of sleek glass counters displayed potions of all kinds, glimmering invitingly, while holographic projections showcased their effects. Blood Surge number 1 slightly boosts explosive power for 3 minutes, 1,000 credits. Quick Step number 1 slightly enhances speed for 5 minutes, 1,000 credits. The lowest tier number 1 potion cost 1,000 credits. Number 2 cost 2,000, and the most advanced number 9 cost 9,999. I frowned. "Honey, do we really need to buy these?" At the counter, Bai Mujia called out, "Li Minggao," as he walked over eagerly. The group of rich kids each carried large gift boxes, bearing the recognizable store logo. Just as Bai Mujia was about to speak, Bai Jinyan, the shrewd patriarch, had already made his decision. "We're getting the luxury package. One set for you, another set for Chia." His sharp gaze revealed his intentions. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make an investment. Spending 50,000 credits for the goodwill of future martial artists? Easily worth it. "Father," Bai Mujia started to protest that it wasn't the same 50,000 credit package he had in mind, but a single look from Bai Jinyan shut him down. Bai Mushi tried to politely decline. "Uncle, this is far too generous." "Don't mention it." Bai Jinyan waved dismissively. "This is what we call an investment. Investing in your futures. Focus on the exam and get good results. That's the best return I could ask for." I glanced at the sharp-witted middle-aged man and understood completely. Back at the suite, I set down the 50,000 credit gift box. Everyone here felt so good-hearted. I began to plan, Within 5 days, my 8 treasures technique would surely break through again. My genetic potential would surpass the 10% barrier, and I could step into the ranks of true martial artists before the exam. Once the thought took root, it burned like a wildfire. The night deepened, tranquil as still water. The living room turned into my training ground. Neon lights filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining a silhouette of me, drenched in sweat, emerged under the dim light. Even with my makeshift, clumsy training methods, my clothes were soaked through, and my muscles quivered with the fatigue of pushing myself to the utmost limit. Baimushi pushed open the door. She wanted to say, "Take a break," but swallowed the words before they could come out. What she saw in my eyes was the unwavering fire of determination. I was in the zone, on the verge of a breakthrough. Any interruption could derail my progress. Silently, she took a seat on the sofa, dimmed the terminal screen to its lowest brightness, and began scrolling with gentle swipes. Essential nutritional tips for aspiring martial artists in breakthrough period. Post-high-intensity training rapid recovery meal plans. Medicinal recipes for stabilizing mental energy. It was a wordless act of support. What followed over the next few days was a scene of pure madness within the suite. I became a perpetual motion machine, dedicating every waking moment to training, save for meals and a few precious hours of sleep. My scrappy training method might not have been graceful, but it had stamina on its side. Meanwhile, Baimushi transformed herself into a full-on caretaker, preparing high-energy meals in countless variations, tracking energy consumption, and ordering the finest tonic soups. Day 1, 15 rounds. Day 2, 15 rounds. Day 3, yet again, 15 rounds. I methodically balanced strain and recovery, careful not to overreach. The luxury of time afforded me patience. Pushing too hard would have been counterproductive. By the evening of the 4th day, only 24 hours remained until the exam. The system panel popped up. Ba Bao Gong Level 3, 59/60ths. One final attempt. As Baimushi sat quietly on the sofa, she could distinctly feel the chaotic yet intense shift in the air around me. The faint aura of pressure unsettled her. Even she, an aspiring martial artist herself, felt a pang of unease. Could I be about to break through? Impossible. 4 days of watching my half-baked, awkward training routine couldn't possibly culminate in a 10% genetic potential breakthrough, could it? She had fought relentlessly for 8 years. The grueling journey from 8.5% to her current 9.5% had taken her an exhausting 3 years. No matter how talented I was, it just didn't seem feasible. Last one. My voice was a growl, my jaw clenched tight. The moment I completed the final move. Boom. Heat erupted from within me like a dormant volcano violently awakened. Ding. Ba Bao Gong level up. Now level 4, 0/80ths. Genetic potential plus 0.2%. Genetic potential 10.1%. Crack. Some invisible shackle deep within my soul shattered with an audible snap. The world, it had changed. If the energy before had flowed like a gentle stream, then what surged within me now was molten lava, tearing through reality with ferocious power. No longer a steady trickle, the energy exploded, flooding every inch of my body in an uncontainable torrent. My bones popped and cracked like a handful of roasting beans, each one reborn under the surge of energy, as unyielding as iron. Every muscle fiber rebuilt itself, brimming with explosive force. My blood coursed like a raging river, carrying life to every extremity. My world became sharper. The dust particles in the air were no longer hazy, indistinct specks, but individual entities, distinct in their edges and presence. The sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing delicate spectral dispersions in the refracted light. Baimushi's heartbeat, accelerated by nervousness, echoed in her ears like the pounding of war drums. Her skin could discern the subtle temperature difference between the nighttime breeze seeping through the window cracks and the chill of the air conditioner. The entire world seemed to peel back its blurry facade, unveiling itself in unprecedented vividness. Host, Lin Chia. Genetic potential, 10.1%. Physical strength, 100 plus. Mental strength, 100 plus. Psychic power, 50 plus. My physical strength had skyrocketed to 100. Mental strength surpassed the 100 threshold. Psychic power doubled. Chia. By Mushi's voice trembled as she spoke. As someone with 9.5% genetic potential and a quasi-martial artist herself, she understood better than anyone the transformational change in my aura. This wasn't just the level of a strong quasi-martial artist anymore. It was a crushing superiority on an entirely new plane of existence. I've broken through, I announced, taking a step forward. In the blink of an eye, my figure seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of her. Startled by the ghostly speed, Mushi instinctively took half a step back. Taking her into my arms, I said gently, "Honey, I did it." The realm she had been striving toward for 8 long years, I had easily crossed. It was impossible for her not to feel a pang of jealousy, but far more than that, she was proud of me, filled with joy for her man's triumph. Rising on her tiptoes, she kissed me, deeply and passionately. The next morning, as Bai Mushi and I stepped out of the room, Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujia happened to exit theirs as well. "Morning, Chia." Bai Jinyun greeted me warmly. But the moment our eyes met, his smile froze ever so slightly. The me standing in front of him now was different. My gaze was sharp and penetrating. My stance, though casual, was as upright and firm as a javelin's thrust. An aura of undeniable power enveloped me naturally, effortlessly. At the Provincial Admissions and Testing Center, in the enormous square, tens of thousands of examinees gathered according to their test registration numbers, forming a black sea of people. "You've got this, honey," Bai Mushi mouthed encouragingly from the sidelines. At precisely 8:50 a.m., a loud horn blared. The metallic gates slowly began to open. "All examinees, please enter the examination venue in an orderly manner. Dungeon 1. 100,000 test takers surged forward like a tidal wave, flooding into the deep, yawning entrance of the underground dungeon. I took a deep breath, my gaze calm and razor-sharp. The exam was beginning. Stepping into Dungeon 1, I found myself on a massive subterranean platform. The alloy flooring gleamed coldly under the industrial lighting, which illuminated the space as bright as daylight. The air carried a mixed scent of motor oil, dust, and disinfectant. Ahead of the platform loomed a colossal 100-meter-tall alloy gate, sealed shut like a ferocious beast awaiting prey. "Chia, over here," Bai Mujia called as he weaved through the crowd, pulling me along. A group of young men and women greeted me enthusiastically. Suddenly, Bai Mujia's attention was caught by something in the distance. Li Minggao and his group of second-generation elites were standing respectfully beside another cluster of people. He leaned forward slightly, his face adorned with a fawning smile. In contrast, the group being surrounded all had indifferent expressions, exuding an extraordinary aura. Their casual stances naturally formed an exclusive circle, radiating an unapproachable and commanding presence. "Those are the students from the elite class at First High," Bai Mujia whispered, his tone full of reverence. "The one in the white martial arts uniform, standing the tallest, is Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl beside him, Su Qingying, and the one sitting on the ground, Yin Feilong. All prodigies among prodigies. Are they all martial artists?" I asked. "Yes," Bai Mujia nodded. "Every student in the elite class has already become a martial artist before their martial arts entrance exam." So this was the truth of the world. While I was struggling over a 100,000 yuan registration fee, these same-age prodigies had already stepped into another realm. Just then, bang! A deafening boom erupted from the center platform, which shook violently. A giant man, standing over 3 meters tall, with muscles like solid steel, stepped onto the elevated stage. His bronze-colored skin gleamed with a metallic sheen, and veins like steel cables coiled around his body. On his broad shoulders sat a lithe woman dressed in a fiery red bodysuit. Her long scarlet hair cascaded down her back, her beautiful face adorned with a dangerous smirk. "Silence," the giant boomed, his voice like thunder. "We are your proctors for the first stage. My name is Chang Shi." "My name is Deng Hong," the red-haired woman said, her clear, languid voice dripping with danger. "The rules are simple, just keep up. The dungeons ahead are a labyrinth of branching paths. Fall behind, and it's your fault, not ours." Her smirk deepened, full of intrigue. "If you get injured, treat yourself. If you give up, you can call for help. but doing so will mean you voluntarily failed the exam. Got it. With a grating metallic groan, the massive alloy gate ahead began to rise, revealing a dark, damp passage from which icy, clammy air billowed out. The exam begins now. Before her words finished echoing, Changsha bent his legs and launched himself skyward like a missile. The gusts from his leap howled as he rocketed through the gate, taking the woman seated on his shoulders along for the ride. Perched there, Dang Hong casually waved her hand, her composure undisturbed. Follow them. Quickly, tens of thousands of candidates surged like a flood set loose, madly rushing toward the enormous gate. With a deafening rumble, the gate fully opened. Chaos instantly broke out as the mass of examinees stampeded forward like a herd of panicked beasts. Their desperation was palpable, and in an instant, the person running beside you became an obstacle in your way. Go! Get out of the way! Don't block me! Amidst the crowd, my pupils constricted as a commotion erupted ahead. The elite class. At the forefront, Su Qingying curved her lips into a confident smile. With a light tap of her foot on another candidate's shoulder, her body floated upward like a feather. In just a few swift leaps, she gracefully trod on heads as if they were solid ground, quickly closing the gap to the proctors. Yin Feilong took a much more direct approach. Extending his arms wide like an eagle, he forcibly bulldozed his way forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Move! Lei Qianjuan's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, cold and commanding. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted. The surrounding candidates were swept away like straw, blood splattering, the sound of bones cracking echoing around. A 10-meter vacuum zone formed in an instant. Li Minggao's group of second-generation elites were shaken so hard they spat blood, yet they quickly retrieved vials of medicine, drinking them down before ruthlessly trampling over fallen candidates, charging forward. You've got to be kidding me. I was stunned. This isn't an exam. It's a blatant survival of the fittest. The crowd surged forward. Bai Mujia's face turned pale as he instinctively reached for a vial of medicine. Stick close to me, I said, pressing down on his shoulder. I quickly analyzed the situation. Retreat, and we get swallowed by the wave. Stand our ground, and we get trapped. That leaves only one option. Forward. Bulldoze through with pure strength. My apologies, everyone. My expression hardened. Since the examiners are allowing this, then these are the rules. I took one step forward. Buzz. A surge of energy exploded from me. The candidates within 3 meters in front of me toppled over like dominoes, clearing a path through sheer force. Are you insane? A muscular man roared, charging at me with a raised fist. I also raised my fist and met him head-on, fist against fist. The burly man grinned menacingly. He was a practitioner of rock-shattering fist, unrivaled in strength. However, crack. The sound of fractures filled the air. Under the sheer force of my 1,000-kilogram punch, his fist was instantly shattered. His arm twisted grotesquely, bones piercing through the skin as he was sent flying more than 10 meters, blood spraying everywhere. I pulled back my hand and continued walking calmly forward, as if swatting away a mere fly. "B brother-in-law, is this powerful?" Bai Mujia's jaw dropped to the ground. A single punch. Just one punch. The surrounding candidates stared at me in awe, their expressions filled with reverence. Follow him. Stick with that guy. Countless individuals began following the blood-cleared path I had carved, creating an even more ferocious wave behind me. I bulldozed forward, knocking aside any obstacles with pure strength. Gradually, I broke free from the chaos of the mid-level contenders, entering the area for the first wave of frontrunners. Here, the candidates were the top talents from all the major cities. They kept a cautious distance from each other, advancing vigilantly. A new face. Lei Qianjuan's gaze was sharp as lightning, giving me a brief once-over. Strong, but unrefined, Su Qingying commented. No signs of formal guidance. Just a brute, Yin Feilong scoffed. I, too, was observing them. These members of the elite training classes had condensed auras and precise control, clearly the results of systematic training. Not easy to deal with, I thought, keeping my guard up. I might possess warrior-level strength, but I lacked combat techniques. If it came to a head-on confrontation, I wasn't confident I would prevail. So, I deliberately maintained my distance, staying at the rear of the frontrunners. An hour passed. The underground maze-like passage seemed endless. At our speed, we had already covered over 100 kilometers, and yet, the path ahead felt infinite. Examiner Lee Sun carried Deng Hong on his shoulders, strolling as if on a leisurely walk. Breathing steady as usual. What kind of strength does this guy have? I couldn't help but be astonished inwardly. The first echelon was starting to show changes. The prolonged running was taking its toll. Some began gasping for air, their speeds noticeably slowing down. Suddenly, a candidate ahead drastically reduced their pace, spun around abruptly, and threw a punch straight at me, trying to drag someone down with them. I had anticipated this. My body shifted to the right just in time to narrowly evade it. At the same time, I pushed off the ground with explosive force. Whoosh! Not only did I not slow down, but my speed actually ramped up, instantly overtaking the would-be attacker. This scene seemed to signal something. Participants at the tail end of the first echelon began following suit. Punches, kicks, and ambushes came flying from all directions. But my senses were sharp. I weaved through it all with ease, moving like a butterfly amongst the chaos. Dodging left, sidestepping right, crouching low, sprinting ahead. I always managed to avoid every attack with minimal effort. These pre-warriors, with genetic potential between 8% to 9%, lack the endurance of a true warrior in the end. I took a deep breath as warrior energy surged through my veins. My speed soared once again. I left behind those schemers entirely and seamlessly caught up with the core group, maintaining my place right behind the elite genius class. Su Qingying glanced back, her phoenix-like eyes revealing genuine surprise for the first time. It's him. The guy everyone dismissed as a wild card was still breathing steadily and clearly had more left in the tank. This level of stamina had already surpassed the limits of a pre-warrior. Interesting, she thought to herself. Looks like this test will be more thrilling than I expected. Su Qingying's pupils slightly contracted. This dark horse was proving far stronger than she imagined, not struggling at the tail end of the first echelon, but stubbornly keeping pace with them. Her gaze flicked backward, and a faint, cold smirk appeared on her lips. In the second echelon, a few familiar faces were desperately holding on, former genius class members, now relegated to the sidelines due to insufficient skill. The gap between pre-warriors and true warriors was a chasm, a step apart but worlds away. The weak were destined to be eliminated, just like how they were cast out of the genius class. Su Qingying turned her attention back to me, re-evaluating my presence. This wild card, what's his story? Ha ha ha. Deng Hong's crisp laughter echoed down the dim corridor. All right, kids, warm-up's over. The final sprint begins now. Her voice was brimming with excitement and fighting spirit. The rules are simple. Top 100 finishers, full 100 points. Points drop by 1 for every next 100 positions. Beyond 10,000th place, 0 points. Before her words even settled, Deng Hong leapt like a feline off Li Sen's shoulder. Her fiery silhouette blurred into a streak of crimson lightning, her speed multiplying instantly as she shot into the darkness ahead. Li Sun let his pace drop slightly, grinning with his usual goofy charm. Keep up if you can, kids. Though he slowed down, he still stayed on the edge of the first echelon's extreme limits. Deng Hong was absurdly fast. Her afterimage stretched thin, disappearing swiftly as she raced into the fork in the road. Left. My heart pounded wildly. Deng Hong vanished into the left path. The sense of urgency erupted. This dungeon was riddled with branching paths. Lose him, and it's over. This wasn't just a test of speed. It was a brutal process of elimination. Keeping up with Deng Hong was the only way to even think about scoring. Fall behind, and you're out. No questions asked. The first echelon has over 10,000 people. Only around 1,000 might keep up. To make it into the top 100, full marks, that's the real goal. I could no longer hold back. Boom. My warrior's force exploded with full intensity. A shockwave burst around me as my body shot forward like an arrow leaving the string. My speed peaked instantly. Lei Qianjun narrowed his eyes in surprise. Su Qingying turned her head, shocked. I had been hiding such explosive power. But there was no time for extra thoughts. Charge. The first echelon erupted into chaos. Everyone turned into streaks of light. frantically chasing after the path where Deng Hong disappeared. This was it, the moment where fate would be decided. I tore through the battlefield like a torpedo, overtaking exam takers who were already losing steam. The pathway abruptly narrowed, from wide enough for 1,000 people side by side, down to just 300 to 400. The competition instantly hit a boiling point. As I was about to pass Lei Qianjun on his right, a figure shifted sideways with ghostly precision. Yin Feilong. A cold smirk hung on his face. Backwater amateur, go home. A right punch surged forward. It looked like a simple punch, but my pupils shrank in fear. Danger. Extreme danger. There was an invisible force wrapped around his fist, compressing the very air into substance. This wasn't raw strength. It was martial technique. I dodged instinctively. Yin Feilong's smirk deepened. In the split second as his punch grazed past. Shattering sky fist. Boom. Shockwaves exploded outward like a fan. I evaded the direct hit, but the blast caught me. A wide-range technique. Nowhere to hide. A massive force smashed into my chest and arms, like being hit head-on by an armored vehicle. Clang. I was thrown backward, violently crashing to the ground. Pain tore through my arms like they were being ripped apart. Even my bones cried out in protest. My chest churned with blood, on the verge of spitting it out. So this was the strength of the elite training class. Scrambling to my feet, I forced myself upright, kicking off hard to keep moving forward. The spot I'd fallen on was instantly struck by another person. Staying in one place meant death. For the first time, I clearly understood the gap between myself and the true prodigies. It wasn't just raw strength. It was the chasm of technique and experience. With 10% genetic potential and 100 points of physical power, my hits were dispersed. But someone like Yin Feilong could condense power into a rope and even detonate it, amplifying its impact exponentially. Yin Feilong had already disappeared into the distance. He dismissed me as an amateur not worth his attention. Su Qingying shook her head slightly. It's not over yet. I clenched my teeth so hard my molars almost shattered, swallowing the metallic taste of blood back down. Kicking hard with both legs, I surged forward again. Bai Jinyun's serum. In a flash, I fished out the syringe and jabbed it savagely into my right arm. Blood reviver number 5. Warmth spread through me, numbing the intense pain. Instantly suppressed. Both arms regained mobility. A female examinee charged at me, her eyes filled with greed. She was going for the kill while I was weak. A glint of resolve flashed in my eyes. I twisted open a bottle of nutrient solution and chugged it down. The empty bottle turned into a projectile as I hurled it straight at her face like a hidden weapon. She skidded to a halt and dodged. Now's my chance. Like a sharp arrow, I bolted, putting distance between us in an instant. Ignoring the curses from behind, I kept sprinting with everything I had. I was now hundreds of meters from the top-tier elites. Watching their silhouettes grow farther and farther away, frustration and fury turned into fuel, igniting my determination. I stopped chasing after Yin Feilong and instead set my sights on other examinees. The lone wolf, injured but unyielding, began a relentless pursuit. I quickly noticed the first-tier candidates were all grouped in teams, covering for each other. Only I stood alone, isolated. Advantages: a martial artist's physique. Physical strength and stamina surpassing a typical fighter. Disadvantages: 0 combat techniques. All I knew from high school was morning calisthenics. My fighting relied entirely on instinct, ducking and weaving. A skinny examinee tried to ambush me from the side, but I leaped upward, skimming over their head. Overtake them. Dodge. A fist hurtled my way. I twisted mid-stride, letting the reinforced air pressure graze past my back. If I got hit, I drank a potion. The empty bottle became an improvised weapon before I pulled ahead once more. Even when a shockwave clipped me again, I jabbed myself with another syringe, tossing the empty vial at the pursuers behind me. Overtake. Dodge. Keep overtaking. Each step forward came with near misses and draining exertion. But like an untiring beast, my eyes burned brighter, and my will grew stronger with every desperate dash. Each person I surpassed lessened the pain just a little, lighting my inner fire brighter each step. A fiery figure ahead, Deng Hong, was the sole beacon and direction I chased relentlessly. Finally, after hours of strained endurance. A blinding light appeared up ahead. The finish line. Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and Yin Feilong had crossed it effortlessly, their expressions calm as if it were just a warm-up. I took a deep breath, summoning the last ounces of strength left in me. With an enraged roar, I abandoned all evasive maneuvers, barreling forward like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages. Against the swarm of 7 or 8 opponents attempting to surround me, I slammed into them like a wild bull. Bang, bang, bang. Enduring hit after hit with brute force, I tore through with sheer savagery, carving a bloody path to the finish. The moment I stepped past the glowing barrier, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion crashed down on me. Panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, my arms trembled uncontrollably. Candidate Lin Xie, rank for 98. Congratulations on completing the first phase. Bonus, 95 points. For 198th place, 95 points. I collapsed onto the ground, but a smile crept across my face. The process was messy, but the result? Not bad. The few people I surpassed with my suicidal charge had faces as dark as coal. Without this lunatic, they might have made it into the top 500. One single point could determine whether their future university was heaven or hell. Idiot, someone cursed while flipping me off, eyes filled with intense resentment. I glanced at them briefly, then looked away. All I wanted now was to rest. Female examiner Deng Hong scanned the crowd, her gaze resting. A faint voice lingered over me. Congratulations on completing the first stage. Rest here for 24 hours and prepare for the second stage. I froze. Here? No hotels, no deep recovery facilities. Around me, the top talents from prestigious academies were already pulling out their gear. Healing potions, portable energy pods, you name it. The gap between us? Unforgettable, unignorable. All I had was a bottle of nutrient solution. The effects of Vitality Formula number 5 were wearing off, and the piercing pain in my arms had returned. Without hesitation, I administered another dose. Out of 1,000,000 participants, the top 10,000 would advance to the second stage. If I, an untrained rogue, managed to break into the top 500 here, it should secure me a spot in a prestigious private martial arts university. Lifting my head, my gaze cut through the crowd and landed on Yin Feilong. His cold stare met mine with icy disdain. I withdrew my gaze, a similar chill settling over my heart. Being weaker now doesn't mean staying weak forever. I looked down at my bruised and battered arms, then slowly clenched my fists. Pain is the best teacher. This clash didn't just humble me. It carved out the direction I must take. Martial techniques, I whispered as flames burned in my eyes. I need real martial techniques. Only by mastering true martial arts could I unleash the full potential of my strength. Time passed steadily. More and more finalists crossed the finish line. When the 10,000th participant hit the platform, the alloy gates at the starting line slammed shut with a resounding clang. No sign of Baimujia. Not surprising. 1 out of 1,000,000 makes it. He wasn't even a quasi-martial artist. Elimination was inevitable. I shook my head and shifted focus to preparing for the second stage. 24 hours. It wasn't just a period of rest. It was a tactical arms race. Here on the platform, the 10,000 qualifiers were starkly divided. In the core zone, luminaries like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying sat cross-legged in meditation, consuming high-grade elixirs, their auras faintly fluctuating. On the outskirts, clusters of students from elite high schools shared insights and resources. And then, there was me, a solitary figure on the fringes, an island unto myself. Aside from me, there were 5 others on their own as well, 4 men and 1 woman. With nothing better to do, I began practicing the 8 treasures exercise. Warm energy welled up from within me, gliding through my injured arms. The sting of soreness and numbness began to fade away. Wait, of course. The 8 treasures exercise and basic physical training routine were foundational health-enhancing techniques. They had no flashy moves, but their restorative effects on the body were unparalleled. Realizing this, I focused intently on my practice. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When I opened my eyes, my arms had recovered about 70 to 80%, and my stamina and spirit were back at their peak. The timer hit 0. A towering figure strode out, Li Sun, who was built like a fortress. The platform quaked with his steps. Rest is over. His thunderous voice boomed through the arena. Stage 2 was about to begin. Li Sun's cold gaze swept across the 10,000 participants. The second stage is simple. He paused, his tone dropping ominously and brutal. Cool. He pointed behind him as the enormous gate slowly creaked open. Beyond the gate was no longer a passage, but a deserted city, a wasteland of crumbling walls and steel jungles, oozing with silent, menacing danger. Scattered within ruins city number 3 are 1,000 mechanical sentinels. Hunt them down and collect badge tokens. The closer to the center you go, the stronger the sentinels, and the more badges there are. Each badge is worth 10 points. You have 48 hours. Your final score will be the combined total of both rounds. 1,000 targets, 10,000 participants, someone murmured with a pale face. That's 10 people fighting for every single one. For 90% of them, they'll likely walk away with nothing. Strong Stone bared his teeth in a wide grin, his sharp, white teeth gleaming. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the most important rule. There's no ban on stealing in the arena. Badges taken from others are just as valid. If you're seriously injured, call for rescue immediately. Otherwise, you're on your own. Boom. A bombshell dropped. No ban on stealing. Every man for himself. This wasn't an exam. It was a bloody survival game. You have 5 minutes to freely form teams. Then it begins. The platform erupted in chaos. Bro, team up with me. We're both from South Sky High School. We'll split whatever we get equally. Anyone good at scouting? Groups formed quickly among those with school ties or some semblance of camaraderie. Top-tier talents like Ray Qianjun and Su Qingying instantly formed their own elite squads. I, along with 5 other lone wolves, became glaringly obvious outliers. Glances flicked our way from time to time, evaluating, pitying, even predatory. Lone targets. The easiest prey. My brain raced. Form a team? With who? Jumping into a random group was no different than walking into a lion's den. Unless I looked at the others who were also left out. Alone, you won't last long. A cool voice broke through. A female examinee approached, a tall, lean figure with cropped hair, sharp and efficient, eyes like a hawk. Temporary alliance? She asked bluntly. There's no place for stragglers. Instead of getting picked off by big groups, we might as well band together. I glanced over the other 4 male examinees left standing alone. If any of us made it into the top 10,000 as solo contestants, then none of them were pushovers. How do we work together? How do we divide things? I asked. Simple. She raised 3 fingers. First, no attacking each other. Betrayers get targeted by the group. Second, kills belong to whoever bagged them. Third, if you're in trouble, you can call for help. Whether anyone helps is optional, no obligations. It was brutally practical, but also minimized infighting to the greatest extent. No fake promises. No forced commitments. It was built on mutual consent and personal gain. Oddly enough, it felt reliable. Agreed, I nodded. Count me in. The hulking man with a towering frame had a booming, deep voice. I'm down, the lanky youth added. The twins exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded. We're in. Good. I'm Hanyu. Share your names so we can communicate better. Iron Ming. Zhaorat. Chen Feng. Chen Yun. Call me Shaolin. A temporary team of 6 hastily formed. Time's up. The test begins. The gates swung wide open. Charge. Secure the terrain. Massive teams surged forward like tigers released from their cages. Top-tier geniuses turned into streaks of light, dashing straight toward the ruins of the central skyscraper. The closer to the center, the stronger the defense. The high ground offered a view of the whole area, the best point for ambushes. Thousands trailed behind. Battles had already erupted on the outskirts not long after entering the city. What's the plan? Tai Ming looked at the group. His gaze landed on me and Hanyu. We were the first to arrive and clearly the strongest. Hanyu turned to me. I scanned the chaotic battlefield. We don't go to the center. Why not? The best stuff is usually in the center, isn't it? Zhao Shu asked, confused. The center is a meat grinder, I said, shaking my head. The top teams are fighting for territory, the big squads for kills. If the 6 of us charge in, we won't cause even a ripple. I pointed toward the ruins of low residential buildings on the city outskirts. Our goal is the badges, not throwing our lives away. We'll start on the edges. Fewer targets, less competition. Stay alive first, learn the environment. Survival comes first. Makes sense. Let's do it. The six of us immediately broke away from the masses, slipping into the shadows along the city's edges like inconspicuous wraiths. The abandoned city was in even worse shape than anticipated. Walls were covered in moss and vines, streets littered with rusted carcasses of vehicles. The wind howled through empty windows, a haunting cry in the air. We moved carefully in combat formation. I'll scout ahead. Zhao Shu's boneless body darted up a crumbling wall, leaping nimbly through the shadows before disappearing further ahead. Tai Meng, keep an eye on the sides with the Chen brothers. Han Yu, cover the rear with me. I quickly instructed. The group nodded in tight vigilance. Before long, Zhao Shu re-emerged from the shadows of an abandoned mall, signaling that it was safe. No one ahead, not even guards. Everyone exhaled in relief and continued forward. We crossed through the mall's desolate hall and prepared to exit through the back when I stopped abruptly. Wait. My eyes locked onto the collapsed shelves ahead. My martial instincts picked up on a faint but irregular energy fluctuation. There's something there. The team froze in place, gripping their weapons tightly, but saw nothing. I picked up a fist-sized chunk of concrete, mustered my strength, and hurled it with force. Bang! A deafening crash. Buzz! Suddenly, red light flared to life. The shelves exploded as a 2-meter-tall, dark silver mechanical spider emerged. It stood tall on 6 sharp metal limbs. Its singular red eye glared at us from its chest, locking on. Intruders detected. Activating elimination protocol. A robotic voice echoed as the mechanical spider launched itself like a cannonball. Mechanical Guardian. Tai Meng growled, both thrilled and deadly serious. Our first prey. And then, something even more lethal emerged. A sense of looming danger erupted from both sides behind me. My martial instincts blared alarms like a siren, and I roared with primal fury. Die! Gone was the usual friendly demeanor from Chen Feng and Chen Yun. Their faces were now twisted, filled with murderous intent. 2 fists hammered in from left and right like iron mallets, aiming directly for my back and temple. Meanwhile, Han Yu moved with ghostly precision, her sharp whip-like kick cutting low at my legs, sealing off any path of retreat. Their timing was impeccable, striking at the exact moment my attention was most scattered by the incoming guard. Perfect coordination, deadly moves. Their ambush was a flawless pincer attack designed to kill, or at least cripple. But they underestimated me. Faced with a life-threatening assault, there was no panic in my eyes, only cold, mocking disdain. From the start, I never fully trusted these so-called teammates. A martial artist's intuition had kept me on high alert this entire time. Naive. Instead of retreating, I surged forward like a leopard charging directly at the mechanical spider. What? Are you suicidal? Their expressions turned to utter shock. Charging straight into danger? The next second, their faces froze. My body dropped low in an instant, sliding at full speed underneath the 6 metal limbs of the spider through a narrow gap. Lightning fast. By the time their attacks missed and their bodies stiffened in overextension, I was already behind the mechanical spider like a phantom. The spider, confused by my sudden and unexpected movement beneath it, lost its original target and immediately locked onto the 3 attackers closest to it. New threat detected. Entering elimination mode. Shing, shing, shing. 6 metallic limbs slashed through the air like razor-sharp blades. The mechanical spider's deadly web of slicing strikes enveloped them in a screeching storm of death. Damn it! Han Yu reacted the quickest, her toes barely brushing the ground as her form floated backward like a drifting leaf, dodging 2 deadly strikes by a hair's breadth. The Chen brothers weren't so lucky. Their previous momentum had fizzled out, leaving them vulnerable, unable to muster new strength. Forced to block head-on. Clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding with flesh echoed loudly. The brothers were knocked back several steps, their arms torn apart, blood streaming, deep wounds revealing pale bone. In an instant, the once solid backstab alliance fell apart completely. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu finally snapped out of their daze, scrambling backward in a panicked retreat. They knew all too well, had the initial target been them, their bodies would already be cold on the ground. By then, I had already slipped out of sight behind a collapsed wall. I neither lingered nor glanced back at the chaos unfolding. Like a shadowy feline, I leaped and climbed through the ruins with silent, fluid motions, my objective crystal clear, a high vantage point. I needed a position to survey the entire battlefield. Inside, my heart was as cold as steel. Hanyu and the Chun brothers had completely torn off their masks. There was no room for negotiation. Only one of us would walk away alive. As for Tai Ming and Zhao Shu, there might still be room to maneuver and align with them, but right now, I had to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate those three traitors. If they dared to turn on me, they'd better be ready to face the consequences. Phase 2. Sacrifices are inevitable. A resolute glint flashed through my eyes. I understood my position perfectly. Setting. Compared to those geniuses who grew up with systematic training, I, a self-taught underdog, am at an inherent disadvantage. To have made it this far is already a surprising stroke of luck. It's fine to fail the exam, but I can't afford to get seriously injured. The rescue fees are too expensive. The mechanical spider's singular red eye flickered, reassessing the threat level. With me out of range and the others retreating quickly, its threat detection recalibrated. Threat neutralized, returning to standby mode. A cold, robotic voice rang out. The once raging mechanical spider retracted its limbs and sank down in a resting position. Its metallic sheen dulled, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rust and dirt, as if it had become mere scrap. The previously tense battlefield descended into an eerie silence. Wind whistled through the hollow, abandoned mall. From behind their makeshift cover, several individuals had their heartbeats amplified in their ears. Hanyu crouched behind a structural pillar, her chest rising and falling slightly, eyes scanning coldly across the scene. She hadn't anticipated Shaolin to react so swiftly with such strange, unorthodox tactics. The Chun brothers leaned against the remains of a broken wall, injecting emergency coagulants and hastily dressing their wounds. Their venomous gazes swept the area, searching for me. Their failed ambush had cost them dearly, fueling their murderous intent. Tai Ming and Zhao Shu had retreated even further away. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual fear and relief. They no longer trusted anyone, now focused solely on protecting themselves. No one needed to say it. Whoever moved first would be the new target. A stalemate formed, waiting for someone to snap, waiting for someone to make the wrong move, or waiting for a new prey to break the fragile balance. Time crawled by, second by second. The abandoned mall was unnervingly quiet. From the dilapidated third-floor office, I peered through a shattered window, coldly observing everything below. I suppressed my presence to the utmost, merging perfectly with the shadows. Patience was my strength. In this hunting game, the one who lost patience first was always the first to die. Tai Ming and Zhao Shu, without a doubt, the weakest of the six here. Their full attention was locked on me, Hanyu, and the Chun brothers in front of them. They never anticipated the real danger to come from behind. In the suffocating stillness, two black silhouettes suddenly shot out from the shadows. Fast, unbelievably fast. Zhao Shu barely registered the cold sensation at his back before searing pain engulfed his entire body. A blood-streaked metal pipe had pierced his shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. Ah! A bone-chilling scream broke the silence. He didn't even have time to turn around and see his attacker before, amidst the agonizing pain, he frantically pressed the emergency rescue button. Help! I need help. Tai Ming realized too late, roaring as he tried to flee. But the attackers were faster. The steel pipe struck like a venomous serpent, stabbing through his back and piercing through his chest. Squelch! Tai Ming's body froze. Disbelief filled his face as he stared down at the blood-soaked steel pipe protruding from his chest. His eyes were clouded with unwillingness and regret. A flash of white light. Emergency medical personnel materialized out of thin air. Your condition is critical. Direct intervention offers an 80% survival rate. Would you like to proceed? The Johnson serum? 100,000 credit points. Survival rate up to 99%. I have it. Tai Ming, using the last of his strength, pulled out a glowing green vial and jabbed it into his thigh. The serum entered his system, and an abnormal flush of red spread across his pale face. Let's go. The medic team quickly pulled out a compact kit, transforming it into a portable stretcher. They loaded Tai Meng onto it and dragged him away. Meanwhile, the fighting near Zhao Shu came to an abrupt halt with a distress signal. Another medic came to carry him off. The entire incident, from start to finish, spanned mere seconds. I witnessed everything, crystal clear, as a chilling sensation rushed up my spine. They survived, but the cost? 100,000 credits. 100,000 credits. I couldn't even afford my own application fee back then. And Tai Meng actually had his own life-saving serum ready to go? Damn it. At that moment, I finally realized. I didn't understand a single thing about the hidden rules of this exam. I knew nothing. Bai Mushi and Bai Mujia hadn't mentioned it once. Maybe they didn't know either. After all, they were just regular kids from an okay financial background, already considered nobodies in this vicious hierarchy. In today's terms, their family could be described as part of the downward-sliding middle class in martial arts. All said and done, in the eyes of the true elites, we were nothing but ants. These life-saving tools, they were likely only shared among the top 5%, the geniuses they deemed worthy. For someone like me, an anomaly? One in tens of thousands, barely a few of us exist. That fleeting thought passed right through my mind. I shook it off and refocused. At least 5 attackers, maybe more. Though they scrambled for cover right after launching their attack, there was no escaping my martial artist-level perception. Their positions and movements were as clear as day to me. This wasn't some haphazard ambush. It was a well-organized, highly cooperative hunting team. Their timing, angles, even their retreat strategies were executed with textbook precision. When Tai Meng and Zhao Shu were ambushed, Han Yu and the Chun brothers instinctively fell back in the opposite direction. I didn't move. I didn't chase after anyone either. Their retreat had caught the hunting squad's attention. Like flies to honey, several shadowy figures immediately closed in from all sides, moving to encircle Han Yu's group. In the blink of an eye, those 3 went from hunters to prey. And me? For now, I was no longer prey. I was the detached observer from above. My current advantages were twofold. First, my martial artist's edge, heightened perception, physical endurance, and faster recovery. Second, and more importantly, I was hidden while they were exposed. I didn't want to end up as the mantis stalking the cicada, only to be snatched by the oriole from behind. Sure, the mantis eats the cicada, but in the end, it's just food for the bird. What I wanted was to be the patient vulture, watching both the oriole and snake exhaust themselves, then descending to clean up the battlefield with ease. The figures darted after Han Yu's group, swiftly vanishing into the distance. The mall around me fell silent once more. Minutes passed, yet no sounds of fighting emerged, nor did a single shadow return. I understood what this meant. Han Yu and the Chun brothers aren't easy targets. Whatever confrontation had just happened, if you run, it's nearly impossible to be caught in complex terrain. My pupils narrowed. Within the range of my heightened warrior's senses, 3 new presences quickly approached. They seamlessly integrated into the hunting squad, filling the gaps left behind. This squad now had at least 8 members, possibly more. What's worse, they weren't abandoning this area just because 3 had escaped. The 8 members moved like well-trained soldiers. Using the mechanical guard as their nucleus, they spread out in a fan formation. Methodically, they advanced outward, using cover to move alternately as they went. Their movements were cautious and professional. It was clear they were conducting a sweep, one thorough enough to leave no stone unturned. They were determined to comb through this area entirely, leaving no potential threats or prey behind. My heart sank. One of them was heading straight for the abandoned office building I was hiding in. Getting closer, I immediately averted my gaze. Moving as silently as a feather, I withdrew deeper into the shadows of the office interior, concealing myself in the darkest corner. I held my breath. My aura was controlled to perfection, my entire being blending seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. With my heightened senses, I could hear every footstep with absolute clarity. Shoo, shoo, steady, deliberate, with a rhythm only highly trained operatives possess. Their steps approached, one by one. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The person had reached the ground floor of the building. My heartbeat slowed to almost nothing. My entire body coiled and primed for an explosive counterattack. Yet, just as I thought they might step inside, The footsteps abruptly stopped. Silence. An utter and unsettling silence. There was no further sound from downstairs, as though the person had simply vanished into thin air. But my senses told a very different story. Not only had their presence not disappeared, it had become even sharper, like a predator lying in wait among the grass. They'd stilled everything, ready to strike with lethal precision. What were they waiting for? My mind raced. I held my position, remaining utterly still, even deliberately slowing my heartbeat to avoid making a single sound. Then, whoosh bang, a sharp noise broke the silence. The sound of something slicing through the air. A chunk of concrete shot up through the air, smashing into the glass window of the second-floor corridor with incredible force. Crash. The shattering sound of glass echoed throughout the deathly still building, rebounding off the empty walls in a cacophony. A probe. I immediately understood their intention. They were using sound, disrupting the silence to provoke any hidden prey. Anything unusual, an involuntary gasp or a quick scuffle of steps, would betray anyone attempting to remain concealed. What a cautiously clever opponent. I didn't move. Not one twitch. If anything, I pressed myself even deeper into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness like an inanimate statue. With my warrior's senses, I could hear the steady rhythm of the person's heartbeat and breathing from the floor below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The oppressive silence lingered. They didn't come inside. Or had I already been exposed somehow? Doubt gnawed at me internally, but I resisted the temptation to act. I remained motionless, suppressing every urge. The standoff dragged on, unbearably tense. Then, in the distance, there was a sudden commotion from the direction of the mall. Buzz. The familiar sound of a machine roared to life. The mechanical guard had been activated. Immediately after came the cacophony of metal clashing against metal, explosive energy blasts, and human shouts blending together. The battle erupted fiercely. And yet, even with the chaos raging in the distance, the individual standing guard downstairs remained completely motionless, as solid as a rock. Their breathing was steady, unaffected by the intense fight nearby. A flash of insight struck me, connecting all the scattered clues. I finally understood. This person isn't here to search for anything. Their mission is to stand guard, to hold down this building, or, more specifically, to secure this critical point in the area. Their objective is to prevent anyone else from accessing the hunting ground where the battle rages on. Those chasing after Hanyu and the Chen brothers? They probably weren't really in pursuit either. More likely, they were setting up a perimeter further away to execute the same task. A lockdown. As soon as this team confirmed there were prey, in this case, the mechanical guard, in the area, their first move wasn't to attack directly. Instead, they split up. Some stayed behind to quickly lock down and clear the field. They're turning this whole area into a closed cage, a trap, ensuring that nothing inside, whether it's the mechanical guard or exam takers like me, can escape. Simultaneously, no outsiders can get in and steal a piece of the action. The ones responsible for the fight? That's the remainder of their team. Hunting, sealing, guarding. Their division of labor is crystal clear and brutally efficient. Damn it, don't tell me this is something they teach in school too. I cursed under my breath. This level of tactical teamwork is definitely not something you can just whip up in a makeshift group. It's pretty obvious. This is almost certainly training from one of those elite high schools. My scrappy, self-taught street smarts don't hold a candle to their organized, systematic approach. If I keep holding out like this, I'm dead. Once they've dealt with the mechanical guard, they'll have free rein. Any chance for me to gain ground will disappear entirely. By then, I wouldn't just be handling one person, but an efficient and well-coordinated hunting team. I quickly weighed my options. A merciless glint sparked in my eyes. To hell with it. I'll take my shot. Right now is my best chance. Most of their attention is on battling the mechanical guard. The only thing standing in my way is this sentinel downstairs. If I take care of them quietly, I can transform from trapped prey into a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. After that, whether I use the chaos to break out of this lockdown zone or stick around to find a chance to strike back, it'll be a far better bet than sitting here waiting for death. I need to seize the initiative. No more hesitation. Like a shadowed predator, I crept to the shattered third-floor window and quickly peeked out towards the distant battlefield. There it was. 5 exam takers were methodically taking on a 3-meter-tall, spider-like mechanical guard. The guard's 8 metal legs gleamed like 8 deadly blades. The 5 exam takers were an impeccably coordinated unit. The bulky guy held the front, wielding what looked to be, using the alloy door panel ripped from who knows where as a shield. He drew enemy fire head-on. Meanwhile, the other 4 harassed the flanks, diverting the mechanical guard's focus and forcing them to split their attention while they searched for weak points in the joints. It was time. I shifted my gaze back, took a deep breath, and grabbed a steel rod over a meter long and as thick as my arm. The next second, like a falcon diving for its prey, I leapt out of the 3rd-floor window. As I plummeted downward, I twisted sharply midair, gathering all the power in my torso. The steel rod flew like a javelin freshly unleashed, slicing through the air with a sharp screech, aiming straight for the head of one of the examinees below. My sudden appearance didn't go unnoticed for even a second. The big guy with the shield turned pale. "Ollie, stall him." His words were cut off abruptly. In midair, I had already launched the steel rod without even looking to check the result. As predicted, such a hasty throw was unlikely to hit, given how alert they were. Clang! The steel rod whizzed past the target's head, embedding deeply in a pile of construction debris behind him with an explosive crash, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. From within the dust, Ali's face emerged twisted in a grimace. He hadn't even recovered from his brush with death when he noticed a dark blur descending upon him from above. I tore through the cloud of debris with an overwhelming presence, my fist barreling down like a cannonball, unavoidable and unstoppable. It was far too fast. Ali had no time to counter or dodge. Instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of him to shield himself. But just as his lips parted to yell, an aura of terror crashed down on him with a weight like a mountain, suffocating and paralyzing him. His face turned ashen, his pupils contracted violently. A martial artist? The thought barely flashed through his mind before my full-strength punch, powered by over 100 points in physical strength, landed squarely on his crossed arms with a sickening crack. The sharp, hair-raising sound of bones snapping filled the air. Faced with absolute strength, his defense crumpled like paper. Both his forearms broke instantly. Before the searing pain could fully register in his nervous system, I moved seamlessly with the momentum. Lowering my stance, my other fist shot up in a devastating uppercut, driving into his abdomen like a cannon fire round. Whoomph! The dull sound echoed. Ali's body arched like a shrimp in boiling water. His feet lifted from the ground as the impact flung him backward. He hit the ground heavily, all the air knocked out of him, convulsing in agony. That single punch left him critically injured, completely out of the fight. A flash of white light. The medical aid worker in their pristine uniform reappeared like a specter, standing impassively over Ali. Pain contorted his face as he groaned, glaring at me with a mix of fury and fear, his voice a venomous whisper forced through gritted teeth. "You've got to be kidding." Even a top-seed participant came to the outskirts to stomp on small fry. The fight ended so quickly, in fact, that even I found it hard to believe. I had prepared myself for a grueling battle, fully ready to even use a rare and precious potion if needed. But instead, my full-force strike had fallen in an instant. Is the gap between a warrior and a quasi-warrior truly this vast? No time to marvel. Guards from other directions have already reacted, charging at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shards of stone, scrap metal, sharpened rebar. It all rains down from every angle, roaring through the air. I maneuver like a phantom, weaving through the storm of attacks. Projectiles slam into the spots I was just at, sparks scattering, smoke and dust billowing. Found it. The weak point is here. Excited shouts come from the mechanical guard's direction. 4 examinees increase their offensive speed, clearly having spotted a vulnerability. 2 figures leap toward me from my left and right, like leopards closing in for the kill. A cold glint flashes in my eyes. No retreat, counterattack. Target, that short-haired girl on the right, whose aura feels weaker. Boom. The ground cracks beneath my feet as I launch myself like a blur of shadow, surging toward the right. The short-haired girl's eyes widen in shock, her mouth parting with a little, "ah." as she hurriedly throws a punch. But to a warrior's senses, this punch is riddled with openings. I tilt slightly to the side, letting her fist graze past my face. Now, uppercut. Bam! A clean hit to her jaw. Her head snaps back, and she's sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Her eyes roll back, and she loses consciousness, falling into a sleep as peaceful as a baby's. A flash of white light. The retrieval team appears. Even I'm stunned for a moment. Was she really this weak? Or am I just this strong? Nearby, the male examinee witnessing this scene is stunned speechless, his eyes practically popping out of their sockets. He abruptly halts and, without hesitation, turns on his heels and runs. Are you kidding me? Took out a teammate with one hit. This guy isn't someone we can handle. Is this guy a seed-level candidate? What's he doing in the outer zones? He roars in his heart, no longer caring about his team at this point. I don't pursue. My goal is clear, points and badges. After one punch took down the girl, I spin around like a tiger pouncing downhill, charging straight for the mechanical guard's battlefront. The five-person party surrounding the mechanical guard never anticipated the tides turning so quickly. Within moments, their 10-person team is down to 2 injured and 1 fled. You guys keep going. Take down the guard. I'll handle him. A burly young man holding an alloy door as a shield bellows with determination, the clear leader of the group. The mechanical guard is already on the verge of collapse. They can't afford to fail now. I close in rapidly. Without hesitation, I grab a steel rod nearby, my arm muscles bulging as I hurl it with all my strength. Huh! The burly man roars, planting his feet firmly and flexing his monstrous arms as he braces the alloy door in front of him like a shield. Clang! The steel rod smashes into the door, sending shockwaves rippling visibly through the air. The man's arms go numb as a feeling of terror floods his mind. What monstrous strength! This is absolutely not novice martial initiate. My heart sank instantly. The noise was too loud. In this desolate wasteland, it stood out like a beacon in the darkness, bound to draw everyone's attention. I had to end this quickly. If I couldn't settle it in a short time, I'd have to leave immediately. I held nothing back. My entire body launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight for the burly young man. The youth decisively tossed aside the cumbersome door panel he was holding and squared up, ready to fight. Bam! 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 Fists and kicks collided, each strike landing like the beating of a war drum. After a few exchanges, I began to see through his patterns. When it came to sheer strength and speed, he was clearly a step below me. But every single move of his embodied efficient, refined technique. Fighting skill, true martial mastery. I had brute force, sure, but it was stifling to fight this way. Several times, my attacks were diffused by his precision and technique, and I almost found myself exposed to a critical strike. This can't drag on. I made up my mind. I would risk everything. My eyes burned with fury as I abandoned any sense of defense. I fully committed to trading injury for injury. As his incoming hook approached, I didn't dodge or evade. I took the hit squarely on my shoulder. Agonizing pain exploded through me, but I didn't flinch. Blow after blow landed from his relentless assault, their force raining down like a storm. I gritted my teeth and endured. Finally, I saw it, that fleeting opening. I surged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Summoning all the strength I had, I channeled it into my right fist. With the most primal, brutal force I could muster, I swung it directly at his face. Caught off guard by my reckless ferocity, he couldn't pull back in time. Bam! My fist connected squarely with his forehead. At the same time, his hook slammed into the side of my jaw. My ears rang, my head spun. For a moment, the entire world swayed. I bit down hard on my tongue, the sharp pain jolting me back into focus. In that crucial instant, my martial physique showed its superiority. When I steadied myself, the burly young man was already out cold. His eyes had rolled back into his head before he fell flat, as quiet and still as a sleeping infant. White light flickered. The medics arrived, their faces impassive as they evaluated me, blood-streaked but still standing. Without hesitation, they hauled away the unconscious youth. With the biggest threat now taken care of, I didn't pause to celebrate. Swiping away the blood from the corner of my mouth, my electric gaze locked onto the remaining 4 candidates. And just then, A piercing, mechanical screech. The spider-shaped robotic guardian's 8 metallic legs collapsed, its crimson chest-mounted eye dimming into silence. The battle was over. But before the group of 4 could catch their breath, a whirlwind reeking of blood surged straight toward them. In mid-charge, my hands darted to my waist, yanking out 2 vials of healing formula number 5 with practiced speed. Thwip, thwip. The needles plunged into my sore, aching arms. As the icy cool liquid coursed through my veins, exhaustion drained away, my peak strength returning in an instant. Stop him. Even before the words were fully formed, I erupted into their midst like a tiger leaping into a flock of sheep. Using the same tactic as before, trading injury for injury, I showed no concern for their attacks. A whip-like kick landed on my flank, but I hardly noticed it. My entire focus was on the candidate directly ahead of me. Drawing from every ounce of power, I delivered a devastating punch. Bam! The poor candidate scrambled to block, but my raw, explosive strength blasted through his defense. His arms screamed with what must have felt like searing pain before he was flung backward, crashing hard into the ground. One down. With my iron-hard arms raised, I turned to face the remaining 3 as chaos unfolded further. Strike. A sharp kick with my right leg, like a venomous snake striking out of its lair. Crack. The chilling sound of a bone snapping echoed through the air. The opponent clutched his twisted ankle and collapsed in agony. Another down. For challengers had now dwindled to 2. Get him together, one of them barked, their voice masking their fear with false bravado. Yet, without so much as a plan, the 2 turned and bolted in the opposite direction, their instincts overtaking courage. Mid-sprint, they froze, awkwardly meeting each other's gaze. Weren't we supposed to gang up on him? No time for second thoughts. In the next beat, they tore off again, fleeing for their lives without looking back. I didn't chase them. Every muscle in my body ached, my energy spent. I was running on fumes. But chasing wasn't my intention from the start, because my target had always been singular. Sprinting to the broken mechanical sentinel, I ripped open its alloyed chest cavity with raw force. Nestled within the tangled wires, a small, blue-glowing metallic badge rested quietly, no larger than my palm. Grabbing it, the cool, metallic sensation pressed against my grip. Ding! Scoring badge detected. Would you like to pick it up? Pick it up. Pick up successful. Current score, 10 points. Got it. As the tension in my body eased, the tide of exhaustion and pain crashed upon me like a relentless wave. I've got to leave now. The scent of blood and the aftermath of the fight would undoubtedly attract other predators soon, the sharks of this competition. Forcing myself through the pain, I ducked into a nearby abandoned apartment complex, vanishing into its shadowy depths. Not even a minute passed. The 2 runners returned cautiously, joined now by 2 more companions. All 4 treaded lightly back onto the battlefield, vigilant and alert, their eyes darting to every corner of the ruined zone. Where is he? Gone. That guy. He's a monster. No doubt he's a prime candidate for the finals. One of them muttered in disbelief, a tinge of lingering fear in his voice. The badge is gone. Another stared at the sentinel's busted open chest, grimacing with frustration. Hours of struggle, only to serve someone else a feast on a silver platter. What now? We leave. This spot's a hotbed now, unsafe for us. A voice steadied, despite the bitterness. From now on, anytime we run into mechanical sentinels, we let someone else engage first. Then we strike after the dust settles. Pained as it was to accept, it was the safest strategy they could muster. Silently, the 4 exchanged reluctant nods before slipping away like shadows, vanishing from sight. Time ticked by. From another corner of the abandoned zone, a figure crept out like a ghost, Hanyu. Her cold, calculating gaze swept across the battlefield, finally settling on the destroyed sentinel. After a keen inspection, ensuring there were no ambushes, she crouched down to examine the broken hatch and fight marks left behind. She frowned slightly, as if analyzing something deeper. After a moment, glimmers of complexity flickered in her eyes before she turned and quietly left. Elsewhere, the Chun brothers, Chun Feng and Chun Yun, emerged from the opposite end of the wrecked battleground. They scanned the chaotic remains, their expressions grave, before retreating with haste. Utter silence reclaimed the zone. Only the wreckage of the battlefield remained, mutely narrating the tale of the fierce skirmish that had erupted here. Back at the top floor of the abandoned apartment building, I twisted the cap off my last bottle of nutrient liquid and downed it in one sharp gulp. The warm liquid eased its way down my throat, replenishing my depleted stamina, if only slightly. I hadn't expected to deplete every single ounce of my supplies in this one stretch. Leaned against the wall, I stared at the empty backpack with a bitter smile. But when I glanced at the 10 points displayed on my personal device, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Worth it. This battle taught me an important truth. Strength is the ultimate rule in this world. No matter how exquisite your technique, it will bow before absolute power. I leaned back on the wall, my breath sharp and uneven. Inexperience is the most fatal flaw, I muttered. The fight replayed in my head like a slow-motion reel. Every punch, every dodge, clear as day. And then, suddenly, I got it. The humiliation of being sent flying by Yin Feilong's punch. The embarrassment of being cornered by 7 or 8 elite fighters. These painful memories had tricked me. They made me think that apex prodigies were somehow the norm. Damn it, I slapped my forehead. Who was I even up against? Yin Feilong, a freak at the pinnacle of the pyramid. One of the top 500 ranked elites. They represent the strongest 5% of the 10,000 applicants. And here I was, treating the top 5% like they were the baseline. What? Did I turn into some plankton boss in a shark tank? A sudden jolt of crisis awareness snapped me back. Someone's coming. In an instant, I sprang into action, vanishing into the shadows like a leopard. Hanyu. She approached cautiously, each step meticulously placed to avoid making a sound. No sign of chin foam or chin yen. A murderous glint shot through my eyes. Strike first. Whoosh. The rebar tore through the air like a dagger. Hanyu rolled instinctively to the side, a fatal mistake. If she hadn't dodged, the rebar would have simply grazed past her. By dodging, thunk. The rebar pierced her right leg, pinning her to the wall. Blood spurted violently. A flash of white light. Rescue personnel appeared between us in an instant. I'm fine, Hanyu shouted, fumbling to take out a stimulant number 7. You've lost, the medic said firmly, pressing down her hand. I haven't. The medic suddenly leapt back. My leg whip was already there. Smack. The stimulant was knocked from her grasp. Smack. A loud slap echoed. Think you can sneak attack me, huh? Hanyu's vision went dark, and she passed out cold. I grabbed her tactical pack without hesitation. The rescue personnel stood by passively. As per the rules, any spoils belong to the victor. Damn. Forgot to loot people earlier. I grumbled, slapping my thigh in frustration. The moment I picked up stimulant number 7, the crisis surged again. Boom, boom. Chun Feng and Chun Yun's attacks grazed my back, leaving the ground fractured. Again, thrown into a siege once more, I'd had enough. An insane resolve flickered in my eyes. Trade injury for injury. I took Chin Feng's brutal combo with my left shoulder and threw my full strength behind a right hook aimed at Chun Yun. Bam! Chun Yun flew backward like a kite with a snapped string, spitting blood before scrambling to flee. Chun Feng bolted as well, disappearing just as quickly. I didn't give chase. Instead, I leisurely sipped on my nutrient solution, trailing far behind the chaos. Up ahead, at the intersection, combat erupted. Chun Feng and Chun Yun hit the ground in an instant. Martial artist. My pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, I retreated, vanishing deep into the rubble. 6 hours later, on the top floor of an abandoned apartment, I opened my eyes. My injuries had recovered by 70%, and I was back in peak condition. During these 6 hours, I had fully embraced the title of the Master of Survival. No team. Solo survival. If I entered another fierce battle now, even if I won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Multiple consecutive encounters would guarantee elimination. This was a 48-hour exam, and we were only halfway through. If eliminated, my score might reset to 0. I made my decision. I needed to hold on to my 10 points and survive to the end. I found an isolated building, a shady third-floor room to the back, perfect for setting up my turtle shell. The view was limited, but it was well hidden. The narrow stairways made it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Day 1 passed. Several teams passed by below throughout the day. I stayed as still as a stone statue. The final 12 hours arrived. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence. The entire building shook violently. I bolted awake and rushed to the window. Down below, Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and Yin Feilong, students from the genius class of First High. But at the moment, these prodigies were battered, bleeding, and clearly injured. Opposite them stood over a dozen foes, emanating an air of brute force and precision teamwork, overwhelming the genius class completely. What the hell? A support wall had been blown apart, and the entire building was teetering on collapse. Damn it, I knew I had to make a move. The structure groaned as it gave way, the snapping of steel reinforcement rods roaring like thunder. Concrete chunks were falling, floors tilting at dangerous angles. Escape. I darted to the back-facing window, my figure flashing as I moved. Below, the battle raged on. It was the perfect distraction. However, someone's over there. Both groups noticed me at the same time. My heart pounded like a drum, but my legs didn't falter. Ahu, the leader of the opposing group, a woman with a chilling voice, barked an order. Take him out. She turned back to Lei Qianjun, who was locked in combat, and sneered. Hand over half your points, and I'll let you all go. In your dreams. Lei Qianjun roared, swirling with intensifying lightning in his palms. Courting death. A young man from the group sneered. Then we'll take everything. Ahu took off after me like a hunting leopard, his face twisted in bloodthirsty glee. A lone rat trying to run. Just another easy sack of points. I was burning with anger, but I kept my cool. Deliberately slowing my pace, I heightened my senses, ensuring no one else was tailing me. Kid, you're wasting your energy. Ahu jeered from behind. Be a good boy. Give up, and I'll make it quick. Suddenly, I dashed into an abandoned building. Ahu followed effortlessly, running into a rat hole wound. Before he could finish, I pivoted sharply, launching a fist with all my might. The wind from my strike howled, radiating murderous intent. Ahu's pupils constricted, a flash of realization, and alarm spread across his face. This kid, he dared to fight back. Bang! Two fists clashed, and Ahu's arms went numb as he staggered half a step back. This power, something's off, but I was already closing the distance. Ahu's legs swept toward me, slamming hard into my side. The sharp pain pierced through me, but I didn't flinch, not even a furrow of my brows. My iron fist struck out, pounding directly into his chest. Arg! Ahu coughed up blood and was sent flying, crashing into the wall. You're a martial artist? He gasped in terror. Ignoring him, I pressed on with a barrage of relentless attacks. In the narrow hallway, escape was impossible. Bang! 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 Every punch landed heavily, with blood scattering everywhere. Seizing an opening, I delivered a brutal elbow strike directly to his face. Crack! His teeth scattered as Ahu collapsed to the ground. Item acquired. Current score, 30 points. Nodding toward the rescue team, I turned and left. In the distance, plumes of smoke billowed as explosions boomed relentlessly. A perfect opportunity. Like a ghost in the shadows, I crept forward, spotting other figures moving as well. Buildings were collapsing one after the other, and multiple figures shot out with incredible speed. Lei Qianjun and his team were splitting up to escape. Stop them. The badge is on them. More than a dozen figures surged out like wolves on the hunt. But one leaped forward, only to watch as Su Qingying glided past like a phantom, leaving behind nothing but an afterimage. Another tried to block Lei Qianjun, but before he could even finish his words, he was already on the ground. Yin Feilong smirked as he darted eastward. Guess Qin Xiaoxiao's gonna have the upper hand on this one. Before his sentence could even fully leave his lips, Qin Xiaoxiao's team erupted into sight. Clear the field. Her voice was cold as a blade. No, we're from Tiantai City too. Screams echoed, one after another, as blood soaked the wreckage. A chill ran down my spine. This was a trap. Lei Qianjun had purposely shown weakness to lure us in. Qin Xiaoxiao wasted no time in cutting everyone down. Two birds, one stone. What a ruthless scheme. Escape? My pupils shrank. Yin Feilong was heading straight for the building I was in. Boom! Smashing through the window, Yin Feilong landed on the 4th floor. Killing intent bore down from above. My fist was already in motion. Yin Feilong's expression twisted in shock. An ambush. Bang! Our fists collided, both taking hits. But I was prepared. Biting my tongue to maintain clarity, I watched as Yin Filong momentarily lost focus. The moment was mine. Eyes bloodshot, I unleashed a ferocious volley of punches. Bang! 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 Each strike smashed into Yin Feilong's face, spraying blood with every hit. Within 5 seconds, his face was a bloodied mess, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. Breathing heavily, my heart thundered in my chest. It was done. A wave of exhilaration surged through me as the humiliation of being sent flying by him during the first stage shifted into pure ecstasy. I couldn't believe it. Revenge, taken in such a dramatic way in the second stage. Without hesitation, I skillfully searched through Yin Feilong's body, clearing out all the potions and point badges from his tactical bag. Collection successful. Current points, 210. A whopping 180 points. Jackpot. Having finished everything, I slipped into the shadows of the hallway without giving Qin Xiaoxiao any chance to scavenge what was left. It was quite some time before the medics in white rescue uniforms finally arrived, tardy as ever, to carry off the unconscious Yin Feilong. Clearly, the earlier cleanup operation must have overwhelmed even the rescue system. From that point on, the skirmishes in the ruins were sparse but grew increasingly brutal with each encounter. After taking out Yin Feilong, a nice, big score, I became far more cautious in my approach. I'd rather skip opportunities to engage than rush in recklessly. At each new hiding spot, my first priority was always ensuring I had a clear escape route. This extreme level of caution, however, meant I found no further openings. In the final hour, an eerie tension hung in the air. Most of the candidates had been eliminated, with only a handful forming small teams. Without exception, these were the cream of the crop. To my disbelief, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong's squad not only avoided losing members, they expanded to a formidable group of 20 or 30 people. It wasn't until later that I realized every single one of them was a student from Tianhai City's number 1 high school. Tianhai number 1 High, ranked first in all of Tianhai province for high school martial arts. In contrast, small cities like mine, Haicheng, even the so-called gifted classes of number 1 high school couldn't compete in heritage or overall strength against the top schools from the provincial capital. Titans like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, even they were eventually forced to fight solo. This must be the capital's sheer dominance. During the last half hour, it seemed like everyone came to a tacit agreement. No one was engaging in combat lightly anymore. Even the 2 or 3 massive super teams seemed to come to a halt. I remained hidden in an unremarkable basement, suppressing my breath to the absolute minimum, as quiet as a shadow. Like the most patient of hunters, I lay in wait for the hunt to end. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown appeared, my heartbeat began to quicken. 3, 2, 1. Exam over. All participants must immediately cease combat operations. An icy electronic voice echoed throughout Ruined City number 3, signaling the conclusion of the 48-hour trial. Survivors regrouped at the central platform. Numbers had dwindled from 10,000 at the start to less than 2,000 by the end. Some wore exhaustion on their faces but couldn't hide their excitement. Others looked crestfallen, their meager gains evident. And at the center of attention, core members from massive teams like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong's squad, striding confidently, basking in the admiring, even reverent, gazes of those around them. Meanwhile, I blended into the crowd, inconspicuous and unremarkable. The only vaguely familiar faces I spotted were Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying from my region's advanced class. Though both carried injuries, their presence was intimidating, their gaze as sharp as blades. At that moment, one of the examiners, Changshi and Deng Hong, reappeared on the high platform. The second phase of the exam is over, Changshi announced loudly. Now, we will reveal the total scores. A massive light screen unfolded in the center of the platform, with the names and scores of test takers scrolling rapidly until they finally froze in place. Everyone held their breath, nervously searching for their names. I quickly found mine. Candidate: Lin Chia. Phase 1 score, 95. Phase 2 score, 210. Total score, 305. Overall rank, 288. 288th place. I froze for a moment, disbelief flashing in my eyes like a sudden surge of light. I had originally thought that after abandoning the latter part of the competition, managing to stay in the top 1,000 would already be a win. Never did I imagine I'd make it into the top 300. Taking a quick glance at the ranks around me, I instantly understood why. During the brutal inner competition in the later phases, countless test takers clashed fiercely, causing major score fluctuations. Some even ended up being eliminated with 0 points left. Meanwhile, I managed to secure my results by decisively fighting in the early stages, cashing in on Yin Feilong's big gift package, and adopting an extreme survival strategy afterward. As a result, I quietly climbed my way up and emerged victorious. On the light screen, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong were ranked in the top 10, while Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying broke into the top 100 with their resilience and strength. Among the top 100, the name of Tiantai First High School appeared the most. However, amidst hushed murmurs, an unfamiliar name and a similarly unfamiliar school started being mentioned over and over again. 288th place. Linqia, Haiqing Grain District Number 2 High School? What kind of school is that? A regular high school in the Grain District? You're kidding, right? Who is this guy? Various discussions reached my ears as I tried not to laugh or cry. Haiqing Grain District Number 2 High School, a regular high school that didn't even qualify for the top 10 school league. Yet at this moment, its name stood alongside prestigious institutions like Tiantai First High School and Haiqing First High School on the leaderboard. It was a little surreal. All right, the total scores have been released. On the high platform, Deng Hong's voice interrupted the crowd's chatter. With a charming smile, she glanced briefly at geniuses like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun before, almost absent-mindedly, shifting her gaze to me for a split second. Congratulations to all of you for passing this joint screening exam. Starting now, you will have the freedom to apply to any private martial arts university within the scope of this examination. In 3 days, application booklets from various private martial arts universities will be sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you may make your selection based on your scores and preferences. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. This concludes the exam. Deng Hong's voice suddenly rose, her gaze sharp as a knife. And one last reminder. Everyone, remember this. Do not bring any grudges from the exam out into the streets. The use of weapons is strictly prohibited within Tiantai city limits. Violators will face consequences ranging from detention to imprisonment, and may even be disqualified from the exam altogether. Dismissed. Everyone started leaving in batches according to their exam numbers. My exam number put me in the last group. Right now, all I want is to find Bai Mushi, grab a proper meal, and get a good night's sleep. As I stepped out of the building, the afternoon sun was blinding yet warm. I squinted, taking a moment to adjust. Before I could even contact Bai Mushi, I felt several hostile gazes directed at me. It was Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. Beside them stood someone whose face was heavily wrapped in bandages, with only a pair of venomous eyes exposed. Yin Feilong, brother-in-law, over here, Bai Mujia's voice called out. Standing next to him were Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun, both smiling warmly as they looked in my direction. I pulled my gaze away from Lei and Su, striding towards my in-laws. Seeing me safe and sound, Bai Mushi finally let out a breath of relief. She quickly walked up, looking me over carefully. The bruises on my face and body filled her eyes with heartache. Hubby, Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed as she softly responded. Honey, you're okay, right? I'm great. I grinned. You actually lasted until the end of the second stage? Bai Mujia's eyes widened, full of disbelief. He had been eliminated during the first stage, and just hearing stories from other candidates about the brutality of the second stage had been enough to make his heart tremble. He never expected I could survive through the entirety of the battle royale. Even Bai Jinyun was visibly shocked. He, more than anyone, understood what making it to the end truly meant. My strength was far beyond what he'd imagined. I responded casually, yeah, let's go, I'm starving. Let's go, let's go. Bai Jinyun snapped out of his daze, nodding enthusiastically. His smile was brighter than the afternoon sun. This son-in-law, truly a priceless gem. On the other side, Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, turning coldly to Yin Feilong. What happened to you? Yin Feilong gritted his teeth. Got ambushed. He didn't want to elaborate. Who would willingly admit that, as a top contender of Haiching First High School's elite class, he had been eliminated in such a humiliating and brutally straightforward manner by some nobody? Su Qingying gave him a faint glance, but didn't press further. If you lack the strength, go back and train harder, Lei Qianjun said curtly, his tone icy. Yin Feilong's face flushed dark red, but he couldn't refute Lei's words and had no choice but to bury his rage and humiliation deep within himself. His venomous gaze fixed itself once more in the direction I had departed. I'll make sure to settle this score someday. That evening, in the luxurious suite of the Tianqi International Hotel, Yin Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his expression so dark it seemed he could drown the room in gloom. His personal terminal beeped. He answered the voice call. Feilong Ji, it's me. Heizi, if you've got something to say, spit it out. Flying Dragon bro, I've got some info. That guy, Lin Xie, turns out he's my buddy's classmate's sister's boyfriend. Lin Xie. Yin Feilong suddenly straightened up, his tone sharp. From Haicheng. Yeah, my buddy, Li Minggao, has a classmate named Bai Mujia. This Lin Xie is Bai Mujia's brother-in-law. Yin Feilong's eyes turned icy in an instant. Look into him. I want all the details, everything. Send it to me. Meanwhile, I had no clue Yin Feilong was digging around about me. At that moment, I was fully immersed in a feast of gourmet delights. The top-floor revolving restaurant at the Tianjin International Hotel was resplendent with dazzling lights and soothing music. Bai Jinyun had generously picked up the tab, claiming it was to celebrate me and Bai Mujia passing our exams. Although, technically, Bai Mujia didn't even make it past round 1. It didn't stop Bai Jinyun from finding an excuse to build a stronger connection. Chia, you've really kept your talents under wraps. You've brought so much glory to Haicheng. Yeah, brother-in-law. Ranked 288 in the whole country, man. In Haicheng, you're easily within the top 10. Bai Mujia, fully transformed into my #1 fanboy, looked at me with undisguised admiration. I, however, was preoccupied devouring roasted meat, giving vague responses as my thoughts were consumed entirely by the food. Those grueling exam days had left me starving. Sitting nearby, Bai Mushi quietly poured fruit juice into my glass, her eyes soft with affection as she watched me devour plate after plate. After the meal, Bai Jinyun probed cautiously. Chia, have you thought about which schools to apply to next? I shook my head. Not yet. I'm planning to wait for the admission booklets to come out before deciding. A shrewd glimmer flickered in Bai Jinyun's eyes. With your scores, getting into a top-tier private university shouldn't be an issue. While a full-ride scholarship might be a stretch, mid-tier elite universities would likely offer it without question. He quickly added, but really, I think you should just aim for the very best schools. Let us elders worry about the tuition. Unbeknownst to me, Bai Jinyun had already shared the news with his older brother, Bai Jinfeng. Upon learning I had ranked within the top 300 nationwide and could rank among the top 10 in Haicheng, Bai Jinfeng had been utterly stunned. Top 10 in Haicheng. That's no small feat. The Bai family, though with a history of martial artists, had always been limited to second or third-tier private colleges at best. For generations, they had never produced anyone near the caliber required for entrance into a top-tier university. After the shock wore off, elation set in. Bai Jinfeng's attitude took a complete 180. He immediately instructed his younger brother, Jinyun, take care of Chia. Make sure he feels at home, and tell him not to worry about tuition. The Bai family has it covered. Just as I was about to decline, Bai Jinyun waved his hand dismissively. Chia, hold on. Don't be so quick to turn this down. This isn't just my suggestion. It's your future father-in-law's idea as well. Pondered. I glanced at Bai Mushi. She gently held my hand and nodded softly. She may not have met her father's expectations, but the husband she chose far exceeded them. This was recognition of me, and also recognition of her. Then, thank you, Uncle and Dad, I said earnestly. Bai Mujia, thrilled, chimed in, brother-in-law, all my classmates are totally in awe of you, the ultimate dark horse. They want to host a gathering to get to know you better. What do you think? I raised an eyebrow slightly. I had no interest in class reunions, especially with people I didn't know. Before I could respond, Bai Jinyun interjected, Mujia, your brother-in-law just finished his exams. Let him rest well. There will be plenty of opportunities for stuff like this in the future. Muja quickly realized. Oh, right. Brother-in-law, rest up. I was glad for some peace and quiet. Maybe next time then. Back in the suite, I finally let myself unwind. Sinking into the couch, I exhaled deeply. Mushi approached with a glass of warm water, sitting beside me. You must be exhausted. I took the glass from her hand and pulled her into my arms, inhaling the faint, fresh scent of her hair. Not at all. With you here, I'm not tired at all. 3 days passed. I took the time to fully relax, spending each day walking and chatting leisurely with Mushi, and slowly cultivating the 8 treasures skill. On the third afternoon, a familiar system notification tone chimed. Ding! 8 treasures skill leveled up to level 5, 0/100. Gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Linchia. Gene potential, 10.3%. Physical strength, 102 plus. Mental strength, 102 plus. Spiritual power, 52 plus. Just then, my personal terminal vibrated. Dozens of emails from top private martial arts universities flooded in like snowflakes. The official enrollment brochures had been released. I swiped my finger across the screen. A gleaming golden border exploded on the display as the rotating, resplendent emblem slowly emerged. Galactic Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Campus. Top-tier focus, 40K. Founded in year 1 of the Empire. Countless war gods shaped here. My breath hitched. Galactic Martial Arts University. One of the 2 emperors of the Empire's martial arts world. The ultimate dream of every martial artist. Top 10 comprehensive ranking, exceptional talent, full scholarship. I read aloud the key information. Free tuition, S-grade resources, and a personal tutor. Before I could finish processing this, another email popped open. It was from Dragon Sword Martial Arts University. Equally top-notch terms, equally legendary status. The 2 greatest sanctuaries of martial arts in the Empire were now offering me a spot. Which one to choose? Mushi leaned in eagerly. Her wide, sparkling eyes revealed her excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and her entire body trembled. Her man, actually, still debating between Galaxy University or Dragon Sword Academy. These 2 schools are like holy grounds that countless geniuses dream of reaching, but rarely even come close to. Subconsciously, I touched my flat stomach, silently thinking, baby, do you see this? That's your dad. During lunch, Bai Jinyun's face was beaming with pride. Chia, have you decided yet? Obviously. Bai Mujie jumped in before I could respond. It's gotta be Galaxy or Dragon Sword. Come on, if it were me, I'd pick blindfolded and still end up lucky. I smirked faintly, still thinking it over. Bai Mujie couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. After all, he hadn't even passed the first round of selections. He was stuck sifting through options among third-tier schools, while my conundrum was choosing between 2 top-tier legends. The gap between us? Absolutely staggering. Dragon Sword is the way to go, Bai Mujie said excitedly, scrolling through info on his terminal. Their combat training is the most intense. All the newly crowned martial warriors are coming out of Dragon Sword. Bai Jinyan shook his head slightly. But Galaxy has a deeper legacy. It was founded in the first year of the Empire. It's connected to every major realm, military, politics, business. Connections, sometimes, can outweigh raw strength. Both of them made compelling points. But I could tell, they were just repeating public knowledge from the net. For families like the Bais, schools like these were still impossibly out of reach. They weren't in Tianshi City, or even close by. They were located in the imperial core, Terra. Terra. Every capital city on the Empire's planets bears that name. Not because of a lack of creativity, but out of tribute. A tribute to the one and only original Terra, a planet that's the Empire's origin and beating heart. It's the seat of politics, the engine of the economy, the cradle of culture, and the supreme martial haven. The headquarters of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Dragon Sword Martial Academy both stand tall on Terra, a place teeming with grandmasters and martial legends. Yet to 99.9999% of the Empire's citizens, Terra is not a place, but a myth. The cost to warp to Terra is astronomical. The barriers of status are overwhelming. Setting foot on that soil, an unattainable dream. And so, every planet's capital is named Terra as a cultural homage, a spiritual yearning. The capital of the 0755 star system's primary planet is also called Terra. That's where you'll find the local branches of Galaxy and Dragon Soar, as well as the Martial Alliance headquarters, major interstellar corporations, and more. But from Haiching City, it's impossibly far. What do you think, honey? Baimushi looked at me warmly. My eyes sharpened in determination. The decision was already made. There was a line in the admissions pamphlet for Galaxy University that struck me to my core. Within 10 years, unlock 100% of your genetic potential, ascend to an extraordinary martial artist, and be eligible to join the Galaxy Pioneer team as a vice captain, spearheading the development of new planets, exploring uncharted planets, igniting the flames of civilization, etching my name on the very first page of newly written history. Now, that's the ultimate dream for any man. And let's not forget, I have the more kids, more blessings system. On an untouched planet, I can freely spread your wings, become an ancestor of a new planet. I choose Galactic Martial Arts University. My gaze was unwavering. Why? Baimuji asked curiously. I explained my reasons. When the words pioneering planets left my lips, Baimuji's eyes lit up like the stars. That's so awesome. Brother-in-law, take me with you. Do you even qualify? Baijinyan crushed his son's hopes while subtly making his stance clear to me. Baimuji wouldn't be a distraction. But deep down, excitement surged in him. The Bai family's ancestors had once been members of the 0755 pioneering team. 500 years later, the social class divide had deepened. Some had risen to become prestigious families. Others, like them, barely clung to middle-class status, and many more, like my parents, had fallen into the ranks of commoners. And now, their future nephew-in-law was about to join the Galactic Pioneers. The prestige of this was incomparable to those early days. It was a chance to elevate not just oneself, but the entire family. Baimushi remained silent, placing her hand gently over mine. Wherever you go, I go. Just as I was preparing to submit my application, my terminal buzzed loudly. A video call request popped up from my homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou Deming. A corner of my mouth lifted, and I swiped to answer. The holographic screen illuminated, revealing Mr. Zhou's flushed and excited face. Behind him was a sea of people. The school's balding principal, his shiny scalp catching the light, stood just behind his shoulder. Mr. Zhou, I greeted calmly. Lin Xie. Zhou Deming practically shouted my name. Rank 288. You really got rank 288. When the news reached High City Grain District School Number 2, Principal Wang's first reaction was disbelief. There must have been a system error. Impossible. Their rundown school, on its best day, had never achieved anything close to this. The highest rank in school history barely scraped the top 10,000 students. But 288? More absurd than the sun rising in the west. He had the academic office double-check repeatedly, even called in personal favors to verify. The conclusion, 100% accurate. The school was in an uproar. Lin Xie? That quiet, average student from a poor family with decent but unremarkable grades? Ranked 288 in the entire province? It was nothing short of a miracle. 288. Zhou Deming waved his arms like a madman. The best ranking in our school's history. No, the best in nearly a century for any non-prestigious school in all of High City. Just lucky, I replied with a faint smile. I'm Principal Wang. The shiny bald head appeared front and center. Our school is immensely proud of you. Have you finalized your college choices? Do you need any help? I blinked. Principal, you're aware of my family's financial situation. Tuition is an issue. Principal Wang saw his opportunity. With your ranking, the Golden Ox Martial Arts University is guaranteed to offer a full scholarship. Thank you for your concern, but I've decided on the Galactic Martial Arts University. Principal Wang's smile stiffened. Adopting the tone of a wise elder, he quickly responded. The competition at the Galactic University is far too fierce. It's filled with wealthy and talented prodigies. Better to be a big fish in a small pond than the other way around. He continued to advise earnestly. Golden Ox Martial Arts University would be a much better fit for you. There, you'll be able to. The best resources are on the table. I happen to have connections there. The admissions director is my senior and can secure you double the S-level resources. Principal Wang spoke with great passion, Yet calculations were running wild in his mind. Just a moment ago, the admissions director of Taurus Marshall University came to him personally, offering a hefty deal, persuade me to enroll, and the principal would pocket a 1 million credit referral bonus. I listened quietly and then shook my head. Thanks for your concern, but I'm choosing Galactic Marshall University. Principal Wong's face darkened. Let me give you a piece of advice. 2 years ago, we had a student here whose grades barely reached the top-tier university cutoff. All the second-tier universities offered him their very best resources, but he insisted on going to Spark Marshall University. He slapped his thigh. And what happened to him? He got crushed under the weight of countless geniuses. It took him 10 miserable years to become a basic martial artist, and he shamefully returned to the food distribution zone. A hard-learned lesson. I sneered inwardly. Perhaps others would have been intimidated, but I wasn't. After all, I had the fruitful legacy system. My path to becoming stronger was simple. I just needed to have children. Competition didn't faze me in the slightest. Seeing my lack of reaction, Principal Wong felt a surge of frustration. The million credit bonus was slipping through his fingers. But he had a plan B, my family. From a household like mine, where having more children meant higher benefits, money was king. Limited vision and a lack of ambition often defined families like ours. The distant allure of an imperial top 2 school couldn't possibly outweigh immediate, tangible financial gains. Discreetly, Principal Wong typed out a message. Lin Xie has applied to Taurus Marshall University. The school will provide a 200,000 credit scholarship. Take 2 more days, discuss it with your family, he sighed dramatically. As soon as he ended the video call, Wong turned to his colleague. Mr. Zhou, contact Lin Xie's parents. Confirm that they've received the message. 200 grand. Zhou Deming gasped audibly as the weight of those digits hit him. He instantly grasped that the principal stood to gain something far more significant behind the scenes. But why should that matter to him? I'll take care of it right away. Zhou replied eagerly. Back in his office chair, Principal Wong leaned back and let his thoughts wander to the Taurus Marshall University admissions director, Yan Xingzhan. Yan Xingwu, the vice president of the Sea City Martial Artists Association, was none other than Yan Xingzhan's younger brother. The Yin family wielded significant influence in Sea City. Looks like the Yin family has someone in this year's entrance exams who values Lin Xie highly, Principal Wong mused. It was the only logical explanation for the 1 million credit referral reward. That kid really hit the jackpot, he muttered, shaking his head. What a pity he doesn't know how to appreciate it. At the Tiantai International Hotel, a communication terminal buzzed. On the glowing screen appeared the stern face of Yan Xingwu, the vice president of the Martial Artists Association and Yin Feilong's father. Father, Yin Feilong greeted with respectful nods, his face still showing faint bruises. The injuries? Nothing major, Yin Feilong replied. Your uncle is quite pleased with your recommendation and is actively working to convince Lin Xie to apply to Taurus Marshall University. Yin Xingwu's hawk-like gaze bore into his son. As for your grudge with him, enough of this. No matter how capable he is, he's just a rootless commoner. If he gets into the university, the Yin family might even recruit him. You need to think broader, draw in talents for our family. Understood. Yin Feilong's face stiffened, but under his father's icy gaze, all his unwillingness was extinguished. Yes, father, he replied in a low voice. After all, our path has always been built atop the commoners. Good. Failure this time is a lesson, so you'll know there's always someone better out there. Father, will I still be able to go to the Galactic Martial Arts University? Going to Taurus Martial Arts University suits you better. Yes, father. Yin Feilong's eyes dimmed as he lowered his head to cover his growing resentment toward me. It's all because of Lin Xie. Still, with uncle's connections at Taurus Martial Arts University, I'll undoubtedly receive exceptional resources there. If it's the family's arrangement, I'll make the most of it and grow strong as quickly as possible. Soon enough, I'll crush Lin Xie beneath my feet and turn him into nothing more than a dog. At Tianyue International Hotel, I leaned back on the sofa, replaying the recent phone call in my mind. Connections, recommendations, wisdom of experience. Words that sounded proper but carried an underlying sense of insincerity. Principal Wong wouldn't be this kind-hearted. Even if everything he said was true, to someone like me who has the system, This so-called resource advantage means little. The phone vibrated again. Incoming call, Mom. I raised an eyebrow and swiped to answer. Chia, congratulations. You did amazing. You're the pride of the Lin family. My mother's voice was full of eager pleasantries. After a bit of small talk, she got to the point. Even Mr. Zhou called us. He especially recommends Taurus Martial Arts University. The benefits and treatment there are exceptional. Your dad and I looked it up. Taurus Martial Arts is also top tier. Not much different from Galactic. Same subsidiary campuses, right? Real benefits matter more. I listened silently. I knew this was Principal Wang making his moves. Exactly, Chia. Dad chimed in. Connections are everything. The principal has laid the groundwork for you. This is such a blessing. Don't waste his goodwill. Dad, Mom, I said calmly. I've already made my decision about the university. Why don't you listen to reason? Mom got anxious. What's wrong with Taurus Martial Arts University? It's a prestigious school too. They'll even provide you with the best resources. I shook my head. I could sense that Principal Wang had given my parents some sort of incentive. I've already decided. Mom was at a loss for words. Dad's face turned red with frustration. We're doing this for your own good. What are prestigious universities compared to having the right connections? If you go to Taurus, with the principal's support, your future will be bright. We'd sell everything we have to back you up. But if you go to Galactic, no scholarships, no resources, no connections. How can you compete with those geniuses born with silver spoons in their mouths? You know our family's situation, don't you? A yearly income of 30, maybe 50,000. It's not worth a fraction of what those other people have. You're scraping the bottom at Galactic Martial Arts University, and we're not giving you any support. I wanted to laugh. The 100,000 application fee was half contributed by Mushi, the other half was from a loan. My parents had never stood behind me. Well, I've already applied to Galactic Martial Arts University, I said. Imperial law states that once the application is submitted, it can't be changed. No hesitation, no turning back. I opened the application page, filled in my information, and pressed submit without a second thought. Ding! Your application has been successfully submitted. I took a screenshot and sent it to my mom. Mom, I've really submitted my application. Silence on the other end of the video call. My dad stormed off in rage, while my mom's smile froze in place. Well, since you've made your decision, we'll respect it. Your father was harsh, but don't take it to heart. You're grown now, and you have your own determination, so we'll support you. Got it, Mom. I sent the same screenshot to Zhou Deming, my homeroom teacher. He replied instantly, overflowing with enthusiasm. Congratulations, Galactic Martial Arts University. I'm so proud of you. Now I can brag that I once taught a student who made it to Galactic. Wishing you a bright future. I chuckled but didn't reply. I silenced my communicator and tossed it aside. I didn't want to take any more calls or see any more messages. Outside, the neon lights of Tiantai City flowed like a galaxy. From the moment I stepped into that exam room, the world had shifted. My life was about to embark on a brand new trajectory. All those voices tied to the past, trying to bind me with family obligations or self-interest, would become nothing more than distant scenery. Behind me, Mushi wrapped her arms around my waist and rested her cheek against my back, a wordless show of support and companionship. I reached back, clasped her hands, and the last bit of unease faded from inside me. Half an hour later, the notification came. Congratulations. You've been officially admitted to the Galactic Martial Arts University, Taurus 075 5-star system campus. Please report to Terra City by October 1st, year 40918. In less than a month, I'd head to the capital of the planet. Tiantai City to Terra City. The high-speed supersonic hover train would take 10 hours. I turned to her. Babe, how about we head straight to Terra? Get familiar with the place early. Let's do it. Mushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Terra, the most prosperous hub on the planet. We didn't pack much, just a few changes of clothes. But once I'd made the decision, we were going. No delay. The next morning. You're heading straight to Terra? Bai Jinyun froze in shock, disappointment creeping across his face. Rubbing his hands nervously, he said, Chia, your father-in-law has already started making plans for a huge celebration banquet. He's inviting every single one of his friends and relatives. He wants the whole world to know, Bai Jinfeng has a son-in-law who got into Galactic Martial Arts University. Uncle, Bai Mushi spoke gently yet firmly. Chi just finished his exams and needs rest. A place like that would be too noisy. She held my hand tightly, as if not wanting to put me in a difficult position. Bai Jinyun immediately understood. Now, the opinion of this young couple mattered the most. All right, he chuckled. When are you planning to leave? Dad, Bai Mujia's eyes lit up. Let's head to Terra together. Treat it like a vacation. Bai Jinyun clapped his thigh. Great idea. We'll personally drop you off at the university. Bai Mushi wanted to decline, but I gently clasped her hand, signaling her to let it be. Luxury Suite, International Hotel. The holographic screen illuminated, revealing the somber face of Yin Xingwu. Lin Qiyi has enrolled in the Galactic Martial Arts University, he stated coldly. Yin Feilong's face turned visibly grim. Stay calm. Yin Xingwu's voice carried an icy authority. Don't do anything reckless. Let your ambition have limits. Yin Feilong's chest heaved sharply as he forced himself to suppress his rage. Understood, father. Think about it. Yin Xingwu spoke slowly. Someone without resources, connections, or a strong foundation. What could they possibly achieve at the Galactic Martial Arts University? The call ended. The room descended into an oppressive silence, broken only by heavy breathing. Yin Feilong clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. Father was right. If he's going to Galactic Martial Arts University, it's as good as marching to his doom. Do you even understand what that place is? It's a battlefield for the brightest talents in the entire galaxy. There, talent is the bare minimum to even step through the door. True competition lies in a family's heritage, connections, resources, and ancient techniques. Lin Qiyi? He has nothing. He will undoubtedly be crushed like dust under the feet of countless prodigies and eventually reduced to nothing more than a bottom-tier failure. But as for me, a fire ignited in Yin Feilong's eyes. I will rise at Taurus Martial Arts University, loved and revered by all. By then, the gap between us will be as vast as heaven and earth. Afternoon, Tiantai City, Supersonic Maglev Station. Chi. Lu Yuqin rushed forward, her care and concern practically overwhelming, more attentive than any parent could be. Bai Jinfeng's face was glowing with pride. Well done. You've really brought honor to the Bai family. He had already booked first-class tickets and arranged accommodations in Terra. Don't worry about anything when you get there. We've got it all covered. Think of it as a vacation. I gave a polite nod of thanks, accepting the Bai family's goodwill without hesitation. The train sped along the magnetic levitation tracks, the scenery outside blending into streaks of light as we hurtled forward. Inside the first-class cabin, the Bai family chatted excitedly about Terra's grandeur and the legendary Galactic Martial Arts University. The conversation revolved around me, their words filled with undisguised intent, their investment in a future powerhouse. I occasionally responded, but spent most of the time gazing out the window, lost in thought as my mind drifted toward the unknown capital awaiting us. Bai Mushi sat quietly at my side, leaning against me. She was engrossed in her pregnancy nutrition book, her focus unwavering. To her, as long as we were together, the destination made no difference. The train slid smoothly into Terra City. Looking out through the window, I saw the heart of the planet for the very first time. If Tiantai City could be called grandiose, then Terra was nothing short of a miracle. Skyscrapers pierced the heavens, resembling a crystalline forest refracting dreamlike hues under the sunlight. The sprawling web of floating streets in the sky was packed with what seemed like an endless swarm of vehicles, darting like schools of glowing fish. Private starships cruised across the stratosphere, leaving behind shimmering energy trails in their wake. This was a true city of the future. Our private transport took us directly to the star-crowned Interstellar Hotel, the pinnacle of an 800-story skyscraper. So beautiful. Bai Mushi sighed softly. I pulled her closer in my arms, just as awestruck as she was. Here, amidst this vast expanse of human achievement, I felt both my own insignificance and the boundless potential of the world around me. A surge of ambition and passion welled up in my chest. The next morning, Bai Jinfeng beamed with excitement. Let's go and try a traditional old Terra breakfast. At a centuries-old restaurant, I caught sight of the menu with its prices, 500 credits for a single meal. It made me raise my eyebrows in disbelief. The cost of living in the planetary capital stood in stark contrast to that of the agricultural zones. The unique flavors of the breakfast left most of us frowning after only one or two hesitant bites. "Let's head to Galactic Martial Arts University to get you settled in," Mushi suggested. She spoke for me, knowing it wasn't my place to say anything. The Bai family immediately chimed in with support. After all, who wouldn't want to visit the legendary Academy for Martial Arts? Galactic Martial Arts University was located in the Forest of Scholars, a serene section of the northwest quadrant of the city, a stark contrast to the steel and glass jungle that was the city center. As our car entered the area, I instantly felt the spiritual energy around us surge overwhelmingly. The university's massive and majestic gate was constructed from white monolithic stones, with 4 bold characters engraved across the arch above. Galactic Martial Arts. The characters seemed to carry a kind of magic, stirring something deep within, visions of an infinite galaxy, and the countless pioneers who had come before us. In front of the gates, new students and their families lined up in long queues. I observed quietly. Ahead of me, a young woman clad in combat gear stood with a stoic expression, exuding the intense aura of a martial artist. Her father, meanwhile, seemed even more formidable. An air of an immovable mountain surrounded him. Behind me, 2 young mothers were lecturing for teenagers. "I don't expect you to get into Galactic Martial Arts University like your elder sister, but at least make it into the top tier. Bringing you here today is to let you experience what a top-level institution feels like." The teens responded indifferently. "Understood." Yet another family stood a short distance away behind us, a pair of middle-aged parents whose very presence felt profound. They were accompanied by their martial artist son and 2 daughters. I was quietly in awe. Just the families before and after us exuded an unfathomable sense of accomplishment and heritage. Was this the standard background of Galactic Martial Arts University's students? The middle-aged man smiled and struck up a friendly conversation. Married at such a young age? Truly remarkable. His gaze swept briefly over Bai Junfeng and Bai Jinyun, with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. To him, marriage at a young age often indicated a family alliance. But these 2 middle-aged individuals? Neither of them seemed to hold the aura of a true martial artist. Which families are capable of forming alliances through marriage? He hadn't thought about it. At the very bottom of the empire, another possibility existed: marrying for the sake of birth subsidies. Bai Jinfeng humbly replied, "Kids settling down early gives us peace of mind." Soon, it was my turn. 2 sentries stood motionless like mountains, their presence profoundly intimidating. A chill ran through me. They were leagues ahead of me in strength. "Welcome, Lin Xie," one sentry said after scanning my admission letter, stepping aside. "Family visitation ends at 6 p.m. and is restricted to the freshman plaza and residential quarters." I stepped through the gates. Rich, pure energy enveloped me like soaking in a warm spring. The view opened up suddenly. A vast, boundless plaza paved with green jade, engraved with star chart patterns that glimmered faintly. At the center stood a colossal 100-meter-tall statue, clad in a celestial battle armor, wielding a giant sword and gazing out at the sea of stars. Its face was blurred but exuded an indomitable, earth-shaking presence. "The Pioneer Statue," Bai Jinfeng murmured. "Commissioned personally by His Majesty the Emperor to honor the nameless heroes of the era of expansion." Towering ancient trees surrounded the area, with buildings seamlessly hidden among the forest. No oppressive walls of steel, no cacophony of neon lights. Only tranquility and solemn majesty. "This is incredible," Bai Mujia stuttered in awe. Bai Mushi, however, kept her eyes solely on me, pride glowing in her gaze. At the freshman registration center, a young female instructor was clad in a sleek black combat uniform. Her posture exuded confidence, and her gaze was sharp and piercing. She pulled up my file, her brows furrowing slightly. "Lin Xie, Provincial Private School rank number 288, genetic potential score, 10.3%. Proficient in broadcast calisthenics routine number 128 and 8 treasures technique." She raised her gaze to scrutinize me, her voice aloof. "Your comprehensive starting rank is 9,988th, assigned to grade 1, Class 10. Your genetic potential is average, but your foundational techniques are terribly outdated. Broadcast calisthenics and 8 treasures technique. Those are so basic that even 3-year-olds would find them inadequate. You'd better make use of the month before classes start to catch up with advanced techniques. With your aptitude, if you step up your training, there's a chance you could move from Class 10 to Class 9 within the year. Behind me, the Bai family collectively froze in shock. The 8 treasures technique labeled an outdated form? In Haiching, that was the pinnacle for average families. Bai Mujia himself had trained with this method. To my surprise, though, I remained calm. I had expected this. Do you have any recommendations, instructor? I asked. The female instructor frowned, her tone frosty. Your technique determines the trajectory of your life as a warrior. This is a family matter, something your elders should plan for. Why are you asking me? In her view, come on, anyone who gets into the Galactic Martial Arts University has a powerful family backing them. Asking the receptionist about cultivation techniques? Unheard of. Bai Zhengfeng hurried forward, apologizing profusely. Apologies, teacher. We're from a 4th-tier agricultural city, with no connections and no means to hire a cultivation mentor. Chia got in purely on his own effort. The female teacher gave the group a second glance, her impatience slightly easing. A grassroots genius. That term brought to mind something my father once said. Our family had been cast aside by the main clan, starting with my grandfather. But it was my grandfather's sheer determination that paved the way for the family foundation we have today. One of the deputy principals was even a grassroots genius who rose to the top against all odds. Though, to be fair, such stories were legends from a long time ago. In the past decade as a teacher at this elite interstellar academy, she'd barely come across more than a handful of talents like that. Her tone softened. Recommending a cultivation technique is a meticulous task. It's not something I can casually advise on. She pulled up a QR code and continued. Add me on WeChat. I'll schedule a personal consultation for tonight. One session will include a full-body analysis and tailored technique recommendations. Session fee, 10,000 credits. Since you're not officially enrolled yet, you can't use academic credits to pay. Think it over. 10,000 credits. Everyone took a sharp breath. For 1 hour. That was insane. Bai Zhengfeng and Bai Jingyun exchanged glances. While their eyes revealed pain over the cost, there was also a resolute determination. This was money that had to be spent. I scanned the payment and completed the transaction. The female teacher nodded approvingly, decisive. My name is Lin Yuechan, a 10-star transcendent martial artist. See you at 8 p.m., Building 10, Room 2202 in the core sector. She keyed in the details and handed over a temporary student ID. That's it for your registration. Head to the living quarters to check out your dorm. After leaving the registration area, Bai Mujia muttered, Brother-in-law, 10,000 credits for 1 hour? That's highway robbery. What do you know? Bai Jingyun glared at him. This is called investing. Spending 10,000 credits to get guidance from a Galactic Martial Arts University teacher and plan the best cultivation path? Total steal. Bai Zhengfeng nodded in agreement. Exactly. We don't have the expertise. We hire professionals to handle it. If the wrong technique is chosen and it impacts Chiye's future, that would be the real loss. They boarded a suspension train that weaved through an ancient forest, the futuristic buildings suspended in midair whizzing past the windows. This place, it's like an independent city, Bai Zhengyun marveled. The freshman dormitory tower was a massive skyscraper, occupying tens of thousands of square meters as it stretched endlessly into the sky. Bai Mujia tilted his head as he looked up. Whoa, 100 floors. Bai Zhengyun shook his head. More than that. Mother Bai chimed in. I read online it's 300 floors. This is one of the tallest buildings in the Forest of Scholars. Inside the first-floor lobby, my turn came. The staff scanned my student ID and said in a perfunctory tone, Lin Xie, room 166 on the 298th floor. Reminder, the spiritual energy density in the dorms far exceeds the external environment. Violating regulations is strictly prohibited. Destructive cultivation techniques are strictly prohibited. Damaging facilities will result in fines and a permanent ban from residency. For training with destructive techniques, please proceed to designated training halls. The tower has 300 floors, with the concentration of spiritual energy decreasing from bottom to top. The 300th floor has the least energy. Your low entry ranking places you on a higher floor. If you want to move to a better floor, you'll need to earn it yourself. The members of the Bai family were stunned. Dormitory assignments are directly based on strength rankings. The distribution of cultivation resources is clear from the very start. Bai Jinfeng sighed. This truly is a sanctuary of martial arts. Even where you live is based on competition. I nodded, unsurprised. Teacher, can my wife stay with me? Bai Mushi instinctively grabbed my hand, her palms slightly damp with sweat. The staff member looked up. Your wife? Do you have a marriage certificate? I showed them the digital certificate. After verifying it, the staff nodded. That's fine. But if she's not a student of this school, she'll need to sign an agreement, limiting her access to designated areas. She can only enter the plaza and living quarters. Entry to classrooms, the library, and other core facilities is forbidden. If you agree, we'll process the paperwork. Agreed. Shortly after, Bai Mushi received her temporary residence card. The elevator is over there, but it will only allow the two of you inside. Bai's mother said, You two go ahead. We'll take a look around nearby. The grand lobby was filled with 100 silent, magnetic levitation elevators. I scanned my card, and the elevator designated for floors 291 to 300 opened smoothly. As the floor numbers ascended rapidly, a slight sensation of weightlessness set in. Bai Mushi whispered, Husband, with such intense competition, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I smiled. Don't worry. This is motivating. On the 298th floor, metallic hallways stretched endlessly, with identical alloy doors lining both sides. Room 166, 30 square meters. Compact, but well equipped with all essentials. The spiritual energy concentration on the 298th floor already surpasses that of the hotel. I took a deep breath. I can't imagine what it must be like on the lower floors. Bai Mushi's eyes sparkled with joy. It's wonderful and so clean. I'll tidy up. This will be our home in the capital. Her words turned the cold, metallic room warm and inviting. I held her hand. Yes, a new beginning. The 298th floor, soon, will be moving downwards. From the floor-to-ceiling window, the majestic Scholars' Forest filled the view, with the distant steel cityscape of Terra City glowing in golden light. Mushi. Our new life officially starts now. As night fell, the Galactic Martial Arts University's Eastgate Commercial Street lit up with the dazzling glow of floating neon lights. Toward the end of dinner, Bai Jinfeng's expression grew serious as he transferred 100,000 credit points. Qi, this is a token of our support. You've just arrived in the capital, and expenses will come from every direction. Buying technique copyrights, cultivating resources, nothing comes cheap. Don't let a lack of money hold you back. Bai Jinyan nodded firmly. Exactly. You are the greatest hope of the Bai family. Investing in you is like investing in all of us. Our future is in our own hands. Go for it without hesitation. Your family is your strongest support. Looking into the resolute eyes of the elder, I took a deep breath. Understood. I'll make sure every penny is well spent and will not let you down. Bai Jinfeng gave a satisfied smile. Time's almost up. Go on and meet teacher Lin Yuechan. Bai Mushi spoke softly. Dear, this is your professional training. It's not right for me to tag along. I'll wait for you back at the dorm. 8 p.m., room 2202, teaching building number 10. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The training room was 200 square meters. Standing at the center was Lin Yuechan. She appeared to be around 27 or 28, with sharp, clean-cut short hair and a graceful yet commanding appearance. Her piercing eyes resembled those of a hawk. The black training outfit accentuated her athletic build, exuding a sense of explosive strength. Lin Chia. Yes, teacher Lin. Unorthodox background, lacking solid foundations. If you're seeking advice, I'll need to see your basics first. Perform the broadcast exercise and the 8 treasures technique for me. I decided there was no need to hide anything anymore. Ranked 9988 as a novice, labeled as a grassroots talent with no proper guidance. I had nothing to conceal. Yes, teacher. I stepped into the center of the training area and began to perform the broadcast exercise. As I moved, a flicker of surprise appeared in Lin Yuechan's eyes. My actions seemed simple, yet they flowed seamlessly like water, carried by an underlying rhythm. Every stretch and turn of my body harmonized perfectly, circulating vital energy throughout. Upon completing the sequence, my breathing was steady, and I felt more refreshed and energized than before. A broadcast exercise at the perfection level. There was a hint of astonishment in Lin Yuechan's gaze. This fundamental technique, rarely cultivated even to proficient level, was a marvel to reach perfection. Achieving perfection meant attaining an unparalleled depth of mastery. Perfection was 10 times harder to reach than proficiency. In this moment, Lin Yuechan's initial opinion of me shifted drastically. Throughout the history of imperial martial arts, there have been freakishly talented individuals blessed with extraordinary comprehension. The youngest person to achieve perfection level in the broadcast exercise? 10 years old. Even so, such geniuses often eventually fade into obscurity. Before Lin Yuechan could question me further, I had already steadied myself and grounded my stance. 8 Treasures Technique. Begin. The essence of the 8 treasures unraveled in my hands. Although I hadn't yet reached the perfection level as with the broadcast exercise, my movements were steady, and my techniques flowed with the tide of my vital energy. It was evident I had spent considerable time honing this skill. As I concluded, I retracted my energy and stood at ease. Lin Yuechan's initial surprise deepened into contemplation. A proficient level 8 treasures technique. She began pacing in the room, her sharp gaze analyzing me intently. The broadcast exercise is too generalized in nature. For you to achieve perfection level in it speaks volumes about your talent for comprehension, but it offers no clear direction for further development. Her tone carried a weight of seriousness. The 8 Treasures technique is a D-rank method and serves as the foundation for the C-rank 8 Treasures Dragon Tiger Force. Once you master the Dragon Tiger Force, you can merge it with another method to realize the B-rank Vajra Glass Body. This, in turn, lays the groundwork for the A-rank Immovable King Body. She shook her head definitively. But the body refinement path doesn't suit you. Why not? Too expensive, Lin Yuechan stated bluntly. The ultimate form of the body tempering path, turning the physical body into a walking, human-shaped, divine weapon. Even at the beginner level, you'll achieve immunity to blades and bullets. At its highest, you'd attain an indestructible Vajra-like form, shaking the heavens and earth with just a flick of your wrist. My blood surged with excitement. A human-shaped divine weapon. However, Lin Yuechan suddenly shifted the tone. This is a path paved with credit points. Every breakthrough demands a massive amount of resources. Without them, you won't get anywhere. You've mastered the 8 Treasures technique. It seems simple on the surface, but once you also cultivate the Dragon Tiger technique and attempt to merge the two, that's where it gets extremely difficult. In ancient times, they relied on divine medicines. Nowadays, we use high-energy nutritional gels, a cost of hundreds of thousands of credits a day, for 7 to 10 weeks until the promotion is complete. Hundreds of thousands. My eyes widened. Of course, Lin Yuechan continued. Great cost comes with great reward. Successfully merging the two will immediately result in mastery of the 8 Treasure Dragon Tiger Vitality. I swallowed hard. Teacher Yuechan, are you saying that the fusion is extremely tough and that the nutritional gels are a must? Thoughts began swirling in my mind. Others relied on talent, relied on resources. I relied on the system. So long as my practice repetitions were enough, everything could be upgraded. If I pushed both techniques to their peak, would fusion still be an obstacle? Lin Yuechan caught the defiant glint in my eyes. The stubborn, I don't believe it, I'll try anyway, kind of determination. The corner of her mouth curved upward. Geniuses were often arrogant, and she'd seen plenty hit a wall and then turn back. Go redeem the Dragon Tiger technique from the technique vault. Master both to the foundational level first, and then try merging them. You'll understand what a bottleneck truly means. Ultimately, it's your call. But my professional recommendation. She summoned her terminal, projecting 3 glowing techniques into the air. She pointed to the one glowing with crimson fire. First, the Crimson Sun Hell Suppression Technique, classified A level. This is my main discipline. It simulates a star's core, pure, blazing solar energy. Overwhelming power. At the peak, your vitality becomes a furnace, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Its prerequisite, the sea-level Blazing Sun Qigong, which will teach you the basics of energy projection even at the entry level. She brought her fingers together like a blade. A spark of golden-red flames danced at her fingertips, distorting the air around it. A Beyond 10 Stars supernatural warrior can externally project their spirit energy. For me, fire is my spirit energy's manifestation. The flames extinguished. With your talent, this path reaches notable power the fastest. If you choose this, I'll gift you the complete online course set, plus 5 hours of one-on-one QA. She then pointed to another glowing document shrouded in black mist. Second, the formless tribulation mind scripture, a level. It develops the brain and spirit, enabling manipulation of reality through mental power, crafting heart tribulations to strike directly at the soul. It's exceptionally difficult to grasp and has no prerequisite techniques. It entirely relies on insight. In the 5 centuries of this academy's history, fewer than 100 students have even entered the basics of this path. But once you do, the power growth is lightning fast, and its potential rivals even S-level disciplines. Her gaze sharp as a blade, she analyzed me. You've mastered calisthenics to perfection, achieving an almost supernatural control over your muscles and blood energy. This kind of talent is often accompanied, relying on profound spiritual perception. Those who master this skill and apply to become a pioneer squad leader almost always succeed, a shortcut to changing one's destiny for those from humble beginnings. My eyes lit up. Pointing to the star-dotted projection file, she continued, Third, celestial stellar physique, an A-grade body cultivation method. Prerequisite, B-grade starlight refining technique. It doesn't depend on rare resources, but instead draws cosmic radiation from the stars to temper the body. Balanced, with the least reliance on external resources. The downside is that it's neither domineering nor strange in its early stages. Very versatile, but tests one's comprehension the most. Though, for you, that shouldn't be an issue. I smiled bitterly in my mind. She completely misunderstood. My so-called superior comprehension comes from the system, not any real innate talent. To get 8 Treasures art from 0 to entry level, it took me 2 whole months. And Formless Calamity Sutra? They say fewer than 100 people have managed to grasp it in 5 centuries. Even if I studied it for 500 years, I likely wouldn't succeed. I cautiously phrased my next words. Teacher, thank you for the recommendation. But do you have any techniques that are easy to learn but hard to master? Something that's very simple to get started with, but difficult to perfect. Lin Yuechan froze for a moment, furrowing her brows. What? Lin Xie, martial cultivation isn't only about building strength, but also forging one's mind and will. True prodigies are all unwavering and determined. You possess an unmatched talent, but if your will can't keep pace, your talent will become a hindrance. Choosing the easiest technique may seem like a shortcut, but it plants the seeds of trouble. If you develop a habit of avoiding difficulties, how will you face true bottlenecks down the road? Her words hit me like a hammer. I braced myself. Teacher, I understand your logic, but when I can't make any progress for an extended time, I get unusually restless, like there are ants crawling in my chest. I just want to smash everything and give up. Instead of wasting time and frustration, I think it's better to choose something where I can see results quickly. It'll give me the confidence to keep going. Lin Yuechan frowned even more deeply. Innately gifted, but mentally fragile? On second thought, maybe it made sense. Children of noble families are rigorously trained from a young age, building resilience. But coming from a remote city's humble background, I lacked the same guidance. Some quirks were understandable. Geniuses often came with quirks. She sighed. I see. Easy to learn, hard to master, and especially easy at the beginning. Yes, preferably something on par with the difficulty level of 8 Treasures art. A D-grade technique in terms of entry difficulty. Lin Yuechan's tone grew a bit strange as she swiftly searched her database. This kind of contradictory requirement. Her fingers flew across the glowing interface. Frost and Flame duality? No, its cap is B-grade. 100 battles blade technique? It's pure skill-based and doesn't count. Titan's avatar? Requires a specific bloodline. Martial cultivation itself is about tackling hardship, and you're just looking for the easiest. As I walked the path, The situation before me was something I had never encountered. I offered an awkward smile. Just as Lin Yuechan seemed ready to give up, her fingers suddenly froze in place. On the glowing screen before us appeared a plain, somewhat yellowed piece of documentation. The primordial harmony technique. Lin Yuechan's eyes flickered, a complex emotion flashing across her face. I found it, she said, her gaze locking onto mine. There's a technique that fits your requirements perfectly, a B-rank technique known as the primordial harmony technique. B-rank. I frowned. She had just said that B-rank techniques had too low of a ceiling, yet now she was recommending one? This was once considered an A-rank technique, Lin Yuechan replied coldly. Its core concept is so simple, it's almost extreme: accumulation. It doesn't rely on attributes or flashy methods. It focuses on one thing only: convert the world's spiritual energy into primordial harmony energy, and then continuously accumulate, compress, and refine it. How hard is it to get started? She scoffed, her lips curving into a faint smirk. Laughably easy. Every aspiring martial artist can master the basics in 3 days. A surge of excitement flashed through my eyes. 3 days to get started? It's practically made for me. And how about progressing to mastery? I asked. It's difficult precisely because it's so simple. Her laugh was tainted with cynicism. It has no attributes, so its power is lacking when compared to others of the same level. While others manipulate blazing flames or icy frost, your spiritual energy would feel like a puff of useless smoke. Want power? There are 2 paths you can take. First, she continued, overwhelm your opponents with sheer volume. 10 times, 100 times more spiritual energy than they have. Second, enlightenment. Train to the absolute pinnacle, comprehend the natural order, and bestow your energy with unique attributes: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, anything is possible. But achieving this step, she paused, her voice dipping, is harder than ascending to the heavens. Countless practitioners have been stuck in this stage their entire lives, eventually becoming nobodies. During the Empire's pioneer era, this technique was wildly popular. Now, it's little more than a relic in the archives. No one would be foolish enough to choose it. My heart was pounding with exhilaration. What others considered trash was pure treasure to me. Mediocre power? Hard to attain enlightenment? With my progress bar system, that's no problem at all. I'll take it, I declared decisively. Lin Yuechan gave me a long, searching look. Are you sure? When she saw the unwavering determination in my eyes, she said no more. B-rank technique, 100 academic credits. You can apply for the Ancient Manuscript Research Grant Program, which requires a deposit of 100,000 credits. Submit your findings within 10 years to get your money back. Thank you, Professor. The moment the payment went through, the full documentation of the primordial harmony technique was transmitted to my personal terminal. A system notification popped up. Submitting insights on training will earn academic credits and reputation points. My eyes lit up. This program had countless other antique techniques, an absolute goldmine. That's enough for tonight, Lin Yuechan said coolly, her demeanor returning to her usual aloofness. Take care of yourself. Back at dormitory 29, an 8-story dormitory stood tall, the warm light illuminating the cozy living room inside. Sitting on the couch, Baimushi immediately lifted her head when she heard the door open. Honey, you're back. How was the teacher? Really good. He gave me a lot of advice, I said as I sat down beside her, gently holding her hand. Did you pick a technique? She asked. Yes, this one. I pulled up the information for primordial unity breathing technique. Baimushi looked at the annotation, grade B technique, and mediocre power, yet her eyes didn't show a single trace of doubt. If my husband picked it, it must have its reasons. I believe in you. Such a simple sentence, yet it held more weight than 1,000 words. My heart warmed, and I pulled her into my arms. 3 hours later, the system interface appeared. Technique: primordial unity breathing technique. Initiation not unlocked. Initiated. But seeing the words not unlocked left me itching to unlock it. Maybe I should go donate another batch tomorrow. The next morning, the sunlight pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword, pouring into the dormitory. Baimushi rubbed her sleepy eyes and suddenly remembered something. This was the 298th floor of Galactic Martial Arts University, the beginning of a new chapter for us. In the center of the living room, I sat cross-legged, surrounded by wisps of visible spiritual energy gathering into a vortex. I opened my eyes and exhaled a sharp, white stream of air. Initiated, I said, standing up, my gaze bright like stars. Lin Yuechan was right. This technique is easy to pick up. But I stretched my body, loosening my joints. It feels no different from doing morning calisthenics. Honestly, pretty average. Although, there's one standout advantage. After practicing, I feel completely refreshed. I didn't sleep a wink all night, but I feel like I slept soundly. Bai Mushi's eyes sparkled. Really? You can train nonstop for 24 hours. Exactly. That's the only unique perk I've discovered so far. I pulled her to sit beside me. Once I master the 8 treasures strengthening technique, I'll teach you this one. Don't waste time on me. Bai Mushi quickly shook her head. You're in a critical phase. Teaching my wife is only natural. I interrupted, my tone leaving no room for objections. Bai Mushi's eyes misted as she threw herself into my arms. Honey, after a deep kiss, she fled into the bathroom, her cheeks glowing red with shyness. During breakfast, Bai Zhenfeng eagerly leaned forward. So what advice did that Lin teacher give you? 8 treasures strengthening technique is part of the body strengthening stream. It's costly but powerful, I explained calmly. I decided to rely on my comprehension to give it a try. Also, I've chosen primordial unity breathing technique as my main study, with 3 grade A techniques as backups. Everyone exhaled in relief. 10,000 credit points. Well spent. Primordial unity breathing technique? Bai Mujia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sounds impressive. Its main feature is 0 difficulty to initiate. I replied with a straight face. That's amazing. I want to learn it too. Bai Mujia slapped the table enthusiastically. Smack. Bai Zhenyun's stern countenance didn't flinch one bit. A smack landed on the back of his head. They're a genius, and you are. What? I smiled to ease the tension. This technique's strength is mediocre at best. The only benefit is being able to train 24 hours a day without needing sleep. Bai Mujia's face immediately dropped. 24 hours without sleep? What's the point of life then? Everyone erupted into laughter. As we walked out of the restaurant, we were met face to face with a group of young people who exuded confidence and an aura that couldn't be ignored. The gifted class for the provincial exams. Lei Qianjun, as unyielding as a mountain, and Su Qingying, as cold as ice, walked at the center like the sun surrounded by stars. Beside them, Yin Feilong's face was dark and shadowed. Qianjun and Qingying are incredible, one heading to the Galactic Martial Arts University, the other to the Dragon Soar Martial Arts University. And us? We're just left with Taurus Martial Arts University, right, Feilong? At that moment, Yin Feilong's gaze locked onto me. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a scorched pot. Who is that? The young man next to him followed his line of sight, his expression turning amused as he smirked. I kept my gaze straight ahead, as though that predatory glare was nothing but air. The Bai family members and I passed them with calm indifference. Behind us, Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Zhenyun could feel the tension in the air like swords drawn in a duel. Feilong, you know him? A nearby young man nudged Yin Feilong with his elbow, his voice brimming with excitement at the potential drama. Yin Feilong took a deep breath and let out a cold chuckle. I knew very well. Saying anything now would only serve to humiliate myself. These classmates of his were itching to see him fall from grace. Strength. Only strength gives you the right to speak. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. 3 months later, at the joint exams, I'll rise to become the core representative of Taurus Martial Arts University. And you, Lin Xie, will only be able to watch helplessly from the audience, looking up at me in awe. The 2 groups brushed past each other. Suddenly, Su Qingying, who had remained silent, spoke. Her voice was as cool as a mountain spring. That candidate from the grain district? Lei Qianjun smirked with disdain. Just someone taking the back roads. His foundation is weak, he won't go far. The elites of the gifted class, upon hearing this, looked at my retreating figure. Their earlier amused expressions turned into ones of scornful indifference. Lei Qianjuan's judgment was as good as a verdict. Are you okay, honey? Bai Mushi tugged at my sleeve after we had walked some distance. I turned back, seeing the concern reflected in everyone's faces, and laughed. I gave Bai Mushi's hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm fine. Just a defeated opponent, nothing more. Bai Zhenfeng immediately caught on, an heir who I had defeated in an earlier exam. He patted my shoulder. The path of martial arts revolves around one word: competition. You've done well. In the future, at Galactic Martial Arts University, there will be even more challenges to compete for. That's a good thing. It proves you're climbing upward. Bai Mujia's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh in disbelief. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. So Yin Feilong was actually the person you eliminated? Before the exam, the gifted class treated him like, oh man, they said he was a guaranteed top 2 seed. And what happened? My brother-in-law knocked him out cold with one punch. The guy looked at me with admiration. Seed? What seed? My brother-in-law is the real dragon here. Bai Mushi was out exploring downtown with her family. They were heading back to Haicheng tomorrow. As for me, I had some serious business to take care of, another donation session. I couldn't rest easy without unlocking the Hunyuan Qi technique. I headed alone to the Imperial Fertility Management Center in the First Academy District. Just as I reached the white building's entrance, a swarm of people surrounded me. Hey there, handsome, care to take a look? An enthusiastic middle-aged lady with curled hair pushed her way to the front. Whether you're donating or seeking donor information, we've got the perfect match for you. Fair prices guaranteed. A man with gold-rimmed glasses leaned in and lowered his voice. Looking at you, I bet you're from one of the top universities, right? I'm telling you, going through official channels is a rip-off. Long wait times, low compensations. My private connections? Direct access to wealthy families, with prices that'll knock your socks off. We also offer gene potential enhancement evaluations. No middleman fees involved. Before I knew it, I'd been handed a stack of digital business cards. I couldn't help but laugh at their excessive enthusiasm. Nothing like this ever happens at the fertility center back in Haicheng. Without hesitation, I tossed the business cards in a trash can. Who knows what kind of risks these brokers might be hiding? For me, the official channels are all about safety and reliability. I confidently walked into the building, presented my ID, and filled out my application. The entire process was smooth as butter. Soon enough, a nurse, dressed in a white coat and black stockings, escorted me to a private room. A short while later, I walked out feeling recharged and refreshed. I headed straight back to Galactic Martial Arts University. As soon as I stepped into the dorm building, ding, gene material successfully fertilized. Reward earned. Random cultivation technique unlocked. Hunyuan Qi technique unlocked. Suddenly, my mind became crystal clear. It was as if a tightly locked door had been flung open. All the training methods, energy pathways, and spiritual techniques instantly integrated into my consciousness, as effortlessly natural as breathing. I immediately checked my system panel. Hunyuan Qi technique, level 1, 0/100ths. Got it. Then the next notification. Ding. Gene material successfully fertilized. Reward earned. Random cultivation technique unlocked. No remaining techniques to unlock, granting 1 permission point instead. And a third notification. Ding. Gene material successfully fertilized. Reward earned. Random cultivation technique unlocked. No remaining techniques to unlock, granting 1 permission point instead. My face was absolutely beaming with joy. 3 successful fertilizations. Ever since I advanced as a martial artist, has that aspect of me improved too? What a jackpot! Unlocking the primordial unified energy technique also granted me 2 permission points. System, how do I use these permission points? Permission points provide additional unlocking methods. 1 point can be used to unlock techniques that have already been manually cultivated to the beginner level but haven't been system unlocked. I immediately understood how powerful these permission points could be. As long as I manage to cultivate 2 more techniques to the beginner stage, I can unlock the progress bar mode instantly. A thought crossed my mind. It was about the dragon and tiger technique. If I grind it to perfection and then fuse it with the 8 treasures technique. But I quickly shook my head. Biting off more than I can chew won't do me any good. Right now, my top priority is to grind the primordial unified energy technique to higher levels. I hurried back to my dorm on the 298th floor. Bai Mushi was still out, so no one would interrupt me for now. I sat cross-legged, and took a deep breath. Let's begin. The spiritual energy around me flowed gently into my body, transforming into pure, primordial unified energy before slowly converging into my core. The entire process felt soothing, like a trickling stream nourishing everything in its path. The cultivation efficiency of the primordial unified energy technique completely exceeded my expectations. One progress point every 10 minutes. Primordial unified energy technique. Level 1, 1/100th. Primordial unified energy technique. Level 1, 2/100ths. I fully immersed myself in the euphoric sensation of my strength growing rapidly. I lost track of time until, ding, Primordial Unified Energy Technique leveled up. Current, Level 2, 0/200ths. I suddenly felt a tremor all over my body. The primordial unified energy within me seemed to purify itself, becoming more refined and concentrated. Its total capacity also expanded significantly. My comprehension of the technique leaped to a new height, revealing previously obscure details with newfound clarity. So that's how it works. The level up didn't just bring about quantitative progress. It was a qualitative leap forward. I opened my eyes to find the sky just beginning to light up. Mushi stepped out of her room, looking concerned. "What time is it now?" I asked. A gentle smile spread across Mushi's face. "Honey, I came back yesterday afternoon. I saw how focused you were on your cultivation, so I didn't want to disturb you." Warmth filled my heart as I pulled her into my arms. "You've worked hard. Have you eaten?" Mushi nestled into my embrace, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "The food's all heated up, just waiting for you." While eating, I noticed a notification pop up on my terminal. Notification: to all freshmen. On October 1st, the first day of the semester, a university-wide placement exam will be held. The results will not be tied to cultivation resources or dorm assignments, but special rewards are offered. Top 1,100 academic credits. Top 100, additional access to select from the Grade A Technique Library. Top 10, additional reward of body tempering elixir. Issued by Galactic Martial Arts University Academic Affairs Office. A flicker of excitement passed through my eyes. So, the semester kicks off with a placement exam, huh? Finals approaching? 100 academic credits. Access to the Grade A Cultivation Techniques Library. Body refining elixir. The temptation is immense. There's still over 20 days left until October 1st. Plenty of time to take my strength to the next level. 5 days later. Inside the dorm, I sat cross-legged, eyes shut tight. For 5 days straight, with no rest, I went all out, devoting myself to cultivation. The progress bar for Primordial Unity Technique skyrocketed. System panel. Primordial Unity Technique. Level 4, 0/400ths. Boom. At the moment of breakthrough, countless bursts of spiritual insight exploded in my mind. I slowly raised my right hand. With a single thought, a wisp of primordial unity energy surged from within me to the tip of my finger. SSSHH. A flame, bright and orange-red, ignited out of thin air, dancing at my fingertip. The firelight illuminated my face as a faint smirk crept onto my lips. Her words from 5 days ago still echoed in my ears. Lin Yuechan said, "The second step, comprehension, is harder than ascending the heavens." Countless martial practitioners spend their whole lives stuck at this bottleneck. Harder than ascending the heavens? I looked at the flickering flame on my fingertip, its lively dance so vivid. If Lin Yuechan knew that I broke through her so-called insurmountable obstacle in just 5 days, I wonder what her expression would be. With a thought, the flame extinguished instantly. I eagerly opened the system panel, and the moment I saw it, my entire body froze. Host, Lin Qiyi. Genetic potential, 12.1%. Physical power, 115 plus. Mental power, 115 plus. Spiritual energy, 101 plus. My genetic potential had surged by over 1%. But what was even more astounding, my spiritual energy had shot from the 50s straight into the triple digits. So this is the source of the power, flames. My heartbeat raced wildly. I may only know bits and pieces of cultivation theory, but the numbers on the system panel don't lie. I'm undergoing a mind-blowing transformation. What others see as an insurmountable obstacle has become my greatest advantage. A mere 5 days at level 4 yielded such incredible results. What heights could I reach if I continued upgrading? No need for 8 treasures technique or dragon tiger technique. My priority now is primordial unity technique. I quickly opened the training center's reservation system. The entire page was jam-packed with red, fully booked. The earliest available slot was 7 days away. Are you kidding me? Reacting quickly, I snagged the last remaining slot. But then another problem hit me. The mock exam will definitely involve real combat. And right now, I have raw power but no solid offensive martial techniques. It'll be just like the entrance exam last time, spending the whole fight taking hits. With that thought, I immediately sent a message to Lin Yuechan for guidance. An hour later, her reply came through. Lin Yuechan, sorry, I was in class just now. You've got 2 options for martial techniques. Online. Pay to enroll in my detailed breakdown course of the Empire's 12 mainstream foundational techniques. Offline. One-on-one tutoring, tailored just for you, 10,000 credits per hour. My instant reply. Ms. Lin, when are you available? Generic courses may be cheaper, but they're the same old routine. What I need is personalized teaching. Besides, I've already reaped the benefits of Hun Yuan I Qi Gong. Anything recommended by Lin Yuechan is 100% worth the price. Lin Yuechan, fully booked for the month. I can squeeze in 1 hour from midnight to 1 a.m. the day after tomorrow. That's wildly popular. I muttered to myself in astonishment. Great. I'll be there right on time. With that settled, my stomach growled loudly in protest. Babe, dinner ready? Bai Mushi smiled sweetly. Already prepared. In no time, a massive alloy platter was laid on the table. Half a roast whole cow. The golden, crispy skin glistened with oil, and the aroma of spices was intoxicating. All you can eat today, Bai Mushi said proudly. My eyes lit up with excitement. Ever since I started practicing Hun Yuan I Qi Gong, my body was like a bottomless pit, ravenously demanding more food. I grabbed a beef leg and started devouring. Like a whirlwind, Bai Mushi rested her chin on her hands, watching me eat with a gaze full of tenderness. Before long, only bones were left. Well, honey, are you full yet? I rubbed my belly, feeling a bit sheepish. Not quite there yet. Buffed. Bai Mushi giggled, her eyes curving into crescents. There's more. The other half of the roasted cow was promptly brought out. My heart warmed. She had planned ahead. After finishing everything, I patted my satisfied belly. Full. Thank you, babe. Bai Mushi silently calculated. Today's entire stock wiped out in one sitting. Looks like a grocery trip is in order. Raising a rapidly growing martial artist husband is truly a sweet burden. Commercial district. As we strolled into the marketplace, we came face to face with a group of people. I instantly recognized them, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong. During the entrance exams, this pair of top students from Tiantai No. 1 High School had completely crushed those of Haiqing No. 1 High. There were 2 others with them, likely from the same group. I glanced at them briefly and then looked away, uninterested in sucking up to non-locals from Tiantai City or wasting my time making small talk. That guy looks familiar? The tall, skinny guy next to them furrowed his brow. The long-haired girl pondered. Wasn't he at the entrance exams? But I didn't get any impression whatsoever. The guy burst out laughing. If you don't remember him, Chuyu, then he's not even worth documenting. Probably just a bottom-tier dark horse from some 3rd or 4th-tier small city who got lucky. Chen Chuyu nodded. Not worth noticing. Every year, the school lets in a couple of these bottom feeders who waste their slots. What happens to them? They either end up selling themselves for resources or suffering mental breakdowns. It's the same story every year. Some lose their minds, some jump off buildings. As they spoke, they saw me and Bai Mushi picking out. Whole cow, you still rely on primitive food? How backward? A boy sneered. Your gene potential is barely above 10%, and you're still at the stage of relying on food for energy. When gene potential exceeds 11%, energy demands multiply exponentially. Just eating? The efficiency is too low. You need high-concentration nutrient solutions. A tall, skinny boy shook his head. From a lower-class background, how long can you afford nutrient solutions? In their eyes, my fate was already sealed, to be mercilessly eliminated by this elite academy. 2 days later, at noon, my eyes snapped open with a spark of clarity. Ding! Primordial Energy Technique, Level 5. Gene Potential plus 1%. I opened my system panel. Gene Potential, 13.1%. Physical Strength, 122 plus. Mental Strength, 122 plus. Spiritual Energy, 111 plus. 13.1%. I was rocketing forward. A spark of flame ignited at my fingertips again. There was no visible change, but the temperature had increased by a few degrees. As expected, hunger struck. Here it is. Mushi brought out a roasted whole lamb. To mix things up, we went with lamb today. In a whirlwind, the food was cleared off in no time. Let's go? Grocery shopping. On the way, Mushi looked worried. Honey, is relying on food alone really enough? People online say that after gene potential exceeds 10%, you have to use nutrient solutions. Not for now. I squeezed her hand tightly. I think I'm a bit different from others. After eating, my body feels warm and my strength comes back. Is it the special effect of the primordial energy technique? Or perhaps my body is being restructured by the max-level broadcasting gymnastics? Or is my physique inherently unique? If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. That's my motto. Boss, we're back again. The butcher greeted enthusiastically. When he saw me pick out a whole cow again, the butcher couldn't help but ask, Kid, day after day, meal after meal, it's always whole cows and whole lambs. Can your stomach even handle that? I've seen many new students eating crazy like this, and they end up in the hospital within 3 days. No worries, my digestion is great. I flashed a bright white smile. With one hand, I effortlessly carried the few hundred-pound whole cow and walked off. The butcher scratched his bald head, full of confusion. How strange. What kind of bizarre martial art strengthens only your stomach? Training like this to save money on nutrient solutions. Worth it. Late at night, the clock struck 11:30. It was time to meet Lin Yuechan. I put on my combat suit and headed out. The campus wasn't quiet, even at this hour. Students were rushing back and forth, some leaving training halls, drenched in sweat, while others hurried toward lecture buildings, their eyes burning with determination. Must be all freshmen, I mused. The dedication to training here is intense. I pushed open the door to room 2202. Come in. A familiar, icy voice greeted me. Time for training. There wasn't just Lin Yuechan in the room. There was another girl, a tall figure with short, sharp hair and a youthful energy accentuated by her dark red, form-fitting combat suit. She stood with her back to the door, seeming to consult Lin Yuechan about something. As the sound of the door caught their attention, both turned around simultaneously. My pupils contracted slightly in shock. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao's clear and elegant face showed a fleeting moment of surprise when she spotted me. You two know each other? Lin Yuechan's gaze shifted curiously between us. After all, Qin Xiaoxiao was the brightest star of the younger generation in the Qin family of Haiqing, gifted, talented, and boasting a remarkable family background. Could this Lin Xie have some hidden connection or extraordinary background after all? Qin Xiaoxiao glanced at me indifferently, but only for a split second, then retracted her gaze and said blandly, No, we don't. She gave a slight bow. Thank you for your guidance tonight, Lin teacher. I'll take my leave. Then, without lingering, she turned and walked out. As she passed by me, a faint fragrance wafted into the air, but her expression didn't flinch. It was as if I were a mere stranger to her. I shrugged it off, genuinely unbothered. After the door to the training room clicked shut, Lin Yuechan's sharp gaze fixated on me as if trying to unearth every secret I held. Not bad, she said, scanning me from head to toe. In just a few days, you've improved significantly. Have you started training in the blazing sun chi technique? I froze for half a second. She must have mistaken something. Seeing my silence, Lin Yuechan assumed I was silently admitting to it, and a trace of satisfaction spread across her face. Your comprehension is better than I expected. It seems this technique suits you well. You can enroll in my course after the semester starts. In Galactic Martial Arts University, enrolling in a professor's main course was practically equivalent to being accepted as a disciple. Your genetic potential must have reached about 12% or 13% by now, right? As a 10-star transcendent martial artist, Lin Yuechan was able to sense the surge of refined, albeit faint, fire elemental energy within me. All right, she got straight to the point. Demonstrate the technique for me once. I'll assess your control over spiritual energy and choose a martial skill for you. Cold sweat dotted my back. This misunderstanding was spiraling out of control. Yuechan teacher, I said cautiously. Actually, I've been practicing the primordial harmony chi technique. What? The smile froze on Lin Yuechan's face. The primordial harmony chi technique. But the fire elemental energy in your body. Could it be that you've already comprehended the core essence? I forced myself to nod. In an instant, Lin Yuechan's expression sharpened with disbelief. No, astonishment. It's been less than a week, and I've already reached the level of mastery in the primordial harmony chi technique. What kind of ridiculous talent is this? Was it possible I was one of those rare, 1 in a million individuals born perfectly attuned to this chi technique? Demonstrate it for me, she said, her voice trembling just slightly. As I moved to the center of the training ground, I began performing the level 4 primordial harmony chi technique, intentionally holding back my full ability. However, as the technique flowed seamlessly, the effortless grace of my movements, my flawless energy control, Lin Yuechan's eyes widened more and more. Her stunned silence stretched on until she finally whispered, almost to herself, "Monster, truly a monster," muttering to herself. But the shock was quickly replaced by prudence. Martial arts prodigies were not rare in this elite-filled school. Back in the pioneering era 3 or 4 centuries ago, comprehension determined the upper limit. Nowadays, in the industrialized martial arts world of the 0755 star system, those lacking comprehension could make up for it with resources. The importance of resources even surpassed natural talent at the martial artist stage. Not to mention, geniuses often had their own quirks. Take this person before me, for example, fixated on choosing techniques that were easy to start with, almost equivalent to having a weak martial will. Such people might make rapid progress in the early stages, but when faced with bottlenecks requiring perseverance, like martial intent, they could collapse entirely. She gathered her emotions and returned to the topic. Do you have any martial arts training? No. I've only practiced broadcast calisthenics and 8 treasures exercise. Lin Yuechan sighed. Does high school not teach anything anymore? Not even basic martial arts enlightenment. Well, at least I won't need to correct bad habits. She grew serious. Martial arts techniques are the methods of utilizing personal power. They may vary greatly, but their essence always comes down to the most fundamental application of force. Swords, spears, staves, they're all extensions of the arm, refinements of one's barehanded strikes. Once you understand the principles of punching, techniques like slashing, piercing, or sweeping are just variations. When your footwork is masterful, dodging, repositioning, and driving your weapon follow naturally. Thus, all martial arts techniques begin with fist techniques and footwork. Fists are the extension of offense, and footwork is the foundation of strength. Without a firm foundation, everything collapses like a house built on sand. With that said, Lin Yuechan moved. Her feet tapped lightly on the ground, and her whole body glided several meters forward like a falling leaf. Her footwork was light, yet held hidden complexity. She steadied her stance, sunk her hips, and struck out with a single punch. There was no earth-shattering display, just a simple punch and pose. Yet there was an inexplicable rhythm to her movements, as if every motion had been honed thousands of times. One set of punches and footwork flowed seamlessly, as natural as running water. As she retracted her fists and stood still, a sharp and piercing aura slowly dissipated. Did you catch that? This is basic fist technique and basic footwork, Lin Yuechan said slowly. They're the Empire's official, universal foundational martial arts techniques. Don't dismiss them as basic. They are far more important than broadcast calisthenics. 99% of martial artists only move on to choosing martial arts disciplines after mastering these two at the proficient level. I'll demonstrate once more, so watch closely. With your comprehension level, you'll pick it up quickly. Face-to-face teaching is, of course, 10 times better than VR training and 1,000 times better than digital videos. I thought to myself, Teacher Yuechan, you're overestimating me. An hour passed by. Lin Yuechan watched my clumsy demonstration, frowning deeply. My horrendous performance was beyond her expectations. My movements were stiff, my footwork was chaotic, and my punches were weak and lacked power. I couldn't even grasp basic force application. She shook her head, her face filled with disappointment. Apparently, you have very poor talent for martial arts. Incredibly poor. Be translated to English phrase to match American norms. Not quite up to standard. Maybe pursuing the theoretical side of martial arts as a scholar might suit you better, Lin Yuechan said bluntly. In her mind, addressing the issue now was better than wasting any natural talent later on. Is it that bad? I asked awkwardly. Bad. Lin Yuechan's tone turned sharper. That girl earlier was practicing the class a crimson blade technique. Within the first hour, she was already able to achieve the form. And yet here you are, after a full hour of basic punching and stepping techniques, unable to even stand stably. I gave a resigned shake of my head, choosing not to argue. To Lin Yuechan, my silence equated to an admission of incompetence. The frustration and disappointment in her expression gradually faded. Forget it. Progress in martial arts depends on fate. It can't be forced, she said coolly. For today, I'll carry out the demonstration. The training room will automatically record it and generate a personalized VR teaching video within 24 hours. You can pay to download it for practice. It's far better than generic digital videos. She paused, her tone shifting from subtle pride to solemnity. Of course, I've infused my martial intent into my demonstration earlier. Replaying the video repeatedly may help you grasp the essence of fist intent and step intent. However, compared to the martial intent of martial god Ling Zhan, my skills are but a flicker to a full moon. How you choose to study is up to you. Martial god Ling Zhan, I asked, confused. Lin Yuechan hesitated briefly, but seeing the blank look on my face, she immediately realized. She'd once again assumed I came from a distinguished martial family. She quickly clarified, the official teaching videos for basic fist arts and basic step techniques come from the Taurus Prime Star. They were personally recorded by martial god Ling Zhan, one of Taurus' first pioneers. This is common knowledge among most martial arts families. The first pioneers of Taurus Prime? A martial god? My eyes widened in disbelief, my mind utterly shaken. The pioneers of Taurus Prime. They were on an entirely different level compared to the frontier developers of the 0755 star system. The 0755 system's developers expanded the Empire's reach after stable bases had already been established, venturing to nearby systems with advanced starships as territorial explorers. But the first pioneers of Taurus Prime were the Empire's spearhead during a time of complete unknowns. Without even a foothold established, using nothing but crude spacecraft and sheer willpower, they carved a path through the stars. They were the creators, the founders, the legends immortalized in Taurus history. And martial god Ling Zhan was the legend among legends. Lin Yuechan noticed my awe. It's just a digital video recorded with the most primitive technology, she explained. Not as immersive as VR. For ordinary people, VR works better. But for someone like you, with high natural aptitude for martial arts, watching the original official videos may give you a small chance to sense the martial intent left by the martial god. Her voice carried a note of reverence. Martial god Ling Zhan's videos contain traces of his martial god-level intent. Even though it's old, that intent has not completely faded. Dissipate. If you can grasp even a sliver of understanding, it could have immeasurable benefits on your future martial arts journey. The first-ranked fighter in the martial arts department at Galactic Martial University managed to merge a trace of the martial god's intent into their own martial intent, becoming invincible among peers of the same level. After saying this, Lin Yuechan glanced at my slightly confused expression and silently mocked herself. What am I even saying? Judging by my clumsy movements earlier, I can't even grasp the form, let alone something as abstract and elusive as martial intent. Of course, Lin Yuechan added, her tone shifting. Even my punches just now carried a hint of intent. Compared to the martial god's brilliance, it's not even worth mentioning. But precisely because of that, it's easier for beginners to perceive. Those so-called learn basic boxing in a day courses on the market? All scams. Utter garbage, completely useless. Noticing my contemplative expression, she finally spoke with a touch of kindness. I recommend starting with my VR tutorial videos. They're more suited to your current stage. Thank you, teacher. I nodded earnestly. As I stepped out of the training room, the evening breeze brushed my face, clearing my head. Spending a hefty 10,000 credits. Did I just pay to learn nothing? But as I thought deeper, I realized Lin Yuechan's words alone had given me information I'd never known before. And knowledge is priceless. From this perspective, it wasn't a loss at all. Returning to my dorm on the 298th floor, the warm glow of the lights dispersed the late-night chill. Baimushi was waiting on the couch. Seeing me walk in, she immediately perked up and came over. How did it go, honey? I changed my shoes, sat down, and told her everything. When she heard I'd been taught only basic boxing and basic footwork, a look of surprise crossed her face. So Galactic Martial University is like this too? Baimushi asked, astonished. I thought only third-rate schools start students off with basic drills. I didn't expect even the martial arts holy grounds to do the same. I then explained what Lin Yuechan had said about the martial god and martial intent. Baimushi gently shook her head, her expression understanding. Our instructors never talked about such things. They only shared their own VR tutorials. Maybe they think, with our level of comprehension, it'd go over our heads anyway. Or perhaps, the teachers themselves never truly grasped martial intent. 5 days later, in the dormitory living room, I repeatedly played and dissected Lin Yuechan's VR tutorial videos. Every move, every subtle motion, I analyzed and mimicked them again and again. For 5 days, I hardly slept. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, taking a deep breath, and moved. This time, my movements were no longer stiff or awkward. Despite being a bit unpolished, my footwork started to show glimpses of structure, and though my punches lacked power, I finally felt the mechanics of force. After finishing a clumsy but complete practice routine, I immediately calmed my mind and checked my status screen. Techniques. Basic boxing, locked. Basic footwork, locked. I made it to the entry level. Finally, I exhaled deeply. The moment I relaxed, the exhaustion from the past 5 days overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. My head grew heavy and foggy as I slumped down. I started to circulate. The primordial unified chi technique purified the body's energy, sweeping away physical fatigue. However, the deep allure of drowsiness lingered in the mind. Staggering toward the bedroom, I nearly crashed onto the bed. The moment my head touched the pillow, I fell into a deep sleep. Baimushi quietly appeared, her eyes filled with tenderness and worry. She gently pulled a thin blanket over me, sitting by the bedside. Stroking her flat belly softly, she murmured, "Daddy is working so hard. Baby, he's setting a good example for you." I had no idea how long I slept, but I suddenly bolted upright. My first instinct, check the panel. Techniques. Basic fist technique, locked. Basic footwork technique, locked. A glimmer of excitement flashed through my eyes. System. Unlock basic fist technique and basic footwork technique. Ding. Consumed 1 permission point. Basic fist technique unlocked. Ding. Consumed 1 permission point. Basic footwork technique unlocked. A booming sensation exploded in my mind, as if 2 tightly locked doors had swung open in an instant. All the insights into force generation techniques, footwork nuances, and essential movements instantly integrated into my consciousness, as natural and instinctive as if they'd been etched into my soul. Basic fist technique, level 1, 0 tenths. Basic footwork technique, level 1, 0 tenths. Staring at the progress bars, my heart surged with excitement. It works. The most fundamental techniques only need 10 points to level from 1 to 2, and they max out at level 10.